Gentlemen, we have something special today. We're going to be talking about the Promised Night. So if you don't know what that is, I thought the best way is getting into the trailer for it, because I guarantee you, this is the most diabolical thing that has ever graced the anime community, period. We're just going to watch it. I'm not going to say anything, bro. We're just going to watch it, okay? I'm going to start it up now. Okay, you have a cool shot of Ayanokoji. The despair of the second year's end of the year exams is over, but we have Ichinose. You know she is the star here. She is the star of this trailer. By the way, before it goes any further, you should also know that this thing played in public. Just keep that in mind. It's going to be important in a second. This thing played in a public square where people could listen to it. I'm just putting that out there. That's time, right? That's right. This time I didn't. It's about her not running away, right? Because remember in like her arc where she was like shoplifting, she like ran away and locked herself up. This time she didn't, but here's the good part. Oh my goodness. Now, once wasn't enough. Sorry. Let's do that one more time. Oh my goodness. What am I watching, bro? Why is there spit? Why is there spit on the screen? That's dastardly. That is devious. There's spit on the screen. Oh my goodness. Pieces are in place, and with these friends we can. Okay. Oh my god, this illustration looks so good too when it's animated. Look how evil she looks. Oh my goodness. Yo, brother. This is what we came for, boys. This is what we came for. So whatever you think happened in that trailer, whatever you think happened in like this spot right here, like this spot is exactly what you would imagine happened. Like you know when they say it's not what it seems like? This is one of those cases where it is 100% what it seems like. There is no mistake about it. So that was the trailer. Today, I have my dollar store representation, well, not dollar store presentation of The Promised Night. And we are going to go through Ichinose and Ayanokoji's relationship from we're going to do a small thing of year one, because there was actually a big ideological battle between Ichinose and Ayanokoji that nobody really understood. Nobody really looked into, because it was all hidden in subtext and stuff. It wasn't Ruin and Ayanokoji's battle. That was on the surface. They were duking it out. They were fighting. That was on the surface. But Ichinose and Ayanokoji, that was underneath the surface. That was Ayanokoji's completely tried to screw her over, and we're not seeing it, but it is happening beneath the surface. There are a lot of things Ayanokoji did to completely destroy Ichinose, and we are going to see it, and we're going to understand why he tried, if you watch the anime, we're going to get into why he tried to seduce her at the very end, because it was for a nefarious reason. Nobody knows this. It's for a nefarious reason, and then we're going to see how that builds into The Promised Night. By the way, if you guys enjoy my unhinged reactions, you can just go to patreon.com/satisfy. There's a lot more of it. Me reacting to both season 1 and 2. Links are in the description and pinned comment. So, where I want to start off. The first place I want to start off is the first time they met. They met when basically Chie and... Wait, this is the wrong illustration. Give me a second. So first of all, Ichinose was delivering documents to Chie, and she noticed him for the first time, and she couldn't get him out of her head. He just stayed there, you know? He's just kind of there. And then the next time, Ichinose dove in to stop a fight between, you can see over here, Sudo and another Class C student. This is, by the way, when Ruin figured out how to target Sudo, and Ichinose stopped in, and again, she noticed Ayanokoji, and she was like, this guy is interesting. Like at that point, we knew that she was attracted to him. Like she basically was like down for him. Like from the first 2 times, she was the first girl in the entire series to be down for him. Like straight up, she was the first girl. Like she noticed him again, and then what was it? Let's see. She noticed him again, and she met him when investigating Sudo's case. She was physically attracted to him. That's why, oh yeah, I forgot about this. That's why she pretended to have him be her boyfriend for that fake confession scene. I think I have the illustration here as well for that. Yeah, remember the scene? Wait, give me a sec. Remember the scene where Ayanokoji like stood in as like the pretend boyfriend so Ichinose could turn someone down? There were a billion guys Ichinose could like use. Like, she was like the most, what's the word for it? She was the most well-connected student in class B. She was like one of the most well-connected students in the entire year. She was as like well-connected as Kushida. So why did she use Ayanokoji? Like, does that make any sense? It doesn't to me. Like, she used Ayanokoji because she was into him and she just didn't know it. Like, straight up. That was why she was into it. And what do we have after? And then Chie, oh yeah, this is diabolical. Yes. So in the Zodiac exam, she was really like impressed by him because remember, he did that phone swapping plan with Kei and like he tried to push it off. It's like, oh, it was Horikita's plan, but Ichinose wasn't buying it. Like she straight up was not buying it. She was like, nah. I've seen too much. I know too much. I'm perceptive. You know I'm perceptive. I've seen too much. Like I am that girl. So she saw through him and she was like, oh, this guy's a little bit special. By the way, when Chie assigned Ichinose to the rabbit group, in the books it's a rabbit group. In the anime, it's like I think it was the Mars group. I don't remember the planets, bro. Don't hit me with that. But I think it was the Mars group or something. But yeah, in the Mars group, Chie assigned Ichinose. One reason could be to spy on Ayanokoji. Another is that Chie noticed that Ichinose was kind of into Ayanokoji, and she's like, this would make a good match, no? This would make a really good match. I should put them in the same group so they can, get together. Like that was her intention from the very beginning. Like that is like one of the fan theories out there that was her intention, to get Ichinose and Ayanokoji together. So you have that angle for sure. And then, yeah, the pool episode. This is, okay, so short stories are like basically monologue type things that are accompanied with the main novels. Like, you know how the anime cuts out a bunch of stuff from the novels? Like the short stories aren't even in the novels. They're like even separate. So we have like the short story of Ayanokoji and Ichinose in the pool episode. Like you guys know like the episode 7 of Classroom of the Elite season 1, like the pool episode. There was more to it. And there was a big scene of just Ayanokoji and Ichinose flirting. Let me say, we're going to read that together because I think it's going to be a lot of fun. So we're gonna get this. There we go. I even have the books loaded, boys. We out here. We presenting. We're presenting right now. Whoops. I minimized it, but that doesn't matter. Okay, in the last day of summer vacation, I came to the swimming pool to enjoy myself. This is from Ayanokoji's perspective, by the way. After having lunch, I was resting alone. I was sitting on a simple bench placed in a corner of the swimming pool, watching attentively at the students who continued to swim without taking a break. If you don't mind it, do you want to swim with me? The leader of Class B, Ichinose Honami, started a conversation with me, who was resting there. Did you talk to me because you saw me being alone? Ahahaha, it's not like that. I just minded it a bit. It was an honor to be told this by Ichinose, who is considered cute. Probably? What do you mean? In the campus. Of course, I couldn't say these words out loud, so I just thought it in my head. I'm not really good at swimming. Is that true? After answering her, Ichinose looked incredulously at my top. Then she watched attentively in my legs. You look as if you can swim really fast. That's just your misconception. I'm always one of the slowest in the class. Oh my God, why are you lying? Why are you lying? I told her since it was an information that could be obtained by investigating a bit. Ichinose, although she didn't agree, immediately switched the mood and stretched her lower back. Then you don't have to swim. First, let's enter the pool. Oh, okay. Since it was a rare occasion to come here once, I held this idea for the time being. Normally, they wouldn't allow entering the pool wearing a top, but today was a special day. We did a warm-up, standing side by side, and after that, we entered the pool. The ice-cold temperature of the swimming pool was transmitted. Oh my god, bro, what are these details? So comfortable. Ichinose, who immediately emerged, waved at me with a smile on her face. The next moment, she splashed me with the water from the pool. Hey, was because I looked weird with my hair wet from the water she poured. Ichinose pointed at me while she split her sides laughing. Following that, she splashed even more water than the previous time at me. Is it okay for you not to offer any resistance? You. Let me pull this up. You. Being provoked like this, you'd also want to strike back. But then I realized the surroundings looking at me, I became rigid. What happened? Nothing. How should I put it? This practically looks like lovers playing in the swimming pool. Ooh, okay. Even though Ichinose and I don't have that kind of relationship, those who saw us interacting would definitely think like that. Once I reflected about it, my body felt heavy and I was unable to strike back. I just want to do a bloodless surrender. I use an idiom as an excuse. The meaning of a bloodless surrender is literal. Avoiding a bloody battle when being attacked by opening the city gates. I see, that's too bad. There will be blood. Ichinose splashed me ruthlessly. The water entered my eyes and my nose. Gah! I deduced it was useless. It was exhausting to only be attacked. Ichinose probably felt that attacking unilaterally was excessive too. She was awakened a bit by a feeling of guilt and apologized to me with a smile. After that, she told me she was going to the central part of the pool, so I followed her from behind. Looking at her defenseless back, I absolutely couldn't endure it. Gathered a lot of water and splashed at her in one go. Wow, stop, you so sly. I'm really sorry. It looks like I hate being sprinkled with water, but now we're even, so don't resent me, okay? Haha, I'm not gonna resent you. I'll only strike back at you even stronger. I'm certain this interaction is already considered by the surroundings as one done by lovers, but only this time, I intend not to care about it. If Horikita saw the scene, she would definitely say, "You really are a brat," and sigh. But I also want to become a brat once in a while. This was from Ayanokoji's perspective about Ichinose. This is definitely in the flirting category. I don't know how else I would really define it. But yeah, there were a lot of scenes like this. I think the next one, there you go. I had the manga for it too, if you want to see it. But Ayanokoji looks a little bit weird in the manga. But you can see her checking him out, that scene right over here. This is definitely, you don't do this with friends. She isn't doing this with any other dude is all I'm gonna say. Okay, let's bring up the master doc again. Let's see what's up. Everything Koji SC, yeah, sports festival was even this is where things really got to it. I think I have the short story for that one as well, right over here. Again, these are short stories, so they're not in the books, they're not even in the novels, but these are the POV chapters that you cannot find anywhere else. It was not too far from the end of the sports festival. This is when Ichinose and Ayanokoji were going up in a race. I think I have the illustration here. Give me a sec. Yeah, the illustration's right here for it. Yeah, this is the one. They were running against Ayanokoji. It was Ayanokoji and Kushida versus Ichinose and Shibata. This was it. So yeah. It was not too far from the end of the sports festival. In order to cheer for everyone, I stood in front of my classmates. Everybody, do your best. Hold on just a little bit more. I shouted, this is from Ichinose's point of view, by the way. I shouted while I raised my fist. Everybody replied me with energetic shouts and raising their hands. Looking at everyone, I was convinced we would obtain victory. We had almost the first place of the first years in the bag. We shouldn't be careless. We need to effectively accumulate points in order to ensure our victory. This is our Class B's true goal. I'm just joking. Well, let's go, Ichinose. Next, it's going to be the mixed three-legged race. Okay, Shibata and I went together on the field. No matter who the opponent is, we only need to fight by going all out. But seeing an unexpected person, I stopped walking for an instant. What happened, Ichinose? Oh, I have just seen Kikyo-chan, which is Kushida. I want to go and greet her. While saying this, I pointed to two people who were walking in front of us. They were the Class D students Kushida Kikyo-san and Ayanokoji Kyotaka-kun. Although I didn't tell Shibata, my eyes weren't looking at Kikyo, but at Ayanokoji. During the sports festival, I secretly remembered the results of his competitions. His performance was average, but I sensed something from it. Having seen his tricks and demeanor in the last exam in the ship and all his actions until now, my impression of ordinary student you can find anywhere of him began to change. Yahoo, Ayanokoji-kun, and Kikyo-chan, it looks like we are in the same group. In the end, I still greeted them naturally, although I subconsciously called out the name of Ayanokoji first. I thought that was not important, and apparently nobody cared about it. Like, you can see in this, like, she's definitely down for it, and like the ending of it, you can read this on your own if you want, because the rest of it is just them getting ready. But the ending is interesting. Compared to him, who made people feel unfathomable, it was better to focus on the victory before my eyes. I thought this. So she was already building up to be something like massive in her head, right? She was already doing that. And let's see over here. So from everything Ayanokoji has seen so far, from all the stuff that he's seen, that Ichinose is just a good person. Even during like the island exam and stuff, like she helped them out, right? Like she like gave them free information. She stepped in to save Sudo in the thing. Like she tries to help people whenever she can. Like she just has the demeanor of a good person. And you know what? Ayanokoji did not like that. So here's where we get to the devious part of the first year. He did not like that one bit. Because Ayanokoji's worldview doesn't allow for it. He doesn't believe that there are purely good people. He believes that people are inherently selfish, that they will do whatever they can to get what they want. And Ichinose showing herself to be a good person doesn't make sense as his worldview. Doesn't exist. And this is why when he first, like, we'll go back to this illustration. When Ichinose first came, like, by the way, Ichinose was the one who did the entire plan with Ayanokoji to trick Ishizaki with the cameras so they could save Sudo. Ichinose was the one who was with Ayanokoji. It wasn't Horikita. They cut her out from that scene. So, but when Ichinose first came to help them, Ayanokoji was like, I don't trust her to Horikita. She's like, I don't trust her. She's from a different class. Who knows what she could be up to? So he was already like, from the very beginning, he was like, wary of her and like her intentions. And then another reason is because he is ideologically opposed to her. Like Ayanokoji believes that you got to do whatever it takes to win. Screwing people over, who cares? Part of the business, part of the making the deal, part of being what it is that you are. But Ichinose believes like, in like the good stuff and like tackling the exams head on, of not sacrificing a single person. And like, Ayanokoji doesn't vibe with that. So, and he doesn't believe that there are people who do good for the sake of them doing good, right? He doesn't believe that. And what makes him increasingly suspicious of Ichinose, what makes him really suspicious of her, is this scene right here. Remember when Ichinose goes in to like transfer points to someone and then Ayanokoji sees the balance on her phone? He sees a giant balance. In his head, one of the possibilities is like, okay, Ichinose is working as a bank, right? She's working as a bank for her class. She's well connected. That's a big reason why she probably has that. But another thought crossed his mind. She may be devious. She may be a bad person. She's using coercion or sympathy to garner points for herself, and she is swindling her classmates. Ayanokoji, that made her really, really suspicious. So, getting back into the master doc. Yeah, 3 students. I completely forgot to mention this. 3 students served as an example of that exact like blueprint, right? Kushida, Hirata, and Horikita. Horikita, you see her. Why is she in Class D? Terrible social skills. Hirata, why is he in Class D? Inner Side, Inner Demon, Volume 10. You know, he has this side of her, he has this side of him that like needs to keep everything together and he can't make decisions. And Kushida is like the best example, right? She is like the archetypal type of Ichinose in their class, but she has a nasty personality. She has a nasty, nasty personality. She has a side to her that nobody else knows that is really nasty. So Ayanokoji is like, maybe Ichinose, she should be in class A. Maybe she's in class B because she also has a nasty personality. Maybe she has an evil side to her. So that's what Ayanokoji is thinking. And then in the Zodiac exam, it added more fuel to that fire because he was able to see how capable Ichinose is, how strong she is as a leader, and all this stuff. And he was like, the chances of you being evil are going up because capable people are usually more evil. Like straight up. Like this is his mindset, boys. So in volume 6, Ayanokoji tests her. He gives her the trolley problem. This is something in the books. I don't remember if it was translated over to the anime or not, but it was definitely a big part in the books. It was this illustration right here. Let me show you. It was this part where Ayanokoji and Horikita like tries to get advice from Ichinose about Kushida because it was before Paper Shuffle when they were about to make, you know, the deal to like, what's his face? The deal to make sure that Kushida like doesn't tamper with the class anymore with using Manabu as an intermediary. So Horikita asks Ichinose's opinion and she asks like, okay, in what situations would you help people, yada, 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 yada. And then Ayanokoji poses a challenge for her. He tells her basically, it's like, you said you would help anyone in class D and you would say you would even help anyone outside of class D. But what if I had a problem and I need 1,000,000 points and Kanzaki had a problem and he needed 1,000,000 points? And you only had 1,000,000 points. Who would you give the 1,000,000 points to? And Ichinose didn't have a right answer for it. And she said she would try to help everyone. And then he added on even more. It's like, what if Ruin needed 1,000,000 points, who's your enemy, and Kanzaki needed 1,000,000 points? What would you do there? And then Ichinose is like, you know what? There's no answer for this. Whatever I say, I would be lying about my intentions or like I would be lying about my philosophy while being true to it because Ayanokoji just hit her with a contradiction. And this was an interesting answer for Ayanokoji. He's like, maybe she could be a good person, but I still don't buy it. So I'm going to test you. Yes, that's right. I am going to test you. So next we get to this hidden letter plot, right? This hidden letter plot that was completely cut from the anime where Ayanokoji wrote a letter saying Ichinose is illegally amassing points and signed that Ruin did it. Ruin did not do it. When Ruin was confronted, he had to act like he did it because he was chasing X, the mastermind in the shadows at the moment, which is also Ayanokoji, by the way. Which is also Ayanokoji, by the way. So he was chasing like the person in the shadows, and then Ruin had to succumb because he had to act like he did it, but instead it was Ayanokoji. And Ruin is not stupid, right? If he spread that rumor, he wouldn't have signed his own name to it. Like, is he an idiot, bro? Why would you do that? He wouldn't sign his name to it. So Ichinose like had to go to the school and get it vetted out that whatever she was doing was legal because Ayanokoji's mindset was like, I don't know how you got the points and I don't want to spend time like figuring it out. So I'm going to have the school investigate you to see if you are squeaky clean or not. So that's why that's one of the reasons why he sent the letter blaming Ichinose of hoarding points. That was one of his reasons. And then, then you have, let me get into the master doc again. From Ichinose to Ichinose. I couldn't have come up with a better name, bro. In volume 10, he gave her the same type of test. Ayanokoji's plan was for himself. Like he made the entire plan for himself to not get expelled with with Yamauchi and Arisu's like shenanigans behind the scenes. But Ayanokoji wanted to see, like he garnered the deal by setting up Ruin's class with Ichinose's being like, they got the points, you need the points, you got the votes to save Ruin, and Ruin needs the votes, and like Ibuki and Ishizaki are willing to let go of those votes in order to save Ruin. So that was the plan. And Ayanokoji brokered that deal. He brokered that deal, but part of it was to test Ichinose because he wanted to see if she was really willing to give up 20 million points just for a single classmate. Because in Ayanokoji's mind, that is for a random that may not even be the top of the class, that'll be the worst of your class. That's craziness. That's lunacy. Like, why would you do that? That makes no sense. But Ichinose was not only ready to do it, but she did it in front of him. And her other alternative was to sacrifice herself to Nagumo for the sake of her classmate. And he even probed at the end, her final plan was to basically be the one to voluntarily drop out of the school. Those were Ichinose's options. She was willing to sacrifice all her ambition, all of the stuff that she wanted, everything that she desired in order to save her classmate. And this really impressed the hell out of Ayanokoji. Like, this was super impressive to him. He's like, okay, so she actually is someone who lives up to her value. Like, she has a value system. She's not a hypocrite. She actually lives up to that. So this is really impressive for Ayanokoji, right? He's like, okay, this is actually a good person. Like, she's legitimately a good person. And like, yeah, the next one's gonna be this. Yeah, let's get into this, by the way, because this is really important, because Manabu forms like a basis for this. Because Manabu is also another person who has basically the same exact philosophy as Ichinose. He has the same exact philosophy where he wants to guide everyone to graduation without a single expulsion. And guess what? Ayanokoji, remember in Volume 8, Nagumo and Manabu had that like face-off, and Ayanokoji was like, Manabu is going to lose to Nagumo because Nagumo's personality and his philosophy is more in line with Ayanokoji's. It is the philosophy he believes that can win in this world. So he's like, Manabu's not going to lose because of his capabilities. Manabu is going to lose because of his philosophy, because it's flawed. But no matter what Nagumo did, sorry, what am I saying? Manabu is going to lose because of philosophy. I was saying that, right? Yeah. But like, no matter what Nagumo did, Manabu was not only able to circumvent it, he was able to graduate from Class A. He graduated with losing all those points, saving Tachibana. So he earned Ayanokoji's respect. It's like, you are somebody who won in this environment using the philosophy that I didn't think was possible, which is ideologically opposed to mine. So you deserve my respect. So this, with all of this in mind, with all of this, we get into the interesting part. We get into Ayanokoji realize that Ichinose is someone who has the same philosophy as Manabu, which makes her very interesting. And what's more, after he saved her multiple times, she is head over heels for him. She is in love with him, but she is losing. She's losing hard. Look, he notices that the events he saved her, but she keeps losing. This was the big fight against Ruin, right? Like this big fight. Ruin being a merchant, being an illegal pharmaceutical merchant of things that make you not feel good. I still can't believe that's how he won the exam. I'm not gonna say anything. I'm not gonna spoil. You guys know exactly what this is. I don't know if the anime covered it. I forgot. Like, I watched it a while back, but that shit was hilarious, bro. But it's like, yeah, Ruin is the merchant. He beat her. Like, she lost, like, straight up in the exam. Like, no, like, it is what it is. Like, like, she couldn't do anything. And then Ruin's plan focused on the fact that she would not report him. And he was right. She didn't report him. And like, she lost, and she went lower and lower and lower. And then, like, again, at the very lowest point, Horikita severs the relationship between them. She severs their alliance, because so far in the story, their points were close. But now their points were no longer close, right? Now, like, they were catching up, so there's no reason to have their alliance. So Ichinose is absolutely crestfallen. She cost her entire class the exam, and then her alliance with Class D is dissolved. She likes Ayanokoji, now they're enemies. So Ayanokoji picks her up at her absolute psychological lowest, right? And then we get this. We're gonna get into this, yeah. Let's read this right here. The passage from the book with, like, Honami's with their point of view. Like, this is when Ayanokoji picks her up. This was cut from the anime. Like, it was raining. They were playing outside, and like there was a lot of stuff happening. They were playing outside in the rain. Ayanokoji accompanied her, and then he took her back to her room. So we're gonna read this from beginning to end. Okay. We're already wet, so what would it matter if we used that? Haha, true. It would take a few minutes to get back to the dormitory. It wouldn't make much of a difference if we used an umbrella or not. As we got soaked by the rain, we took our first steps. Although I was fine with staying silent. While we went back, Ichinose sighed soon after. I'm always showing you my weak sides. I'm so lame. Your weak sides? Maybe that's true. A while back, when Sakayanagi, which is Arisu, was playing with Ichinose, she had once lost herself as well. In front of others, I thought I could be more decisive and capable. So why is this happening? People can only show their weak sides to the people they trust. That's what I think anyway. At the very least, you don't want to show any weakness to the people you hated. Even if it were a lie, they still have to act strong. Only they were alone would their weakness come forth. That was conceited of me. Forget what I said. No, I think it's true. I think you're a trustworthy person. So that's why I always... Please, girl, please. That's why I always end up letting you hear my complaints. But why does it feel like you're always by my side when I'm depressed? Oh, those are all coincidences. I'm really sorry. There is no need to apologize. Besides, I don't think this is bad. But if the other students knew about this, they might get angry. Ichinose was a very popular girl in the school year. If ordinary boys hear this, they will definitely be envious. If it's okay, you can complain to me all you want. That, with a look of anxiety, Ichinose shook her head from side to side. No, I'm okay with showing my weakness like that. It's way too lame. Oh, sorry, I'm not okay with showing my weakness like that. It's way too lame. Although it was slowly getting warmer, the temperature was still low. In the God-forsaken heavy rain, devoid of any people, we finally reached the dormitory. We're about to step into the lobby, but once again, Ichinose stopped moving. I think you'd get better go back first, Ayanokoji. Or what are you gonna do, Ichinose? I want to stay here for a bit. I don't want to go back to my room yet. Ichinose refused to go back and said that. This time, however, there was a lot of willpower behind her refusal. Even so, it'll be better if you just went back. Having been continuously soaked by the rain, it might have distracted her from what she was feeling. But the rain was just that, a distraction. It wouldn't solve the fundamental problem. I did not want to yield to Ichinose's resistance. Even so, I don't want to go back, at least not right now. Ayanokoji notices that pushing is Ichinose's weak spot. Really, then I'll stay here as well. Ichinose seemed to be surprised and confused by my unyielding attitude. If I'm alone in my room thinking, I just get depressed, so I don't want to go back. Ichinose would not go any further, even if we had continued to stay in the rain. If that's the case, then I'll have to use another method to get her. Oh my god, devious! Devious! You want to come to my room? Oh my goodness. Receiving an unexpected response, Ichinose attentively stared into my eyes. If you have someone to talk to, then you won't be depressed. But I'm all wet. Well, I'm just as wet as you are. If you don't want to come up, then I'll stay with you here for as many hours as it will take. You're unexpectedly stubborn, perhaps. And so we dragged our wet bodies into the dormitory. Yo, better wording, guys. Better wording, please. It was a relief that nobody was in the lobby at the time. And just like that, we took the elevator and went up to my room on the 4th floor. Please come in. Are you sure? Uh-huh. Sorry, thank you. I let Ichinose in my room and made her sit down. Sitting on the cold floor, I made her sit down. This is going to be a very interesting set of words when we get to the promised night. Believe you me, this will be interesting. Sitting on the cold floor would only make your body colder though. And wearing wet clothes wasn't good for the body either. I turned on the heat off the air conditioner so that Ichinose would not get any colder. Then I took a towel from the cabinet and handed it to her. How about we talk about it? Talk about what? Talk about what you're thinking about and what you're worrying about and everything related to that. But I can't. Ichinose refused, seemingly confused. I've always been relying on you recently, Ayanokoji-kun. I've received more help than anyone else. If I say this audaciously, no, I can't say it. It's too unsightly. Ichinose Honami was just a weak girl, and yet she had always maintained her composure as a leader. That was an ability a leader had to have. The composure was necessary to make the others feel that following their leadership was okay. The person leading had to show this to the people they were leading. Ayanokoji, you already understand me very well. Yeah, I'm very aware of your situation, but that's not only limited to you as a person. I'm not aware of your troubles as Class B's leader. You're even going out of your way to do this. Ichinose covered her face with the towel, unable to be honest with herself. It's as if she's refusing to let me read her expression. You can't trust me? Ichinose responded, still covering her face. If that's the case, then you don't have to force yourself to speak. Rather, it's a mistake to let others hear it at all. No, that's not it. I probably trust Ayanokoji more than anyone else right now. Or anyone else now. As to whether or not that was a lie or truth, it didn't matter here. Because whichever it was, I had intended to follow up with my next sentence anyway. That's an honor. But how can you say that so easily? You don't know if I'm just taking advantage of your openness. Although it might just be a rumor, you told Sakayanagi about your past, right? That event should still be fresh in her memory. The crime she committed during middle school and how she wanted to keep it a secret. Although she shoplifted for the sake of her little sister, she told this to Class A's Sakayanagi, her enemy. Although this was something that was hard to talk about, even to your very best friend, she ended up telling it to her enemy anyways, even if she was manipulated too. Even for a good person, this was rather excessive. When you don't exactly know what your relationship is with the other person, you normally wouldn't spill your own secrets. Of course, if there was a reason for your actions, then it would be another story. But what Ichinose did was meaningless. No, she knew she would regret it, but she still did it anyways. She knew she would regret it, but she still did it anyways. What will you do if the same thing happens again? Well, even for me, I don't want to see it happening again. With that said, Ichinose touched her bangs, which were glossy from being wet. I see, that's good. Now that you've become more aware, oh my goodness, glossy bangs, I see you. Now that you've become more aware of your situation, I won't discuss the topic further. No, I definitely won't suffer a crisis again for the same reasons as before. But Ayanokoji is different. I'm not your classmate. I'm still your enemy. And that won't change, right? I don't want to use that word so easily. Even if you don't want to say it, it's the truth. But, unable to accept it, Ichinose rephrased her sentence. Although you're not an ally, you're oh my goodness, devious. Although you're not an ally, you're a trustworthy person. Although conveying it like this, the word enemy had been removed. The water I prepared before started boiling. I only have coffee, milk, and hot cocoa. Then I'll have the cocoa. I nodded to Ichinose, who responded with a smile and poured the cocoa into the cup. Drinking hot drinks could warm up your body. Soon the rain subsided and the sunset glow began to pierce through the clouds. Ichinose looked at the scenery for a bit and then turned to me with a faint smile. After a while, Ichinose slowly started talking about her feelings. When I was assigned to Class B and met my classmates, I was confident in victory. People say I might have been too conceited, but I was blessed with excellent companions. That feeling hasn't changed. As if she were confirming it again, Ichinose said this. Yet the only miscalculation was me, as the leader. If I took better action, Class B would definitely have more points now. I don't think so. I always considered you an extraordinary person. Shaking her head, she refused my praise. After speaking with Horikita today, I really felt that she has grown a lot as a person this year. The same is true for Arisu and Ruin-kun. No matter which class it is, their leader is getting stronger. Unlike those who were constantly showing growth, Ichinose wasn't able to set her own growth in the past year. Because of that feeling, she had lost confidence in herself. As she felt like she was losing herself and her self-confidence, she also had the impression that the others were leaving her behind. Will I be able to win in the future? Will you be able to win the future, huh? If I said that, I want to hear your opinion. Would you answer me honestly? If that's what you want, I guess you could. My answer wasn't necessarily right. However, Ichinose wanted an answer, but this was not something that could be clearly answered now. The future had not yet been determined, and there were endless number of possibilities. I know that Ichinose wasn't the type of student to give up so easily here. We're about in the second year. Okay, sorry. We're about to be in our second year soon. And that is to say, the new year is coming. Yeah. Throughout the year, no matter what, you'll have to fight together with your classmates. During then, you might experience happiness, sadness, and sometimes hardships as well. But even so, you must never stop advancing. Ichinose Honami has done her role as Class B's leader to the best of her abilities until now. The only thing Ichinose can do as the leader of Class B right now was to recklessly continue to live her life as she had done up till now. There is a reason behind this. Remember, ideology, there is a reason behind this. She needed to trust her comrades and fight until the end. That was the only option she had. This was the only weapon that only Class B was allowed. And then with this, and then will this be my answer? After a year, I wonder. She was talking about herself 1 year later. Surely she must be feeling extremely uneasy. I'm afraid to find out what you will tell me in a year. Starting off at Class B wasn't bad in the advanced nurturing high school. Ichinose has spent a year with her classmates and protected that position. Surrounded by many companions, her school life had been smooth sailing. However, if you were paying attention even for just a moment, you might find that the gap between the classes behind was closing. Defeat had caught up to Ichinose and was staring into her eyes. I understand it's hard to accept that as an answer. Ichinose turned her gaze away. I couldn't answer her question regarding whether she would win in the future. No, there was no need to answer that. Judging from the current situation, a large gap between the classes in terms of combat ability was growing. If you objectively analyze the current situation, the class at the bottom of next year would probably be Class B. That was what made Ichinose feel uneasy. It wasn't the cold, but instead the fear that was penetrating her body and made her tremble slightly. Ayanokoji's noticing. She is at her lowest. What should I do? What can I do? She looked so weak. Ichinose certainly would not allow any other student to see her like this, especially her classmates. She would not allow any other student to see her like this, especially her classmates. It's a simple task to say tender words to Ichinose, who had opened her heart out to me. It also wouldn't be much harder to whisper gentle, sweet words, delivering them right through the gap in her heart. It might even be possible for me to touch her skin beneath her, oh my goodness, beneath her wet clothes. I moved a little, as Ichinose reacted excessively and lifted her head to look at me. I moved to Ichinose's side and sat down, maintaining my position, and tightly caught her gaze, which looked like it wanted to escape. Ayanokoji-kun, I stretched out my right hand and touched Ichinose's wet hair. Then I lightly stroked her cheek. There was a cold and soft sensation. Next was the faint, enveloping warmth, of which spread through my fingertips. Oh, what am I saying? Next was the faint, enveloping warmth, which spread through my fingertips. Then I moved my thumb and gently caressed her lips. By doing that, her body trembled, lessened, and soon her trembling lips had also calmed down. Under normal conditions, this kind of action would be rejected by anyone, and they will try to run. However, Ichinose didn't run away. It's so strange. You really are a mysterious person, Ayanokoji. Perhaps. After ending the conversation, I stared at Ichinose. Nothing more, nothing less. What do you mean? Now, Ichinose, will you meet me again next year on this day? What do you mean? She did not try to escape the touch of my palm as she stared at me with her moist eyes. I meant what I said. I want to meet you again next year. The promised night. No one else, just us. The promised night. This may sound like some sort of confession, but this would end now. I gently moved my hand away from Ichinose's cheek, stood up, and distanced myself from Ichinose. In the upcoming year, don't feel trapped by confusion and uncertainty. Just keep moving forward. Then talk with me again next year. Can you promise me this? That? She hesitated for a moment. But what if at that time, our classes? It doesn't matter. I just want to see Ichinose a year later. Ichinose closed her eyes and nodded slightly. I will convey to you then what I want to tell you now. That's a promise. The promised night. Yes, thank you, Ayanokoji-kun. Some kind of brightness had started to return to her eyes, devoid of energy. I will promise you this. I will fight with all my strength and overtake Class A this year. Ichinose let out the brightest smile she had all this time. We made a promise to meet again 1 year later. If both of us survive, then this promise would be fulfilled. Class B, led by Ichinose Honami. What would happen to them in the future? There were a lot of factors I'm pessimistic about, but the future wasn't set in stone. However, if she does fall during the second year, then I will be the one to finish her off. So, as you can see, Ayanokoji is not he is not into her. He's not like in love with her. There is a reason behind him leading her on, seducing her. All of it's calculated. You can see his mindset. All of it's like written out. Like there is a purpose that needs to be solved. There is a hidden meaning behind stay true to yourself. And it is one of the most devious. All of this is planned out by Ayanokoji. It is diabolical why he wants her to stay true to herself. And you also have the illustration that comes with this, which is also... Wait, if you haven't watched the anime, this illustration, this is a very, very famous one. This is her in his room, basically, when they're wet from the rain and all. That wet line just killed me. Over and over and over and over. That was crazy, bro. That was crazy. That was crazy. So yeah, there's a reason behind all of this. Give me a second. I'm gonna get some water, bro. That was a lot of reading. All right, now as you can see, yeah, there is a purpose behind Ayanokoji seducing her, Ayanokoji leading her on, and Ayanokoji doing what he did. And now we're gonna get into the second year, which is degeneracy. I think it's aptly titled, which is basically degeneracy. There's no other way to say it. We're gonna dive right deep into this. So they had a big loss to Ruin at the end of the year. And the point difference at this point is minimal, right? Like, the point difference is minimal, and then some stuff in between happens, and Ichinose ends up falling down. They go from Class B to Class C. And this is a major blow psychologically, because whatever, philosophy of feel-good stuff that they had going on while, they were fighting it out, that was good as long as you were Class B. But when you're starting to drop down, it starts to raise some very uncomfortable questions. It raises some very, very, very uncomfortable questions. Then Arisu, yep, that's why I had that illustration. I was like, why do I have this here? Oh yeah, true. Do we have this illustration over here of Arisu taking advantage? Because Arisu was in a bad spot. She was Class A, everyone was trying to take her down, and Ichinose was falling down and down and down. And Arisu just mercilessly beat into her that you have grown the least. You are the worst leader out of them. You are bad. You are trash. Like, brother, what are you doing? Sister, what is going on? Like, she beat all of this into Ichinose's head and used that basically as a leverage to build a source of alliance, so that way all three classes wouldn't gang up on Arisu and defeat her. Like Arisu was at her finest here. She was so good, bro. She was so good at negotiating this deal because she scoped out, oh, this is the weak one in the herd, right? We're gonna scope this out and we're gonna make this work, and this is gonna be beautiful for me. All right. Now, we get into this, then this, by the way, this alliance was for the island exam. This one we're going to see in season 4, like the big, giant island exam that's going to be coming up. This was because of that. Like straight up, all of this was because of that. And then, this is Ichinose's downfall, and rightfully so. This is the entire section. The big thing that happens is when Ichinose overhears during the island exam Tsukishiro and Shiba's plan to take out Ayanokoji. Like, she overhears it, right? And then Tsukishiro and Shiba catches her and they offer her a deal. If you don't tell anybody about our plan to take out Ayanokoji, we will leave you alone. But if you tell anybody, we will, just for the lol jokes, delete a couple of your classmates, for fun. For fun. Because Tsukishiro is the acting director, barely an inconvenience. Who's gonna care? Who's gonna oppose him? Nothing's gonna happen. But Ichinose makes a drastic decision, and we're gonna get into that. The first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna go into Ichinose's mindset after that happened. So we're gonna do this. I'm gonna read that passage because it's really interesting. Oh, wait. Damn, we forgot. There was this part. Let's do this one first. This was after Ichinose and Ayanokoji's promise. You had the promise night. Ichinose and Ayanokoji's promise. I want you to see what this looks like from her perspective. The last day of spring vacation, I met up with Chihiro and Mako-chan, which is Amikura. It's going to be a relevant character later on. It's the girl with the pony. She kind of looks like Kay, but with purple hair in Class B. Is the best way I can describe her. It felt refreshing since it had been such a long vacation in which I'd often spent time thinking alone. Honami-chan, are you feeling well? Are you okay? Mako-chan asked. Since I'm always accompanied by someone, so seeing me shutting myself in my room so often and not seeing each other made her worry. No, everything is fine. Sorry for that. Even when you invited me so many times, I was thinking about strategies for the second year, you could say. So I just wanted to think about how to proceed from now on. That's well and all, but Honami-chan, I don't think too much by yourself. Discuss it with us too, okay? Chihiro, who had been following the conversation, continued. The final terms exam were already over, so that was surely why they were so sensitive right now. Yes, I'm lying on you, so if something happens, I'll definitely talk to you. That was my true feelings. But it was also true that I didn't want to worry them unnecessarily. Class 1B was losing big thanks to me during the final exam. I was forced into making a big decision. But that's precisely why I need to choose my words carefully. I could easily worry them by what I said and what would be a loss to me. Oh, don't worry, really. I'm 100% fine. Spring vacation had me fully charged. The spring break had given me new energy. A spring vacation like anything before. It was far more remarkable. It was different from the usual ones where I went out and played with my friends. Even now, my chest felt hotter by thinking of Ayanokoji-kun and what had transpired on that day. Yo, girl is so unbelievably, unfathomably down bad. When I had revealed my weakness in his room, something that had been weighing on me just poof, disappeared. I can still fight. I think this is part of what Ayanokoji did as well. He realized that she needed some kind of anchor to reel her in, and this is the anchor. I can still fight. I felt once again that I could fight with Sakayanagi-san, Arisu, Ruin-kun, and Horikita, and the others. Of course, whether we could compete with them, we wouldn't know until we try, but at least I avoided the worst case scenario, losing my will to fight even before it happens. That is true. That is fair. This is without a doubt due to Ayanokoji-kun, and I'm not sure I'd be here without him. A treasured friend of... Why are you lying? This is not a friend. Friends don't do this. Friends don't touch your lips. Imagine you're with the boys. Yo, homie, let me touch you. Oh, I'm dead, bro. Somehow the next words didn't appear to me. How should I express it properly? There was a part of me that just refused to think about it. That's because there is something I must not forget. The fact that we are in different classes. It was unchangeable. Yeah, this is a big one weighing on our mind. It was an unchangeable fact that we couldn't mingle and meet with each other. Unlike last year, where we could cooperate due to our class points being vastly different, the gap has closed. As Horikita said face to face with me, we had become rivals competing with each other. In other words, if we end up fighting, we shouldn't be affected by personal feelings. What if? What if he and I were in the same class? Then all my worries would disappear and I could fight without hesitation. Stop. Don't think any further. I shook my head with great vigor in order to calm down the feelings deep within me. What is it, Honami-chan? Mako-chan was surprised by my sudden head shake, looked at me worriedly. Sorry, it's nothing. I tend to become too relaxed around my close friends no matter what. I have to get myself together. It's the last day of spring vacation after all. My friends were looking forward to me, so I should stop thinking about all this anymore. I should focus on the first period of our second year for now. I will have proper time to think about it once the situation has calmed down and I get some time. We are still Class B, but we have almost no more leeway left. I intend to follow through with the same goal that I had ever since the entrance ceremony last year when we all stood line to line. Standing still is not an option. Tomorrow, a new war will begin for Class 2B. So this is the mindset of our going into this trolley problem choice we had. Because think about it. The trolley problem choice that we were given by Ayanokoji, remember? In when he asked Ichinose if Ruin made points and Kanzaki needed points, who would you pick? Now it's like, if Ayanokoji were to be expelled or dealt with, or your classmates were to be expelled, who would you pick? And she ends up picking Ayanokoji, and I want to show you her perspective when she does this, because it's really important. Near the area of H3, this is during the island exam, they're divided into areas. It's divided by a slender river. On the final day of the uninhabited island exam, I should know that the last day of the special exam is very important. In the early morning, I left my group and began running into the forest to find Ayanokoji. I wonder how long I've been running. And this is you are traversing an island going from one point to the other. I don't have the cardio for that, and I've been doing cardio for a while. Even if you have a lot of cardio training, bro, that is hard. That is very, very difficult to do. If Ayanokoji was somewhere near, I couldn't take it anymore, ended up using the GPS search this morning. If Ayanokoji is somewhere near I2 today, I want to go somewhere in the south and see the results. But he's in the North Island. My instincts tell me that he will go to I2 on the last of the day. It was contrary to what I had wished. The conversation I heard is still in my ears and cannot be stopped. I2 is where Tsukishiro and Shiba were going to take Ayanokoji out. I'm exhausted. My breathing had become ragged. I knelt down immediately. I've been running with determination and desperation until now. I'm at my limit. No, I already believe that I'm far beyond this stage. I want to see him. I must see him and tell him. I was still determined to find Ayanokoji. When I run, this is the only thing that supports my legs. I just want to lie on the ground and sleep. I can't stop these feelings from slowly taking over me. When I close my eyes and plunge into the darkness, I will feel the fatigue gradually disappear. I can't do this. My fingers moved. I grabbed the ground. Getting the sand in is nailed under. Okay, this translation is it's kind of sending me. Getting the sand is nailed under my. I woke up from discomfort. I cannot stand it anymore, but I can't fall asleep here. I left my important classmates behind. Even to say that I have betrayed them to go this far. But why? I wonder. But I still can't find the exact answer. Do I want to save Ayanokoji-kun? What does it even mean to save someone? Can someone like me still do it? I don't know what is going on. I don't know anything. Is it important to say be careful? I wonder about the purpose of my actions. I now realize that my actions have no substantial effect. So why I'm sweating profusely and also trying as hard as my life. So why am I sweating profusely and also trying hard as my life depends on it? This is an ever-ending question and answer. Then across the river, during that moment, I find Ayanokoji, who is heading towards I2. No matter how much I try to say, there is nothing that will come out. Fatigue, surprise, or impatience. A series of emotions hindered my voice. Nevertheless, even though I became upset, I still screamed loudly, Ayanokoji. The words I managed to speak reached the other side. Ichinose, why did you come to the H3 area? I came here because I wanted to see you. I yelled to him from the other side of the river, even though I was panting in a state of extreme exhaustion. Yes, I ran here for that purpose. I will come to your side now. Although I shouldn't be able to run, although I shouldn't be able to walk anymore, but somehow my legs were able to take a step forward in some way. I tried to get to his place. I just wanted to see Ayanokoji. I realized my purpose, that I want to meet him. This is all the things that support me until now. There is something I have to tell him. So yeah, you see, this is like the reason. And then once we have the meeting, like you can see how much she's into him. And once we have the meeting, we have a diabolical scene. A diabolical scene, okay? Let me pull that up for you guys. Was it here? Okay, there you go. So this is the meeting, like in the books. That was the short story with the monologue. This is the actual meeting. Ichinose, as I recall, according to Arisu, Ichinose was in E3. It was just after 10 o'clock now. So if we take the time and when the sun started to rise to be around 5:30, when Ichinose had walked for about 4.5 hours to get here, that's a pretty quick pace. I came here to see Ayanokoji. Ichinose shouted from across the river, her words cut off by visible exhaustion. I'm coming over here now. With that, Ichinose starts running along the river, even though she clearly was not in a good state. She throws away her heavy backpack as if it was in the way. Her steps were unsteady. Ichinose's physical strength was probably at its limit, and it would take a lot of effort to get here. I turned back the way I had come and hurried to meet up with her. We ran along the river for about 5 minutes and arrived to the point where we could meet up. Since I couldn't let Ichinose push herself too hard, I crossed the river to the north side first. Hey, I'm finally catching up with you. Wait for me, I'm coming. Oh my goodness. I wondered if she felt responsible for chasing me and calling me off. What does that mean? Calling me? Okay, that's a weird sentence. Out of breath, Ichinose reached in front of me, but she couldn't stand and fell forward. I hold Ichinose, who is about to fall. Gosh, I'm so sorry. Oh, why? My legs aren't doing what they're supposed to? She hurriedly tries to pull away, but her knees are shaking and she can't seem to stand properly. What's wrong with you, Ichinose? Ichinose looks up at me and opens her mouth, desperately trying to sort out the situation. I really need to tell Ayanokoji-kun something. To tell me, I've been worrying about my friends, and I have to protect my classmates. What is she talking about? I don't know what it's about, but I'm pretty sure she's really trying really hard to get the right words out. But even so, I was worried about Ayanokoji-kun, so I thought, why not? During the special exam, I didn't have any particular contact with Ichinose. It seems that something unexpected happened. In order to tell me whatever it was that happened, she's been walking for over hours, desperately trying to get here. My watch broke, so I was going to go back to the starting point to get it replaced. That's when I saw two people, acting director Tsukishiro and Sensei Shiba, that they were. Ichinose speaks in a faltering voice. She's exhausted to the point where she hasn't calmed down her breathing. Depending on what the severity of the situation is, she probably spent a few days worrying about it. This only adds on to her weak physical condition by giving her mental strain. They said if Ayanokoji-kun is safe until the last day, they'll call you out to I2 and bury him. Oh yeah, it was bury him. True. That sounds pretty bad. The words I2 and bury him. It's true that if you were to only hear those words, you'd think quite a disturbing turn of events. Yes, that is right. Quite a disturbing turn of events that will take place. The reason why Tsukishiro and the others were so carelessly overheard by Ichinose was because her watch was broken and they could not trace her GPS response. Oh, that was the case. True. Remember, this is a hidden plot for Volume 3. I was going to do the video, but I ended up doing this one instead. Does protecting your classmates mean that Tsukishiro threatened you? Ichinose nodded repeatedly, though she seemed momentarily surprised by my guess. If I told Ayanokoji about this, he said he was going to expel my classmates, but I just couldn't leave you alone. Don't worry about it. You turn your head the other way, I'm your enemy, you know. That's what he told her in the scene when he talked about the promise a year later. I am your enemy. Just remember. When Ichinose heard those words, she shook her head strongly and violently, saying, "No, you can't. Ayanokoji-kun is not my enemy. Ichinose clutches the shirt near my chest. I think I'm an enemy though. Ayanokoji is so casual. This girl is dying, like she's holding on for dear life. Let me show you guys the illustration. Give me a second. This girl is holding on for dear life. Yeah, she ran all the way, did all this work, and then like she's holding on for dear life, and Ayanokoji's like, but I'm your enemy though. I don't know why. I just find that so funny, by the way. Oh my goodness. I think I'm an enemy though. No, because for me, Ayanokoji-kun is the hand that gripped the shirt tightly is squeezed even tighter more. I'm in love with you. I'm in love with you, Ayanokoji-kun. The words must have been something Ichinose herself had not expected to say. Girl is about to see God. And she's like, you know what? Hail Mary, I like you. This is one of the, like, I think this is the moment, right? This is one of, wait, no, this isn't the moment. But this is one of the confessions of all time. Like, this is definitely it, bruh. Let's see, wait, give me a sec. After the words came out, she averted his gaze as if to cover her own mouth. What? I didn't. I mean, I did, but what? Wow, Ichinose is confused. She heard herself in confusion. She repeatedly shook her head from side to side in panic, as if she hadn't been able to catch up with her own understanding. What did I just say? As if her memory of what she had just said had flown. She starts to panic when she couldn't understand. Are you sure you want me to repeat it? What you just said to me? Oh my god, this guy is the devil. Yeah, oh no, I'm not sure what but I remember more or less. But you see, thank you, Ichinose. What? Yo, these lines are sending me. I had to thank her for looking out for me. She put me ahead of her classmates, ahead of the group and the exam she was trying to win. I don't take that feeling with contempt. If Ichinose hadn't warned me, I don't know what would have happened to me. This is probably a big turning point for me. If I hadn't met Ichinose here, I wouldn't have gone to I2. Assuming Tsukishiro was waiting there for me, it's most definitely true that Tsukishiro threatened Ichinose, but here she is right in front of me, and she told me everything without regard for the danger. Is it true what you said earlier? Well, that would mean, so it's not, you know? If it's not, deny it now, I'll get the wrong idea. Oh, Ayanokoji's like, yo, girl, spit it. Spit it out. Say it. Say it. If it's not denied, I'll get the wrong idea. Ah, misunderstood. Well, maybe not. Ichinose was about to deny it, but she decided that she could no longer hold it in. I like you. She admitted in a small, snatchy voice that seemed to fade away. I think I just realized that you probably won't feel the same way about me. I'm sorry. Oh, yo, already accepting defeat. What do you mean? There was nothing to apologize for. To be honest, I was surprised that you felt that way about me. Gosh, I'm so sorry. You don't like me, do you? Oh my goodness. The Ichinose warriors in my comments. They're like, what do you mean you don't like her? The Ichinose's strongest soldiers are gonna be out here. That's not true. It's just that I can't respond to Ichinose's feelings right now. Oh yeah, because I'm not good enough for Ayanokoji-kun. That's not it. Girl, you're in the middle of an exam. What do you mean? That's not it. There are still several things that need to be resolved, and I couldn't answer yes or no in this situation. Besides, I had to avoid telling her about Kei's existence here. Even if it would cause more harm and resentment, if she found out later she was in the middle of even if it would cause more resentment if she found out later, she was in the middle of a deserted island test. There is still time left, so I shouldn't do anything that will take away her will to fight. That is true. That is kind of nice, because that would destroy her. It may not make sense to you, but that's the best I can do for you right now. Yes, I understand. Ichinose nodded her head in response, neither displeased nor dissatisfied. I'm gonna go to I2. I have some things I need to do here. No, you can't. It's dangerous. If I don't, you won't be able to protect your precious classmates, will you? I'm sure she knows that because she's been through so much, it's not hard to imagine that if she contacts me and tells me, Tsukishiro will find out about it. But I think I need to tell her that this isn't a last-ditch effort. It's a comeback. You need to take a long break and then try to meet up with the group. Understand? Understood? Patting... that's cute. That's cute. Patting the head of the obeying Ichinose, the head pat scene. I decided to head to I2. So that is Ichinose's confession to Ayanokoji. If you thought it was going to be the other way around, nah, son. This is not how we go. She confessed to him. Let's pull up the master doc again. Let's go into it. So confession scene answer. Okay, so we got to do the confession scene answer because right now you have the confession and the next passage I have for you guys is the actual confession scene answer, like him answering the confession. So let's pull that up. Oh, there we go. We got it set up. It was dusk and the sun was setting just beyond the horizon. Ichinose was waiting for me at the place we agreed upon while staring out at the sea. When I saw her somewhat fragile profile, I felt a little hesitant to call out her name. Ichinose, Ayanokoji, hello. After exchanging a brief greeting, I stood in front of her. It wasn't the kind of atmosphere where I could get straight to the point, so I decided to start with a bit of small talk. Are you still continuing with your strategy to act as a bank for your class's private points? It had nothing to do with the topic at hand, but Ichinose didn't look displeased at all. Yeah, we decided there's no harm in keeping it up. We'll save as much as we can, and then, should we not need it, I can just return all the points that were deposited at the time to everyone. It's easy. She said it was easy, but it was a strategy that could only keep working because Ichinose was so trustworthy. Like she said, there was nothing wrong with keeping it like they were. If their balances were automatically diminishing, some inconveniences may arise, but if you were guaranteed to get back what was filtered off, you could say that it was a good move to have a large sum of money available just in case. The fact that it was the one and only advantage given to Ichinose was also a major factor. The strategy of pooling points is just a provision for emergencies. That alone is enough, right? If it was something you just started, it would be a different story. But this time, it's a continuation. In other words, they haven't prepared a new strategy, but we're just maintaining the status quo. What do you think we're lacking, Ayanokoji? So this is an interesting theme. Him helping Class B will become a very relevant theme later on, as we're going to get into it, okay? What your class is lacking? Yeah, I mean, we can't really see the part properly ourselves. I was wondering how you see our class. During the uninhabited island exam, I was able to speak with some of your classmates. Also, after the celebration party, there's a party that's going to happen. I hope we have it in the anime season 4. I am gunning for it. I am a big fan of that scene. I hope we have it. But I will be very disappointed because the anime does cut out a lot of these scenes. The first thing that stuck out to me was there was many good-natured students in your class. This was something that she should have already known without me saying it, but was also an integral factor because they fundamentally didn't like to fight. They couldn't proactively go for class points. It might be important to be a little more assertive. I'm not saying you should use foul play or subterfuge. It's basically like deception. There's a fancy word for it. But I think it's essential to be strong against rough play. Rough play, huh? You're right. We have to be firm or we won't be able to fight. I didn't have any concrete solutions in my mind yet. It was painfully obvious that she was trying her best to push forward toward an uncertain future. The uninhabited island exam the other day, about my reply. Oh, so we get into the confession now. Yeah, that's right. That's what we're here to talk about, isn't it? I gently pulled my face close to Ichinose's ear while knowing that there was nobody else around and tried to speak in a voice that would be difficult to hear without focusing on it. That was when it happened. What are you and Honami talking about alone in a place like this? Ichinose is surprised by the owner of the voice. The student council President Nagumo. Sometimes you have fireworks, sometimes you have some other distraction, but nah, this time you have Nagumo being the distraction. The student council president Nagumo hurriedly moved away, but he definitely would have seen the scene where there was almost zero distance between us. Was I followed? No, I wouldn't be stupid enough to be followed without knowing. So Ichinose was marked right from the start. No, it was probably due to the surveillance from the countless eyes that Nagumo had under his control. No matter how much you tried to avoid being seen, it was impossible to perfectly escape the eyes of every third year. This was something Nagumo was doing in like this cruise ship, like where he had Ayanokoji marked by everybody else. You'll see the reason why, because Ayanokoji embarrasses Nagumo at one point. Embarrasses him. It wouldn't be surprising if several people had seen me on my way here. Wait, did I miss anything? Surveillance, no matter how much you tried to escape, it was impossible. Yeah, okay, we got everything. However, there was no sign that Nagumo would make contact during these past few days. As if he had planned it, he made contact at a time when I wanted to avoid it the most. That is fair. Good day, Student Council President Nagumo. The flow was cut off at once, and Ichinose rushed back into normal mode. It wasn't like she managed to completely sweep away her agitation and bewilderment. However, if she had been perfectly mended, I don't think it would have mattered to the current Nagumo. It seemed like you met on the last day of the uninhabited... Oh my god, Nagumo had spies everywhere, bro. But are you two having another clandestine meeting? Suddenly having recalled the incident from the island exam, Ichinose was at a loss for words. For her, it was an incident where she accidentally confessed to me, and was not a simple thing to cover up. I was about to interject, but Nagumo stopped me with his hand. I was now under strong pressure not to interrupt. Well, it doesn't really matter what it is. It's just if Honami, a fellow student council member, might be brought to tears as the student council president, I can't just leave her alone now, can I? Oh, what a good person Nagumo is. What a great person. What a great person. What a Samaritan of the day. As I thought, it was like that. I had already guessed this since the moment I fully understood that Kiriyama had joined Nagumo's side. As Nagumo approached us, he stood next to Ichinose. Brought to tears, is it? It's fine if this is just my mistake, but it's about Karizawa. Oh no, oh no, oh no, no, no. Not daring to invite my misunderstanding, he spoke slowly, in small doses to make sure she understood deeply. Karizawa-san? Of course, Ichinose couldn't understand why Kei's name would be mentioned at a time like this. It seems you've been told your closest friends. It seems you've only told your closest friends, but I've heard that you've been going out with Kei for quite some time. Isn't that right, Ayanokoji? You've been going out with Karizawa. Even after hearing those words, Ichinose probably did not understand their meaning straight away. What? You didn't know? You and Ayanokoji seem to be really good friends, Honami. So I thought he'd already told you. After saying that, there was a slight pause, but then he continued. Don't tell me you were thinking of two-timing, were you? Oh my, dastardly, bro. Nagumo is dastard. This made the biggest win anyone's ever gotten over Ayanokoji. I didn't return any of Nagumo's one-sided attacks. There would be no point in saying that I was going to tell her about my dating Kei at this very moment. Rather, it was obvious that it would just be an act of rubbing salt into the wound. Is that true? Hey, Ayanokoji, since Honami is asking, why don't you give her an... He is enjoying this so much. Or am I mistaken? Have you got nothing to do with Karizawa? If that's the case, deny it and I'll give you my sincerest apologies, yeah? Kiriyama had seen me and Kei together. However, I didn't give any definite indication that we were dating. In other words, there wasn't a 0% chance that he made an assumption regarding my relationship with Kei and was trying to play a trick. But there was no option for me to say that's not true here. If I were to say that here and then later say that we were really going out, the lie would be exposed. No, in the first place, it was better to assume that Nagumo would have found proof of his claims before stepping in. Actually, I hadn't told anyone about it. So where in the world did you get that information? Ah, I could see Ichinose's obvious shock at my admission. Without a doubt, Nagumo must have realized Ichinose had feelings for me. Come on, man. It was kind of obvious. It was a little bit obvious. What are we doing here? I guess you knew I wasn't jumping onto mere gossip and speculation, eh? He showed his teeth. He showed his teeth happily. Yo, Nagumo is having the time of his life, bro. But didn't reveal what he knew or how he knew. I vividly remember Kiryuin's words when she said Nagumo might be the type of person I would be no good at dealing with. I don't intend to say anything about your love life, but as I said before, Honami is a member of the student council and has a good chance of becoming the student council president in the future. I have to protect her. I can understand why the relationship between Ichinose and I seem natural from your point of view, student council president Nagumo, but don't you think it's a bit premature for you to step in at this stage? You're right. It would be one thing if it was an instance of Honami dating you and being deceived, but from the looks of it, that doesn't seem to be the case. It might have been a completely unrelated bit of gossip. But you know, when two people meet up in a deserted place like this just before dinner, it's understandable that someone might think that way, right? I'm sure your girlfriend would be very sad to see you in this situation. Oh my goodness. You're right, it might cause needless misunderstandings. As the student council president, no, as a member of the student council, I just did what was natural. Nagumo gave Ichinose one last look and then approached me. You should introduce me to your girlfriend next time. I'd like to see her face at least, oh my goodness, at least once. Then Nagumo tapped my shoulder and whispered in my ear, you're free to think what you like about my methods, but I haven't even gotten started, you know? It hasn't even started yet. You can mix 100 truths with one lie and nobody would notice. You need to make a decision before it's too late. If you ever want to fight me at that time, come and see me. If you get down on your knees, I'll be your opponent. Oh my, this guy. Man, I'm not gonna go spoil it, but for somebody who got humbled right before this is a lot of big talk. A lot of big talk, man. In other words, if I didn't agree to fight Nagumo, the relentless surveillance and harassment would continue indefinitely. He meant to drag me out onto the playing field if he had to use force. See you later. Leaving it at that, he vacated the area. It hasn't even started yet, huh? An overwhelming surveillance and intelligence network that only Nagumo possesses. All the third-year student body would become his formidable limbs, eyes and ears. And that was for the students of the school who live on the premises, synonymous with the fact that their entire lives would be exposed. And then there was this phrase, 100 truths and one lie. He was only telling the truth right now, but it meant he was starting to mix in some lies. Okay, this is all about Nagumo where I want to get to the confession. Ahaha. Somehow our conversation with Nagumo gone, all that was left in the area was a heavy silence. The light-hearted atmosphere that had been present when we first met up with each other had disappeared. Ahahaha. Somehow our conversation got a little sidetracked. Man, laughing to hide the pain. That's right. Why was I called here again? That's right. Well, the uninhabited island. You mean that thing? That's about you, you know? Oh man, I can't even keep up with these lines. After shouting loudly, her voice gradually became quieter. Could you forget about it? Ichinose's smile never faltered as she forced that out. I'm sorry for not knowing anything. I got carried away in my excitement and said something strange. Like Nagumo said, I didn't tell anyone. It was only natural that you didn't know. That's right, isn't it? That may be so, but as I thought, I was just being an idiot. I mean, Ayanokoji, you're so kind. Really, so great. There was no way you wouldn't already have a girlfriend, right? Despite Ichinose's strong will to never lose her smile, her eyes were clearly moist, and they were beginning to fill with tears. Attempting to stay calm, and pretending that everything was fine, she tried her best to keep the tears from overflowing. What kind of emotion did people feel when they fell in love with a person who already had someone in their heart? Sorry, let me repeat that. What kind of emotions did people feel when they fell in love with a person who already had someone in their heart? This was something you couldn't really come to understand from television, books, or through hearing about it. It was a little different from what I had planned, but I was able to experience it right before my eyes. Oh my God, the psychopath. Oh my God, the psychopath. Goodbye. Ichinose squeezed out a single word and then ran off. I didn't say anything or try and reach out a hand to her retreating back. I just saw her off in silence. Nagumoha, I think I've made a much more troublesome enemy than I thought. It didn't exactly go as planned, but the path I remained on was the same. Even though the unfavorable situation piling up against me were a nuisance, I couldn't help but feel a sense of curiosity welling up within my heart. This psychopath, bro. Yo, some of Ayanokoji's monologues just send me, man. They just send me. They are so crazy. So yeah, this is what Honami's state is like after she has the confession. Girl is absolutely broken. She has no idea what she should do with herself, what to do with her hands, what to do with her words. No idea whatsoever. And I want to show you a small example of what this like really affects her mentally, because it's gonna be like the preface for everything else we're gonna talk after. This is gonna be the preface for it, because I just need you to see what this mentally does for her, because it is significant. Let me see if I can bring this up. Okay, so this is like an excerpt from later in the volumes, but it basically shows her something about what happened to her after specifically this confession scene. Give me a sec. Let me bring this up. All right, there we go. It was right after the second year deserted island exam ended, and the second semester had just started, I think. Amikura began to speak, smiling as if she's recalling something funny. This is, by the way, Mako, again, the girl. Do I have like a illustration of her? Let me see. She's coming up a lot. Okay, I do. It's this girl right here. The one you see, like right above me, like this girl right here. That's the girl who's like sharing the story right now. Back then, Honami seemed unstable, or rather, she was often lost in thought. The deserted island exam, huh? Hearing that, I caught up with Amikura's story. That was when I received an unexpected confession from Ichinose and told her about Kei. Considering Ichinose's feelings, it wasn't surprising that she seemed unstable to others. Yeah. Right now, around that time, a little incident happened in the class. Oh, but keep this a story between us, okay? Don't tell Honami-chan, Amikura said, implying a sense of responsibility in the tale. I don't think there was any malice, but there was a time when a boy in the class accidentally overheard a rumor that Honami-chan might like you. Well, it all started with a message that Honami-chan sent by mistake. Apps were convenient since you could send messages with the press of a button. Therefore, it wasn't uncommon to mistakenly send a message to someone other than the intended recipient due to a tap error. You know, Ayanokoji always having to explain things in an Ayanokoji way. Even if there was a delete function, sometimes the message gets seen before it can be retracted. For a while after the deserted island exam, Ichinose was going through a mentally unstable period. It wouldn't be surprising if she made a small mistake. I didn't see the text myself, but I think it was something like, I want to calm down and talk. Can we meet in person? Take it out of context. It sounds quite meaningful, doesn't it? Was it? I want to calm down and talk. Yeah, maybe you should calm down. Yeah, that's true. So the classmate Ichinose mistakenly sent her message to was a boy, different class. But the problem lies in who she accidentally sent it to. That person was Ishizaki. It was Ishizaki that she sent a text meant for Ayanokoji to. Wait a second. I think I have one. Is this the next one? Yeah, this boy right here. Who becomes a bro, by the way, in the second year. Like, he's one of my favorite character development arcs of all time, but he is hilarious, and you're gonna see why. He came in boldly, and he came into our class and boldly asked, zero tact. What does this message mean in front of all our classmates? While showing the screen, man had receipts. Apparently, that caused a stir. The fact that the misdirected recipient was Ishizaki meant that the message wasn't taken too seriously, which was a relief. But on the other hand, it was problematic that he thoughtlessly came to check the message with the person involved. However, it wasn't unusual for Ichinose to be on casual messaging terms with Ishizaki. Honami-chan was flustered but immediately corrected it, saying it was a misdirected message. Ishizaki was convinced and went back to his class, but the difficulty was what followed. The fact that it was a missent message meant that she intended to send that important message to someone else. That might have sparked the rumor among the boys in the class. But why does that lead to me? You'd understand if you saw it, right? For some reason, I was met with a somewhat forceful smile. Well, that's limited to those with sharp intuition. The boys started making noise for a different reason. Ayanokoji, maybe it's because your A and Ishizaki's eyes are close to the contact list, which arranged in alphabetical order. There are other names close by, but you and Honami-chan are often seen together. So the translator put a note for us. The Japanese alphabet is ordered by, I can't say this. Gujun, I can't say it. This places the vowels A and I directly next to each other. I've been studying a lot of kanji, bro, but I ain't this advanced. I'm not even close to being able to do any of this. Honami is always bright and composed, but she gets quite flustered when it comes to matters concerning herself. Maybe she couldn't come up with a good excuse at that time, and she turned pale with her eyes drawn to the floor. It seemed to be another difficult situation. Somehow I could picture the scene at the time. I can't tell the truth, but I can't pin it on anyone else either. And since I just said it, it was sent to the wrong person. I can't pretend it never. Girl is trapped in a web of her own lies. This is dastardly. Even though I can't pretend it never happened. Even though I wandered into this myself, it feels like I've approached a dead end. Catching sight of this scene from our point of view, it was very rare to see Honami like that. Ichinose was a fundamentally excellent person. She'd usually overcome most things and could resolve situations. However, as Amikure described, it was a period when she was in a poor condition. We were watching over her for a while, but it gradually started to feel heavy. Boys who didn't think it was you started to wonder if she was planning to confess to someone else. She couldn't sort it out by herself, and the situation only worsened with silence. Oh my god, look at this illustration, guys. Oh, she is crashing out. She is crashing out. How did she get through the predicament? It wasn't easy to imagine Ichinose pulling off a miraculous recovery from there. Like me, the girls knew who Honami-chan intended to send it to. We secretly discussed how to help and stepped in to support her. Okay, she has some good friends. Apparently, they managed to get through it by working together. There was a girl who had sought love advice from Ichinose, and she had been thinking of a reply. The message was mistakenly sent during the exchange. The silence was out of consideration for the possibility of it leading back to that girl. It was a result of trying to protect her privacy. But yeah, exactly. Like, did you return Honami to normal? I didn't do it. So see, like, you're gonna see what this means because I can't, like, we're gonna get into it, but there was something that helped her recover, and it was diabolical. It was diabolical. Wait, let me pull up the master doc. So there we go. So we had the confession crash out. And in the next volume, Ichinose's class falls further behind. This is the unanimous vote exam. And it is the most drama Classroom of the Elite has ever had. It is for Class D. I will make a video going over that because without a doubt, out of every volume, it's one of my favorites, so it deserves its own video. But Ichinose's class basically didn't sacrifice someone to get points, so they fell further behind. In the sports festival, Sudo dominated, so they came in third. Again, another flop, more behind on points. And in the cultural festival, which is, I think I have an illustration for it. Yeah, this was the unanimous exam. You can see Kanzaki was like, what do you mean you don't want points? What do you mean? This is also when Kanzaki defects. So Ichinose is not only dealing with somebody them falling behind, but she also realizes there's a revolution. There is a revolution happening within her class. Sudo dominating through the sports festival. This is all what the arcs in year 1 have led up to. Sudo's character development is flawless. I'm gonna make a video on that as well, probably at some point. But like, yeah, it was really good. And then you have the cultural festival. Haruka looking very, very good. There was one of Kushida as well, but I wanted to choose this one because Haruka just looks beautiful. So that they lost as well. You can see why they lost. You can see why they lost. So the cultural festival, and now they were at their lowest. They fell down from class B all the way down to class D. And after falling down to class D is when we get the most devious part. This is the start. Like, listen, before this part, I was about to drop the series. I swear, man, because everything was so boring. Like, there were some fun parts in like the sports festival with Sudo, but I'm gonna be honest, most of the exams were putting me to sleep. Like, the character relationships were just not doing it for me. Nothing was doing it until I hit year 2, volume 8. And that pulled me back into the series like nothing. I could have never imagined anything in the world pulling me back into Classroom of the Elite as hard as year 2, volume 8. It was diabolical. It was dastardly. It was devious. It was everything I hate. But I couldn't stop. I literally could not stop reading, like page for page. It was crazy. And I don't think I can say any words to do it justice more than just reading the passage to you guys, because you guys are either gonna love this or you are gonna hate it. But either way, you are gonna remember it. So let me pull this up. So Master Dog gone, illustration gone, bye-bye Haruka. So let me read this. It was early 9 p.m. and a frigid wind was blowing outside. The light at the end of the tunnel. Oh, let me set the stage too, because you guys are going to be confused otherwise. So it is the school trip. It's the school trip where Ayanokoji, Ruin, and Kushida are in a group. They're hanging out. Everybody's having fun. There's a lot of good stuff going on. Major stuff for Sudo, by the way. Major scene for Sudo and Horikita. And then at the end of the volume, or near the end of the volume, Ichinose just disappears, and it puts everybody gets like super like worried about her and everything. So Ayanokoji goes looking for her. Okay, so that's the scene. That is what we have. Let me see if I can pull up an illustration to show you what that's gonna look like. Let's see here. Yeah, so school trip. We got that. Look at Ruin. Look at Ruin looking sick. Kushida is looking cute as well. By the way, Kushida with long hair, just superior. And Ayanokoji just has goggles on. So yeah, this is the scene. Snowy outside. We're going to get to the crying real soon. Trust me. So I just wanted to set the scene for you guys, okay? So light at the end of the tunnel. It was nearly 9 p.m. and a frigid wind was blowing outside. The lights at each of the staircase, at each end of the staircase faintly illuminated my footing. But due to the snow, it was hard to say that I was safe. I climbed up a dozen of steps. We climbed up a dozen of steps, stepping on the snow to avoid falling. There probably weren't many people who enjoyed coming here at this time of the day. In the darkness, I arrived at a slightly spacious hill where people couldn't see their own breath. On the wooden deck, I found someone. They were perhaps gazing out at the scenery, but the darkness made it look rather sorrowful. Naturally, there were no other people around. I heard that they were present at mealtime. I began to wonder how long they had been here. The sound of the wind was so strong that they didn't seem to notice my approach. I stomped my foot on the ground. This is Ichinose, by the way, that he's seeing. As hard as I could to announce my presence, so as not to startle them. I wondered if the sound reached their ears as well. When their body showed a reaction, I decided to call out to them. Can I sit next to you? Oh, Ayanokoji. What a coincidence. Coincidences can be freaky. Yes, coincidence. Ichinose awkwardly let her gaze wander off into the nightscape. My bad. But it's really not a coincidence. Amikura and the others were making a fuss that they couldn't find you. Amikura is, again, the girl purple hair, ponytail. I showed you a few moments ago, like kind of looks like Kay, but not really. I just wanted to call out to you to chat until the lights are out. Oh yeah? What's going on? Am I making a scene? This is Ichinose saying it. A little. I'll just send her a message now. That should put Amikura at ease. Have you exchanged contact information with Mako-chan? This is gonna be so relevant later. I'm not saying anything. I am not going to say anything. We were in the same group for the school trip. I needed a way to get in touch with her. Ayanokoji always has answers. This man just has answers ready. I sent a message saying that I had found Ichinose and that I would be back by 9 p.m. So they didn't need to worry. As soon as I sent the message, it was read. When Amikura learned that everything was okay, she sent 2 stamps of relief. She got the message. At least now the ruckus should be over. I'm sorry. No problem. This is the inn's property. We're not breaking curfew. As long as you're back by 9, it's your business. Yeah, thanks. I guess it was understandable that she wasn't attempting to go back inside just because people were worried about her. School trips are fun, but you inevitably have to share a lot of your time with students. Everyone has privacy when they want to be alone. In that sense, I'm probably intruding on your privacy. To these words, Ichinose was silent. She just continued to gaze upon the nightscape. It's cold. Yes, it's cold. Even through my gloves, I felt a piercing shiver as the wind blew. How long have you been here? I don't know, 5 minutes? She answered, but she seemed to think that I would immediately recognize her lie, so she corrected herself in a frustrated manner. Sorry, I've been here for 30 to 40 minutes. I'm sure you're right. At first, there aren't any footsteps to be found. I had no proof that Ichinose was here at all until I came up the stairs. If it had been a few minutes earlier, I would have clearly recognized the footsteps, even in the dark. The wind was still strong, though the snow had been falling, was slowly coming to a stop. What I'm saying is probably obvious, but you're gonna catch a cold if you stay too long. Right. She muttered to herself in agreement, but there was no indication that she was going to heed my advice. Soon after, the snow seemed to be coming to a stop, but this would only be temporary. The forecast was calling for a strong snowstorm soon. Talk about a wild goose chase. What are you thinking about while taking in the night view all by yourself? I had a rough idea of what to expect, but I wouldn't know for certain unless I heard it from her mouth. I asked her, but Ichinose didn't immediately answer. She just admired the scenery without glancing back. I think I want to be by myself for right now. A mild rejection. Ooh, she was on the other foot. She urged me to walk away, saying she doesn't want to talk to anyone. Or maybe she was just saying that she didn't want me near her. I don't think I'm going to leave you alone right now. It's especially dangerous on the way down. Remember the pushing? Remember the pushing? This is the pushing I'm talking about. Thank you for your concern, but Karuizawa would be upset if she knew that you and I were alone in a place like this. I definitely don't want that. Oh my goodness, bro. At first glance, nobody would go this far unless they had another reason. I guess it was that sort of issue. It seemed to be in her nature to care about others even at a time like this. Certainly, if Kay sees me, she'll misunderstand. Yes. Are you sure about wanting me to leave? Yes. Ichinose answered with with the same terse answer, still not averting her gaze from the peaceful view. I quickly pulled away and turned my back. I'm going back then. Just make sure you're back by 9. Thanks, I'll be careful. As I took my first steps, the snow that had momentarily stopped began to fall again. The snow came back down even stronger than before. I spun back around and looked at the back of Ichinose's figure, which had remained frozen in place since I found her here. She had become much smaller and weaker. When was the last time I saw Ichinose Honami that was so full of life that when she first entered the school? It wasn't that something happened on the school trip, but rather an accumulation. The water that had been collecting in the cracked cup was beginning to overflow. It would be easy to walk away here, but this was a turning point. Oh no. Ichinose's emotions, which had been eroding and constricting her, reached a critical point as far as I could see. It wasn't simply that the water was overflowing. If the crack widened and the cup shattered, restoration may not. Man's talking about her like she's a teacup. In other words, Ichinose's class will be finished and her path to Class A will close. This wasn't the time for her class's downfall. That would be a problem for my... What plan, bro? That would be a problem for my plan. What plan? You guys, we'll get into what plan later. Trust me, I'm just being like facetious here, but like there's a plan. I'll wait here, I said, and sat down on the stairs leading to the inn. Why? I wonder why. My affairs are none of your business, are they? Why are you waiting? I don't know. I had nothing to say to her then. I knew she wanted to push me away, but since she had no coercive power, Ichinose had no choice but to give up. If she really didn't want to be with me, the best choice was to walk away. A few minutes passed in silence. Nothing really happened. All we're doing is chatting, right? Either she couldn't stand the silence between the two of us or she decided that she had no choice. In a voice so low that it couldn't be missed, as if she had been thinking to herself, Ichinose muttered something. Actually, I've been wanting to ask you something for a long time. It was much better than being left in silence until curfew. It would also help to drown out the chill of the snow that was freezing my butt. Have you ever heard of the White Room? When Shiba and Tsukishiro were like discussing their plan to bury Ayanokoji, the White Room was mentioned. That's why she's bringing it up here. I wonder what kind of conversation would result from the situation, but the words came out were far too unexpected and completely diverged from some of the assumptions I had floating around. Why, out of everyone, would Ichinose utter the words White Room? For a moment, Arisu's image flashed through my mind. There were some situations where the class leaders were getting to know each other, such as cooperation between these classes, but I don't think she would easily talk about such things. If that was the case, then I recalled that she was threatened by Tsukishiro during the uninhabited island exam. I wouldn't be surprised if she had memorized White Room. Memorized the White Room from the incident. I'm not sure what you're talking about. I see. If you don't understand Ayanokoji-kun, then don't worry about it. I may have misheard. Ichinose's words suddenly stopped under the cold sky. She then let out a breath. I wasn't sure whether or not she completely believed my answer. Just to be sure, it would be better if I planted some... Call the man a farmer because he'd be planting. Where did you hear those words? I cut in to divulge that it was something I had no recollection of. If she didn't answer honestly, that was enough to stop me from pursuing the matter. I heard the former acting chairman and Shiba sensei talking during the uninhabited island exam. There were few parts I could hear clearly, but I heard that he wanted to expel you and the words White Room. I was curious, so I did some searching, but I couldn't find anything that sounded like it. So I guess I heard wrong? I doubt you heard it right. At least I can't think of any similar words. If she even did the research herself, she was likely half convinced that it was inconsistent with her memory. But why were the teachers trying to expel you? Are you out of trouble now? She's probably been meaning to ask that for a long time. But because of what happened with Kei, Ichinose seemed to have pushed the question to the back of her mind. That matter is taken care of. I can't go into details, but there's no problem. I could sense that there was another secret, separate from the White Room. It would be more troublesome later if the former situation was leaked to the outside. You're telling me, bruh. It would be very troublesome if it was leaked. I see. I could see her shock from when she thought she might have been considered as someone with whom I couldn't confide. Why are these sentences so weird? I could see her shock when she thought she might have been considered as someone with whom I couldn't confide a secret with. So many NTs. Continuing with these topics wouldn't benefit Ichinose, so this time I asked her a question. I have a question for you too. The Ichinose I know isn't the kind of person who shivers in loneliness in a place like this. She's the kind of student who's surrounded by friends, laughing and encouraging each other. How long do you plan on staying here? I'm having fun. That's not what it looked like when I saw your demeanor earlier. I don't think it was the kind of face you should make on a school trip that's all about enjoying yourself. Even this kind of exchange was likely necessary for Ichinose right now, to expose the parts of herself that she normally wanted to keep to herself and couldn't talk about with anyone. This was something that Ichinose, who continued to be under pressure as a class leader, continued to hold on to. Are you really going to continue waiting here? Are you really going to continue waiting there? Yes, I'll be with you when I get off. I see. Well, at least come over here. Your butt is probably getting cold. This is from Ichinose to Ayanokoji, obviously. That's a nice offer. I was indeed freezing my butt off. I hurriedly stood up, brushed the snow off my butt, and stood next to Ichinose. Ichinose's side profile hadn't changed from earlier. When I checked my cell phone earlier, the time was about 8:40. Calculating the time when it would take to return, it looked like we would stay here for another 10 minutes or so. If we were to stand in silence until the time limit, that would be fine too. With the intention of staying with Ichinose until the end, I decided to wait for her reaction. Every time the wind blew, snow danced in the air. After a few dozen seconds, Ichinose opened her mouth. A puff of white breath scattered in the air. With my way of doing things, I can't beat any class anymore. That's what I was thinking. An unintentional tear trickled down Ichinose's cheek. This is basically the scene, right? This is basically the scene where you have this. She's crying because, this sucks. Like, she's kind of screwed. Like, everything's going badly for her. Like, all this stuff. It is really badly. There's no sugarcoating it. Like, situation is really badly in the class for her in the class battles. So, let's see where we're at. With my way of doing things, I can't beat any class anymore. That's what I was thinking. An unintentional tear trickled down Ichinose's cheek. You can't win, huh? I thought you were going to continue forward as you were without hesitation. But because of that, Ichinose spun her words, though they were faltering. Yes, that's right. But results don't follow. Our class is definitely moving further away from Class A. This is obvious to everyone. And the cause of this is with your own approach. I only command my class if I could. Okay, and that the cause of this is with your own approach. This has to be like Ayanokoji saying it, right? If only I could command my classmates like Arisu. If only I could lead as strongly as Ruin. If only I could. I don't think Horikita's been. Okay, maybe in the later volumes she's doing a bit more coordinating, but before that, nah, bro, nah. Ayanokoji was pulling the strings, but. If I could only coordinate like Horikita, I can't help but think like that. That's asking for something you don't have. You can only be yourself. You can't be anyone else. Ayanokoji has such a bad reason for saying this that I know, but oh my goodness, it sounds so like wholesome in the moment, but it's a terrible reason, man. It is an awful reason. Oh my goodness, it's an awful reason. She knew this without having to say it, but there are times when you have to hear it, even if you know it. It's what I don't have. Yeah, right. I want to be what I'm not. Even if you have to change yourself. If I can win, I'll still be fine. Ichinose wanted to change. Whether it was right or wrong was secondary. She was desperate to break through. Normally, this wouldn't have been a situation where I would have reached out to her. However, the confession I received from Ichinose on the uninhabited island led to several unexpected events, which was the main reason she had become so weak. There were still more than 3 months to go until the promise I made with Ichinose. There you have the illustration again. Like, this is a beautiful one, by the way. It looks lovely, man. Will she be able to get through this without any help until then? No, this wasn't a situation in which we should be helpful. Right now, Ichinose's heart was on the verge of breaking. The effects of the poison had begun to spread through her body faster than I had anticipated. Her love for me and the presence of Karizawa Kei. Ooh. The class was on a downward spiral with no chance of rising to the top. Although Kanzaki and Himeno were starting to make a move, there won't be enough time for the growth of their fellow students. Kanzaki and Himeno, by the way, are the revolutionaries in Ichinose's class who were like, this feel-good stuff ain't really working out for us. We are class D, by the way. It ain't really working. I mean, they have a point. It ain't really working out. Oh my goodness. As a student council member, I can't see what'll happen to her in the future. Wait. Oh yeah, she's the student. I was thinking Ayanokoji wasn't part of the student council. The road ahead will be very difficult. She seems to be trapped from all sides. Her future is shrouded in fog. I'm so frustrated. Her helplessness struck Ichinose with an intense sense of guilt. If this was a problem that only she could deal with, she would just be depressed. But Ichinose, who was leading the class, cannot allow that. She was responsible for the whole class's failures. It was because she thought that way that this phenomenon occurred. I'm sorry, Ayanokoji-kun. Her trembling voice strongly conveyed her regret. What are you apologizing for? Many things. Crying like this only troubles you. Ichinose was supposed to be strong and more intelligent. Her hidden potential had completely disappeared because of a heart being too fragile. Oh my goodness. A fatal weakness. Neither Horikita, Ruen, nor Arisu, who walk in front of the pack, will stand still and allow her to catch up. It would be excruciatingly painful to struggle, to suffer, and collapse in a place behind them. A gentle reminder that working hard will no longer relieve her of her heavy responsibility. That is true. They are cutthroat, they are competitive, they will never stand by. If Ichinose was to lose both her legs, she'd be finished for good. It was too early to tell, however. This wasn't the right time. You aren't allowed to collapse right now, Ichinose. This is Ayanokoji saying it to himself, by the way. I won't let you stop until the final exam, the time that will decide the fate of the second-year students. I won't allow you to break down before then. You are the one who decides the time and place of your life or death as a student, not anyone else. I closed the distance I closed the distance between us and extended my arm to her back as she endured her misery. Here we go. Then I put my hand on her right shoulder and pulled her into a hug. What? Ayanokoji, when you're in pain, cry. You can ask for help. Everyone has a weakness. Ichinose bit her lip, which was beginning to turn pale blue, and swallowed her words. Her body tried to flee in the opposite direction, but her strength was feeble. Isn't there something you want? No. I know. What I want is no longer. You can't get it anymore? This may seem like the class battles, but I think it is about something a little bit different as well. Just a guess. She desperately tried to suppress the words overflowing from the back of her throat, or rather the depths of her heart. Still, Ichinose nodded her head only slightly, probably not intending to answer. That doesn't matter anymore. That's what I think. But if you don't have the courage to take the first step, I can give you a hand. I think you're giving her a little bit more than a hand, buddy. I think it's a little bit more than a hand. I wiped the tears that were running down her cheeks with my fingertips. They were so cold that they felt like they were going to freeze. She no longer had the strength to run away. Rather, she relaxed and surrendered herself to me, leaving everything in my hand, gazing at the snowy nightscape in a distant land. On this day, we learned of each other's warmth by huddling together under the cold night sky. This guy has a girlfriend, by the way. Devious. This is so devious. Yeah, man, this passage was crazy. When I first read it, I was like, huh? What are we doing here? On this day, we learned of each other's warmth by huddling together under the cold night sky. Yo. This was crazy, bro. This was so crazy to read. And like, you are starting to see what direction we are going in, right? Like, you are starting to see what direction this is taking. And We ramp up. Is all I'm gonna say. We ramp up. So let's get back to the doc. So yeah, Ayanokoji is the one pushing this, and it's not like Ichinose like is saying no, right? Like the line, like what do you want? Like again, like I said, there's more to it than like the class battles. And at this point, Ayanokoji had this plan of like balancing out the classes. Like that's why he was also, by the way, he was playing both sides. He was literally playing both, and I don't mean like the Ichinose K situation. Like he was both helping Ichinose and Kanzaki. So he was helping the person that was in power, and he was also helping the person that wanted to throw that person out of power. So he was literally playing both sides. And there was another scene that happens after, like Ichinose gets weaker and weaker. Like this doesn't solve anything. Ichinose gets weaker and weaker. There was like this competition that was supposed to be like Ichinose versus Horikita for the student council president, and Ichinose just gives up. She lets Horikita become the student council president. Like no battle whatsoever. She's like, I'm in class D, I can't do it. Like, you know, Horikita in that situation, she would have taken her up, but still didn't. And then like when Ayanokoji was helping class B, like he told them about the confession that happened on the island to Kanzaki and Himeno and all the other people that were like, you know, discussing a revolution. They were like, I see that's what it was happening. I see that was going on. And then afterwards, we have to look at this passage, right? I have to move forward. Like this is like before, I think this is before Ayanokoji and Ichinose hang out at the gym. I think this could be it. Watanabe and like, let me pull this illustration. So these are two characters that become very, very relevant, by the way, like in the story. Like as we go along, these are two characters that are going to become very relevant in the story. Like they have their entire thing in like the second year. And then you also have the Kanzaki and Himeno. Himeno is another girl who becomes very relevant. She's one of the revolutionaries. She doesn't have too many scenes, but like you just got to know that she's there, okay? You just got to know that she's there. Like she is doing some stuff. So yeah, you have this recurring theme of Ayanokoji and Ichinose like hanging out at the gym. So let me pull up. I think, whoops, pulling up over here. This is a very good illustration, amazing illustration. Let me pull up the gym one. I think I have it right here. Oh yeah, this passage in between too. I completely forgot about that. I want you, like you know, like when Ichinose like let me bring up the illustration again. So when Ichinose was crying and underneath it, like there was another side in her brain that was firing. There were different neurons that were firing. Let me bring that up. I wonder, Ichinose thought back. This is from later in the volumes, but we got like a retrospective of what she was thinking. I wonder, Ichinose thought back to the night on the school trip. It was then that my destiny began to change. There was a slight possibility. No, it was a result derived by instinct that didn't even consider the possibility. Oh my goodness. The situation at midnight when everyone was at the inn, a blizzard, a vanished self. How will my classmates react? What will happen to them if it turns into a commotion? What Ayanokoji found out for me was not a surprise at all. Everything at that time, at that moment, was inevitable. So this is Ichinose going a little bit like, you know, a lot of that was maybe planned out. Like, I don't know, like this passage still like kind of baffles me to this day because I can't like make heads or tails. I think like some of it might be like everything that's the changes that are happening to her were like predetermined, or it could be that she determined that like she went out in the snow and she knew that Ayanokoji would come find her. I actually don't know. This could be a toss-up either way, but I thought it was interesting to share this with you guys. So yeah, I have to move forward. Oh, true. I forgot to mention that. Why did I not like note this down in the doc? So like in the Kanzaki was being held by Ayanokoji, and like Kanzaki's group was being held by Ayanokoji, and once he learns about the confession, he basically asks Ayanokoji, it's like, hey, can you like talk to Ichinose for me? Because like clearly nothing is gonna like happen unless you talk to her. So Ayanokoji's like, all right, sure, this like fits into my plan, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that. And like he sets up a meeting with Ichinose, and like this short story that I'm about to show you right here. This is their mindset before that, okay? So this is their mindset before like the meeting between them. Yesterday night, the time that I, who was thinking about things in bed, slept was after the clock had turned 12 at midnight, and I'd woke up a bit past 5 in the morning, around 5 hours of sleep. Even though I usually sleep for 7 or 8 hours, it might be because I was thinking about various kinds of things. 10 in the morning at Keaki Mall is when I will be meeting Ayanokoji. I thought about sleeping again, but for today, I didn't feel like going back to sleep, something I love to do. Even if I close my eyes, the only thing that pop up are what's going to happen later. Yesterday, Ayanokoji said that he wanted to meet me and invited me out, and my heartbeat had risen ever since. Oh my god, she's gonna have a heart attack, bro. I know this isn't a date between boyfriends and girlfriends. Ayanokoji has someone precious to him, and I'm just a student in the same year as him. That's why there being a different reason for the invitation for today is something that I don't even need to ask about. It's probably related to the reason why I left the student council. I put up such a prediction. Oh yeah, Ichinose, I forgot to mention, Ichinose also left the student council after she conceded to Horikita, which, I mean, kind of makes sense. She's like, I need to just focus on the class battles. Like, I don't have time for this, which makes sense. It's probably related to the student council, but I put up a prediction. Nagumo-senpai had put a gag order about it, but rumors had already started to go around. Everyone in the class should also know why I quit the student council as well. Whilst remaining sideways and turning to the left or to right in bed, that's kind of cute, I thought of only things like that. After excruciating effort and reaching out 9:30 in the morning, I'd start to reach the limit of waiting in my room. The weather forecast said that there would be rain in the afternoon, so I grabbed an umbrella. Then, at an early time when I won't come across anyone, I slowly made my way to Keaki Mall. It's cold outside, but I'd be able to keep my calm self this way. Whilst thinking it was the correct decision to head out early, I, who'd reached our meeting spot, started the last preparation for my heart so that I'll be fine no matter when Ayanokoji comes. First of all, don't make or show gloomy faces to the utmost of my ability. Moreover, don't ask about Karazawa-san. And don't show any strange emotions. I am Ayanokoji's friend. Friend. Yeah, that's why. Repeat it. That'll make it true. Friend. I'm fine. I'll definitely be fine. Believing as such, I held my umbrella tightly. The reason why I decided to meet Ayanokoji-kun today, and that is to move forward. In order to resolve myself, I have to move forward. Good morning, Ayanokoji-kun. Seeing Ayanokoji come this way, I called out to him like this. By the time today ends, let's forget about everything. Concealing my feelings into my heart like that. So yeah, girl was more than head over heels. She was in love. Like, I feel like these short stories just add so much to the story because you can tell what's going on in Ichinose's head. All this stuff later starts to make sense. So yeah, and pull up the doc again. So they hang out at the gym this time. Like the gym, like keep that in mind. The gym is gonna be very important. Like, I know it seems like a little bit weird, but the gym is gonna be really important. Like when they do it, and then you have this. Ooh, you have this. This is when things get real interesting. Things get real interesting here. Okay. Short story. Jealousy. Short story, okay? That was nerve-wracking. This was them at the gym. Like Ichinose had something embarrassing happen, so she walked away. When Ayanokoji's like, just chatting with like Amikura again. Let me bring up Amikura because so you can see who she is, so you can remember. Like it's this girl right here. This girl right here, okay? That was nerve-wracking. With the excuse of going to hydrate myself, I went away from Ayanokoji and Mako-chan. Even though I've recently gotten used to 30-minute courses and got down to just getting a good sweat out of it, a bizarre amount of sweat and high heart rate. This isn't normal. Man, I could not read that sentence. Even though I've recently gotten used to 30-minute courses and got it down to just getting a good sweat out of it, a bizarre amount of sweat and high heart rate. This isn't normal. It wasn't a sudden outbreak of an illness or anything. It's clear that the It's clear that the reason cause is those two. It's because Mako-chan said something like that. Even when I tried to calm down my breathing by not recalling it as much as possible, I think, what was it? Mako said that she was wearing a very revealing outfit and that's very daring in front of Ayanokoji. I think that was it. Nothing. She's not having a heart attack, guys. Nothing that serious. It was just a meaningless effort. No matter what, I end up calling what happened earlier. By the way, wait a second, Honami-chan. Te yuka. Can't think of an English equivalent. Not quite, by the way, but that's the best I can do. I can't either. I'm not Japanese. The words Mako-chan, who'd meet up at the gym, muttered after looking alternatively between me and Ayanokoji. It's probably what you usually wear, but you haven't noticed your appearance is quite... Oh, so what happened now? So something... I forgot what happened. It was something embarrassing, probably. I was too focused on things that I didn't quite realize anything about my appearance. I just thought about training at the gym like usual, about being calm. So you didn't notice, Honami? What is it? You know, it's a bit embarrassing when you're not used to it and your appearance has become like this. Yeah, probably scuffed TL, for sure. I see. Mako courteously conveyed my feelings in their entirety. She probably thought openly admitting it would make it relatively easier on me, but I had the opposite effect. Because of her kind of meddling, I was filled with feelings of not wanting to hide forever. That's why for 30 minutes, I had my focus concentrated solely on the treadmill. And that reaction happens now. Ooh, it's so embarrassing. I want to change right now and then, but I can't do that. I got a bit sweaty and changed into a reserved looking jersey. Japan has some weird words. I know a lot of this is probably really difficult to translate into English, by the way. My intention would definitely get seen through. It's bad even if they're simple-minded, so Ayanokoji-kun would definitely notice. Before I knew it, my throat had become dry. It was just an excuse to run away, but I decided to properly hydrate myself. I think I've calmed down a bit. By drinking some cold water, I definitely regained my composure. Yep, let's do my best. It's gym time now. If I concentrate on my training, it'll be solved. But the moment I think that and return to the gym's entrance, my feet became heavier. From far away, I saw Ayanokoji-kun speaking to Mako-chan as if they were having fun. Oh, having fun, you say? Isn't their talk taking off? I didn't know what they were talking about, but their conversation didn't pause and continued on. Mako-chan's attitude also didn't seem to differ from when she talked to her classmates. Is it because she was together with Ayanokoji-kun on the school trip? They've opened up to one another quite a bit. Even though a friend getting along is a good thing, I was feeling restless and my emotions were stirring about deep inside my chest. Girl, he has a girlfriend. There's another girl now. Like unpleasant emotions are clinging around me. The steps that should have gotten heavier. The feeling of being connected to a chain had now disappeared. Rather, I wanted to get rid of this uneasiness in my chest quickly. I became unable to think about anything else other than that. I am strange after all. Nope, but I'll get through today. Translation note, not quite, but it's hard to translate. I get it, bro. I took a deep breath as if to give myself a push on the back. And then I decided to return to the two as the usual me. So as you're seeing, we are getting hints of a little bit of jealousy inside Ichinose. This is going to become very, very, very relevant as we go on with the story. Quite relevant indeed. Oh, do we have the gym picture? I have like a picture of them working out at the gym. There we go. There's the picture of them working out at the gym. Okay. So let's look at the master dog. So you have the jealousy one, and then Watanabe, who's let me get back to the illustration so I can show you who that guy is. So Watanabe is this guy, by the way. So it's this guy, okay? Just keep that in mind. This guy likes this girl. That's why they're on the cover. That's kind of cute. But that's basically it. So this guy likes Mako, and he tried to like ask Ayanokoji, it's like, hey, can you like get some intel like to see what the girl I like, who the girl I like likes? Like, can you get something like for me? Like that'd be really cool. So like that will be a little bit relevant later, but let's see. Yeah, that'll be a little bit relevant. No, and right now, because the next passage is gonna show you what I mean. What I am meaning here, that's gonna become real relevant, okay? Right, I found it. So yeah, remember how I said like Watanabe is looking for like advice on like Mako to see who she likes. So let's get into this passage, okay? Yes, this is totally unrelated, but I have a question. Can I ask you something? Sure, what is it? I'd like to do a little bit more investigating for Watanabe's sake. Do you know what type of guy Amikura likes? And then Ichinose is like, what? What? Ichinose, who had brought the cup to her mouth, froze. Her eyes, which had been avoiding mine just a few minutes ago, now stared directly into them and didn't let go. If anything, I was more stuck by a feeling of wanting to run away. If you ask Ayanokoji, who was tougher, Ichinose staring you down, or like, you know, the thugs you had to like face when you were a little kid? Ayanokoji would say Ichinose. This is much harder. I want to run away. And then Ichinose is like, why'd you ask me that? Her voice was the same. She didn't seem to be angry, but I don't know why. The atmosphere surrounding Ichinose, which was supposed to be the same as before, was now different compared to a few seconds ago. Well, I didn't know what to say when you asked me why. I'm just somewhat curious about it. Somewhat? Why do you want to know Mako's type? It's not like you in any way. If she said so, then I love Ayanokoji's monologues. He's like, if she said so, then that's all there is to it. But the heavy air was getting heavier and heavier. I didn't know what to say. However, I couldn't easily hint at Watanabe's existence here. I thought that Amikura was cute and quite popular. Yes, I know, Mako is cute. So, is she your type? I don't think so. This isn't like you, Ayanokoji. It seems I'm not the type to ask such a question, or so I was told. Oh my god, wait, Yes, I know Mako is cute. Is she your type? I can't. I'm sorry. This is too funny, bro. No, well, wait, it seems like you're not the type to ask such a question, so I was told. She also didn't seem to look away at all. She's just staring into her soul. Is staring into his soul. No, well, maybe. Where had the calm and atmosphere I had experienced gone? Ichinose, with the cup still in her mouth, was staring me down with the same tense expression. Why do you want to know Mako's type? No particular reason. No reason? Of course not. I'm asking you this because I gave up on making eye contact with her and tried to talk about the cafe clerk instead. Oh, it looks like they just got an order. Or they're making a drink with chocolate. Ayanokoji trying to like change the subject. Did you meet Mako-chan somewhere else before you met me? Ichinose's pursuit continued without regard to the fact that my gaze had wandered off. What do you mean by, when you ran into each other at the gym today, your gazes met in a strange way? Isn't it called conversing with your eyes? How do you know this? How do you know this? I called this passage, like the first one was called the short story Jealousy. I called this Jealousy too. I'm like, yeah, this is the right name for that. When she was this convinced, denial would only make things worse. You notice, I did, because I'm always watching. Because I'm always watching and thinking about you all the time. Not creepy at all, guys. Not creepy in the slightest. At this point, Ichinose finally broke her gaze. She must have realized that she had an embarrassing line. See, she said an embarrassing line without hesitation. Here's my guess. Mako and the rest of the class must have been worried when they heard the rumor that I was quitting the student council. That's why they asked you for advice. Did they ask you to check on me if you could? As if to prove that she recovered mentally, Ichinose showed that she had a good grasp of the situation. She was aware of her surroundings. You're right. I'd like to applaud her, but I'll refrain from doing so. Yes, bro. Remember, in the face of a girl like this, do not make any sudden movements. It's like a T-Rex. Wait, T-Rex is too on point. I was gonna say, it's like a T-Rex. Don't make any sudden movements. But in this series, T-Rex refers to something completely different. Oh my goodness. Even if you can deduce that I had a discussion with Amikura some time ago, it's unreasonable to assume that it led to me asking what type of the opposite sex she liked. Why do you think that is? If I ask her if she can think and guess, rather this was the only way to conceal Watanabe's existence. It would be better to work backwards from Ichinose's intuition and make up a suitable answer. It's not because you're interested in Mako, is it? Yeah, I don't like the sound of that, so I won't think. That's it, girl, that's it. Stop thinking, that'll get rid of reality. That will erase reality. Look at this line. It's not because you're interested in Mako-chan, is it? Yeah, I don't like the sound of that, so I won't think about it. She had made it an option, but stopped as if she was cutting herself off from both sides of the issue. I mean, that's a very bold thing to say, even in a private place. She still liked me, and she didn't even try to hide her intention. True, fair enough. Or is she not thinking deeply about this kind of, or is she not thinking deeply? Wait, I just lost the sentence for somebody. Is she not thinking deeply about this kind of thing, or is mumbling unconsciously? I couldn't see Ichinose's true intention even though I observed her. If it's other than that, it could be that there is a boy who likes Mako-chan, and he asked you to find out. Yeah, that would be a good fit. I guess he thought that I wouldn't know. When she connects the dots on so many things, it gets a little scary. I don't think her connecting the dots is the scary part here. I'm just gonna say. I mean a man who knows the relationship between Mako-chan and I, and a student in my class who has contact with you. Okay, I'll be honest with you. I'm sorry, Watanabe. I didn't think your little deception is going to work. I don't think your little deception is going to work on someone as sharp as Ichinose. Even if I hadn't stopped her here, she would have given me the name in a second. I was asked to find out if there was someone who liked Amikura, but I can't tell you who that boy is. I thought it a bit one-sided. I wasn't saying that indirectly finding out who the opposite sex likes is a bad thing. However, whether it's a good thing or not from Amikura's point of view is a different question. I'm sorry, let's forget about this. No, it's only natural that someone wants to know about the person they like, and I know how much courage it takes to ask directly. Mako-chan is a very nice girl, and I honestly don't know what her type is. I've never asked her, but from what I've heard from her, I don't think she likes anyone at the school. The at part implies that her type was not at the school. This was related to what Amikura said earlier. She seems she had a classmate like she liked in middle school. I don't think she was dating him, but she had been thinking about him for a very long time. I don't think she has fallen in love with anyone else yet. This is the situation Watanabe probably never envisioned for Amikura's love life. It may be a surprisingly high hurdle to earn the affection of a person who had an unrequited love ever since middle school. Yeah, that is long. Still, it doesn't mean that it's impossible if you can establish a close relationship now or in the next year, or you still may have a good chance. This is all I can tell you, but was it useful? That was plenty. Thank you, Ichinose. Ayanokoji, Watanabe has come to depend on you a lot, hasn't he? I never said anything, ooh, she knows about Watanabe. Oh, I see. Sorry. The biggest reason for my defeat that I had too few social connections other than him. rather than the fact that I mentioned his name in the morning. So yeah, Ichinose is getting, she doesn't really like Ayanokoji being around other girls a lot. Like, I just get the feeling. And after that point, like, there was something, like, you thought this was, bro, we ain't even gone to anything yet. So I have this next part marked. Ichinose was waiting outside his room. Is this in the same volume, by the way? Like, all of this happened in the same volume. And I like to call this passage Stalkinose. And you are going to see why. In a second, you will see why. There's an illustration that goes along with it, I'm pretty sure. What was it? Let me see. Yeah, this is the one. She looks very unseeming, very non-threatening. She doesn't care if you're hanging out with other girls. That thought hasn't even crossed her mind. Okay, like she's a knight, bro. Let's get into the passage. Oh my goodness. So Ayanokoji just walks out and Ichinose is just waiting outside his room, by the way. Huh? What's wrong? Like, I wanted to see you, Ayanokoji. Or I want to see you. Am I bothering you? No, not at all. Not at all. It's just you've been waiting a long time, haven't you? Normally, I would have been home by 5 p.m., but it was already around 6 p.m. because I had to make a detour to see Asahina and the other third-year students. Ichinose curiously pulled out her cell phone to check the time. What? When did it get so late? I didn't even notice. Ichinose is like the definition of the girl. Like, love makes you do crazy things. I thought that she might have been out of concern for me, but it didn't seem to be that way. How long have you been there? A little after school, so that would be a little bit after 4:30, I guess. So she was on her feet for at least an hour and a half. Yo, send this girl to the sports festival, bro. What are you doing? You are Class B's strongest soldier. If you can do that. She said she wanted to come talk to me, but didn't because she didn't want to interrupt me. You should have let me know beforehand. Even if I couldn't see her right away, I could have at least told her when I'd be leaving. No, I didn't want to disturb you. I didn't think that was a matter of good or bad. But if she wasn't bothered by waiting here, there was nothing. Ayanokoji's so weird. He just gives up. It's like, this is not crazy. If she says she has no problem with it, who am I to question her judgment? Oh my goodness. Hey, there's a little part. There's nothing I particularly need to talk to you about, but she asked hesitantly, have you made up with Karizawa-san? No, I haven't. So, by the way, Ayanokoji and Kei's relationship was having a trouble. Like, I was having a bit of trouble at this point. Like, I'm honest with you, I will make a whole other video on that, but it wasn't really trouble. So, as far as Ayanokoji made trouble on purpose, is all I'm gonna say. No, I haven't. When I answered, Ichinose murmured, I see. Ichinose's expression was joyful, sad, or something else. He's like, oh, are your troubles gone? No, I see. The expression on her face seemed to be any of these, but it was hard to see her true feelings. I bet. Then can I be selfish for a moment? I'd like to have a chat with you, only if you don't mind. I'm sure it wasn't just to say hi since she took time to wait for me. I'm fine with it, if you don't mind. Do you want to come into my room? Are you sure? There was no reason to refuse. Since Kei hadn't contacted me, I had nowhere else to be for the rest of the day. This wasn't a place I could make her stand outside and talk in. Okay. I couldn't let her body get any colder than it already was. So I think she has some, inbuilt self-heating, like, from what I've been reading. So I turned the key in the lock and opened the front door. I'm a little nervous. Sorry to bother you. When Ichinose entered the room after having said that, she must have immediately noticed the difference from before. The last time you came to my room was on a rainy day. Thank you for that time. I was soaking wet from the rain. I took my shoes off, then Ichinose, and she came to the room neatly. When the lights were turned on and the entire room was brightly lit, Ichinose made a noise. Ah, it's a very cute room, isn't it? Ichinose's eyes were drawn to the changes in the bed, and it's surround. Funny. The first thing she would notice is the bed. Very funny. And its surroundings as she replied. There were no major changes, but such as buying furniture or redecorating. Just stuffed animals, hand mirrors, cushions, etc., which were a little bit out of place in a man's room. There were many more small things here than before. They were all bought in and left behind by Kay, who came in and out of the room. If someone who didn't know the situation at the school were to see them, it might have been unsurprising for them to mistake us two for people living together. If you looked in the kitchen, you'd easily notice matching cups and chopsticks of different colors. She knew that Kay and I were dating. She must have assumed that the situation in the room had changed. In fact, you couldn't see any confusion on her face. Please sit down at your leisure. I'll pour you a hot drink. Please sit down at your leisure. I'll pour you a hot drink. Cocoa? Yes, thank you. Oh, Ichinose always has cocoa, by the way, every single time. Like every, I don't know what it is. Maybe that's a code for something. I don't know. Maybe it's just her drink. We know what citrus is code for, boys. We know what citrus is code for. Yes, thank you. Ichinose smiled happily as I offered her the same drink as that day. The best way to warm up a cold body is from the inside. However, it was getting quite cold in the room, so I turned on the heater and activated the humidifier. I think it'll warm up soon. Nodding, Ichinose took off her coat and placed it at her feet. Girls are impressive, aren't they? They always go to and from the school in skirts like that. It must be cold. It's definitely cold, but I'm so used to wearing skirts that I haven't really paid much attention to it. After answering, she took a look at a photo frame with a picture of Kay and me in my room. She went up to it and stared at it for a long time. Can I ask you how you fell in love with Karizawa-san? Are you interested? Yes, I didn't have much contact with her, but I knew that she was dating Hirata-kun during our first year. I never thought that she'd be dating you. Even many students in Horikita's class were still puzzled. If it were another class, it would have been more difficult to figure out why. By the way, Ayanokoji made this entire declaration that he was dating Clay. They made it public. I think, when was this? I think maybe year 2, volume 5. It could be after that or before that. I forgot exactly when it was, but it happened. It's not that I don't want to answer, but it's hard to answer. I'd never been in love before, and even if I wanted to talk about it in detail, I couldn't. Maybe it was just a natural progression of learning about each other together in class. I couldn't talk about specifics, so I just used common words and ran with it. Karizawa-san is cute, isn't she? I don't deny it. Ooh, Ichinose not gonna like that answer. She's not gonna like that answer. The water in the pot had boiled, so I poured in the hot water and mixed the powder with a spoon to make cocoa. Here, it's warmed. She wrapped the cup in her hands, which had been cold, and exhaled. The other day, I dragged you around to the gym and stuff because of my selfishness. Did you mind? I originally proposed the idea by asking for your day off, and I opened my desk drawer and took out a piece of paper. The experience was so good that I'm thinking of pulling this out on my next day off. Oh, a gym membership. I already filled out the form with my name, student ID, and monthly course selection. I'm always leading a life of self-indulgence. I thought I'd get some more exercise. I see, I'm glad to hear that. Ooh, he's getting back into white room shape, boys. This is white room shape. Until the school trip, Ichinose often showed a downcast face. However, since the last time we spent the break together, she had been smiling a lot more. We'll probably see each other more often at the gym from now on, so I'm counting on you. Yes, I'll count on you too. All right, we'll be able to meet at the gym, huh? Ichinose drank the cocoa and squinted her eyes happily. Oh my goodness, devious. Actually, Ichinose looked in my eyes as if she had been thinking about something. I wasn't just waiting for you in front of your room because I wanted to see you. I had something I really needed to tell you. Can you sit next to me? She lightly patted the empty bed space with her hand. I knew she was serious, so I sat down next to Ichinose to fulfill her wish. The reason I met with you this past Sunday was to put an end to it. To end my feelings for you. Determined, Ichinose made no pretense of looking away. You've got someone you love, Karizawa-san, so I thought that day would be our first and last date. There was no trace of sadness on Ichinose's face as she said this. Was that what Ichinose was thinking on the day we shared our time at the gym? That's the end of it. Ooh, interesting. So Ichinose is like, okay, we're gonna be ending the relationship. All right. We won't see each other in private anymore. I thought it was the right thing to do. Girl, okay, if that's the case, it would contradict our time here today. Even if it wasn't a holiday, it was undeniably a private time. But I was wrong. That way of thinking wasn't right. I realized that nothing would change if I kept doing that. I still don't know what conclusion she came to. But I guess that change in thinking is the reason for the bright Ichinose we have now. I don't know what I should do. What should I do from now on? The smiles seemed to be the same as usual, but it also seemed to be different. So far, I interpreted Ichinose as a relatively easy to understand person whose smile was easily visible on her face. Of course, she sometimes showed her poker face while in exams, but at least in her private life, I had thought so. However, nowadays, Ichinose often showed a face that couldn't be read. Ooh, so she's getting like more mysterious. Okay. That day I had made up my mind that I'd never ask you about your girlfriend Karizawa in front of you. Why is that? Because it would hurt my heart and make my chest feel tight. I thought that if I asked, I would be in pain. Oh, I mean, I could see that from the short stories. I can see it. Ichinose muttered, choosing her words carefully as if she was exposing herself to me. But after the gym, I couldn't resist asking you which one of you fell in love first. That's right, she did ask me that. I knew how Ichinose was feeling at that time. Was it hard? Strangely enough, it wasn't. It was that at that moment that I realized I was wrong. What did you figure out? What was the right thing for you? You want to know? I'll tell you. Ichinose took a slow breath and looked into my eyes as I sat next to her. I still love you. Oh my goodness. Devious. Diabolical. Ichinose didn't run away. She didn't want to catch me to then let me go. She looked at me with such eyes. At that moment, I realized how much I love you. It was the first and last date that she accepted with the idea of stepping aside. However, Ichinose came to the opposite conclusion. At the same time, I thought I couldn't remain in the dark. I had to change from the ground up. That was the moment that changed Ichinose from being in the dark. Hey, can I touch your face? Dastardly. You won't get any prizes for touching me. When I jokingly said that, Ichinose laughed softly and nodded her head. I want to show you guys the illustration for this. This is what it is, guys. Look at the monotone, and Ichinose is so happy, bro. She's like, hell yes, hell yes. Okay, where is it? You won't get any prizes for touching me. When I jokingly said that, Ichinose laughed slowly and nodded her head. Then she reached out her hand and touched my cheek. With a slight effort, she turned my face towards her. I've never done this to anyone. I've never felt this way about anyone. I've been nervous all this time, and somewhere inside, I'm in pain. But I'm so happy right now. Just having the person I love besides me fills my heart. I want to ask Ichinose, who told me so honestly? I asked you on the school trip, didn't I? I asked you if there was something you wanted. Yeah, what I wanted was to get to Class a goal that I could reach with my friends. I lost sight of that, and I almost broke down and said I couldn't do it anymore. No, I was broken. I even thought that I had no choice but to leave the school. Not anymore, huh? Not anymore, but I want to stay. I want to aim for Class A. I want to achieve it. A hand on my cheek, I want to do one more thing. The one I love, Ayanokoji-kun. I think you know, but yeah, you've got Karizawa. I know that, so I won't ask for anything more than that. But, what do you mean, but? Things will be different from now on. I'm going to become the kind of person you will look at. Even though her cheeks were blushing, her unwavering gaze remained fixed on me. She didn't take that final step that would go against her moral, despite being in love with someone who already had a part. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, you guys tell me, if you have a girlfriend and another chick is straight up touching your face, turning it towards you and being like, I love you. Is that cheating? Is that wrong? I don't know. In my book, that's a little bit, I don't think you do that with friends, is all I'm going to say. If she had crossed it, it would have been. If, I would have had to stop her. I mean, you should have stopped her 5 steps ago, but you know, at least the thought is there. If she crossed that line, I would have to stop her, but she was able to restrain herself. Restraint, guys. Look at all this restraint. This restraint merchant over here. Oh my goodness. Oh my god, restrain myself. This was the core of Ichinose Honami. Ayanokoji, watch me from now on. I was going to watch you even if you didn't want. What is this line, bro? It's at the end of the school year. Yeah, then we'll meet again. I'll tell you. Remember the promise? The promise at the end of the school year. My resolve was once broken, but it's absolutely fine now. I don't need to question you about that. As I sat next to her, I could feel the passion and strength that Ichinose exuded. I didn't know how the outcome would turn out, but Ichinose had definitely undergone a great change mentally. It was based on an intense dependence, so that was different from that of Karuizawa Kei. So Ayanokoji kind of sees Kei and Ichinose in the same thing. And the same like parasite. She was a parasite. I don't know what you call this. The Yanderasite? Okay, maybe. You'll know why I said that. It'll make sense in a bit. This dependence, which may be a double-edged sword that had undeniably given Ichinose strength. By nature, we wanted the person we loved to respond to us. And even if it wasn't the first time, we'd want them to say, I love you to us. We'd want to touch them and know what happens next. But Ichinose didn't beg. It was clear that she was determined to win the statement for herself. Slowly, her hand left me. I'm going home. I'll see you out. You have to make... Devious. You have to make up with Karuizawa-san as soon as possible. I'll take care of it. Ichinose, with her coat in her hand, put her shoes and opened the front door with light steps, and then she waved her hand softly and the door closed. In the silence, a slight scent of cocoa and citrus lingered. Citrus. In the first year, Ichinose would always put citrus on when she wanted to like when she was near Ayanokoji because she liked him. Like this is... Citrus is a very important word. We will get into why that is important. I wondered what kind of world Ichinose would create, how it would affect people around her, and how it would change my own thoughts. I will look forward to school life even more. And this was all in one volume, guys. All in one volume. And we haven't even gone to the most devious one yet. I guarantee you, this next one, oh my good. This was when I was like, whoa. Okay, but before we can get into that, I want to show you guys like this small passage as well. Like there was an exam, like I don't know what happened, bro. During these arcs, the exams seem to be like some of the least like important part of like the show. Like I don't know what's going on. But like there was a confrontation. You can see like this new determination and leads to a confrontation between Arisu and Ichinose. And you can see how like this determination is completely changing the calculus for Ichinose. So I want to like bring that up for you guys. Perfection. Are you talking about the person? They're talking about the exam, by the way. I'm not going to get into it because that's like too much to explain right now. But just like they're talking about the exam. Are you talking about the percentage of correct answers? It doesn't change the fact that I lost. Rather than being humble, it's more like she's accepting the results after doing everything she could. You can also sense the composure of Class A due to their lead in class points. And Ichinose-san, who beat Ruin-kun, was also brilliant. We just did what we should have done. We didn't do anything special. It's also admirable that you didn't give in to Ruin's and his team's obstruction. So yeah, Ruin tried to like get into their way, obstruct them. You know how Ruin does. You know how Dragon Boy plays. It is what it is. So to be honest, in my initial assessment, I thought the results would be 50-50. However, Ichinose-san's class won the exam narrowly. This was probably the result of the leader's calm and precise instructions. So, Arisu is glazing Ichinose a little bit, as deserved. She won against Ruin. Arisu also seemed to have read that Ichinose had been fighting from the hip. I appreciate her victory, not only because of their difference in academic ability, but also because of the cool and calm manner in which she stood up to Ruin. Is that so? But I don't feel bad when Arisu praises me. I can only assume that something happened recently. Something did happen recently. Arisu wasn't able to gather information on her own, so she always was trying to gather information using many students as if she were laying out a spider web. Holidays spent at the gym, time spent in cafes, on the way to and from, the day she waited outside my room. I wouldn't be surprised if she saw some of it. Arisu's just looking at it, just like, yo, this girl is crazy. What? She's just standing there for an hour and a half. I told you a similar story on the boat, remember? Arisu said these words to Ichinose, not me. Too much idolization may result in painful repercussion. Wasn't it something like that? That's right. I have called you both here today to tell you that I am here to give you an ultimatum, Ichinose-san, who has a faint... Faint is definitely a choice of words. Faint isn't how I would describe it, but faint is a word. Faint crush on Ayanokoji-kun. She already seemed to understand that Ichinose has feelings for him, which itself is not surprising. You should distance yourself from Ayanokoji now. Is that your ultimatum? Even though you have already told him again, you were told by a third party about your feelings for him right here and now. Normally, I'd expect Ichinose to show at least a hint of unease, but she didn't seem to be upset at all. Yes, I don't understand why I should distance myself from Ayanokoji. Whatever feelings I have for Ayanokoji, there is nothing wrong with treating him as a friend. Friend. Next time you go up to your bro and just start touching their face. This is what friends do, by the way. I see that the erosion has already advanced considerably. If you really can be friends, it would be a different story. But from what I see, I don't think Ichinose-san would be Arisu calling it like it is. I'm satisfied with that. But unless Ayanokoji refuses to accept it, I have no intention of changing my mind. You are being controlled by him. Do you realize that if you continue like this, you will eventually be destroyed? Ooh. Ha ha ha. You say the funny... You say the funniest things. I'm seriously concerned. I can't watch you go off the deep end and be satisfied. No need to worry, Sakayanagi-san. I'm not controlled by Ayanokoji. Okay. She sure has a cold look in her eyes. As those thoughts crossed me, Ichinose was standing next to me with a look on her face I have never seen before. Oh no. Oh no. Arisu, you want to control me and use me for your own convenience, don't you? That's why you're trying to stall me like this. I see. That's one possible interpretation. Actually, one more thing. Arisu is very conscious of Ayanokoji as a special person, and my presence has become an eyesore. He has a girlfriend. Yes. Okay, well, I guess we'll get into that soon. Arisu's movement stopped for a moment as Ichinose smiled at her. This was a rare upset shown by Arisu, who'd always been standing one position out of Ichinose. Shoe on the other foot. I certainly look at him in a special way, but it's not the same. It's not the same as yours. I don't know. I think it is, even if you don't realize it. Ooh. Okay. I see you, Ichinose. That's fine. If you insist to that extent, I have nothing more to say. I'll only tell you that I can't help you if you get any regrets in the future. Arisu concluded, but her caution may have been raised in stages after hearing her intentions. Perhaps it was because she believed that being blindly devoted to love, going on a rampage after falling under that illness was something cute. Oh, interesting. But things have begun to change more than I imagined. The good that is directed inward is the same as before, but the good that is directed outward is completely transformed into evil. Ichinose's class, which had been sinking, was now strong enough to strike back. Arisu must have felt it firsthand. Why do I think so? Because that is exactly what I'm being reminded of right now. So Ichinose's transformation is also being tied to her class being better and better. We're having a victory party at Kakima after all. Can I go back to the dorms? Ichinose replied, yes, it would be unwise to keep you any longer, wouldn't it? Ichinose waved to me and headed towards the dormitory. Arisu and I were the only ones left behind. I never thought I would have to reevaluate Ichinose in this way. Arisu had not seemed to be able to read the changes so far either. A side note, or rather a byproduct of powerful changes. It's a pity because Ichinose, who has earned my trust, would have been an excellent limb for me. So Arisu was trying to mold her into something she could control. I'm afraid you've missed the point. I've been broadening my perspective and making calculations on the big picture in moving human beings, but there are still areas that I don't understand. The concept of love has the potential to influence our reason and nature. This means that unexpected developments could easily occur. It is hard to believe, but it's certainly one of the most mysterious and transcendent feelings. Is Ichinose Honami a good or a bad leader? A good or a bad strategist? This is a different story from those perspectives. Originally, Ichinose's abilities weren't low. I remember that her performance in the Zodiac exam was also excellent. With her individual ability, she had the potential to resist Horikita, Ruin, and Arisu. Or, depending on the situation, unexpectedly surpass them. I had no idea that she had such a hidden ability, but it's the same thing if you let yourself get carried away by that power. The consequence will be disastrous. Did you think you could stop it? No, I have no intention of stopping it. The only difference is who destroys her. So this is what we call in the industry a flag. Like I'm waving one right now, an imaginary flag. Like, this does not bode well whenever a character has this said about them. I'm just saying. Arisu didn't even consider Ichinose an ally. She would have used her as a useful pawn and disposed of her when she was finished being a consumable. I will visit your room again. Ayanokoji sure has a lot of girls visiting his room. Oh my god. Sakayanagi, who was also in possession of information on Ichinose, deliberately showed her hand and gave her reply. Alright, so you can see the changes aren't just love-wise. She is going toe-to-toe with Arisu, matching up to her. It is all kinds of interesting, but now we go from interesting to more deviousness, okay? More deviousness. I think I have the passages pulled up. Let me double check right here. There we go. So let's do this first one. This is K number 1, as I would call it. After that, we spent this is back when they were at Keyaki Mall, when Ichinose and Ayanokoji were, hanging out. Ayanokoji was trying to figure out why Ichinose left the council. After that, we spent a while enjoying Keyaki Mall. As Ichinose said, we browsed around aimlessly rather than shopping. We spent half the day together while she showed me her routine. When we left the mall, when it was time for lunch, is it already raining? I wouldn't say it was raining heavily, but it looked like it had been raining for a while. It looks like it. Since both of us had bought our umbrellas, we put them up and started walking. I'm sorry for accompanying you today while keeping my true intentions hidden. It's okay. Now that I know there are people that still care about me, or now that I know that there are people who still care about me. Everything I did today was to get information from Ichinose. I couldn't blame Ichinose for being angry, given her current position. Thank you, Ayanokoji. But she didn't mind at all. Rather, she was being thankful. No need to thank me. I'm sorry I should have asked you more upfront instead of going around and about. Don't be like that. You made a detour, so I was able to spend time with you. Ichinose muttered with a shy blush on her face. Are you sure Karizawa won't... Oh my goodness. Are you sure Karizawa won't be angry? We've talked about that today, haven't we? Whatever the circumstances are, I'm sure she felt bad about her boyfriend spending the day alone with another girl. That makes sense. That makes sense. Ichinose was worried about Kei, who was in a position contrary to her own feelings. Was this her true intention, or was it just a pretext? Maybe. On the way home, puddles began to form and water splashed on the ground as we walked. The silence came unexpectedly. However, unlike this morning, the uneasy feeling of the silence was lessened. Can I ask you something? Who did you confess, or was it Karizawa who confessed? Her eyes peered at me. I couldn't give her the answer she wanted. I confessed. Ooh, this one probably hurt. I see, you're the one who liked her, Ayanokoji. I think in the original, I was drawing a blank here. I think we just read it, but I think in that passage too, we talked about, she asked the same question. So she's really fixated on this topic, really, really fixated on it. In the past, I never thought I would have this kind of talk with Ichinose. Oh wait, I said, I see, you were the one that liked her. Ayanokoji-kun, I'm jealous. In the past, I never thought I would have this kind of talk with Ichinose. However, Ichinose, who was walking next to me, was rather reserved, or at least she was ready to accept it. Usually, this kind of situation happens when the person had already given up on their feelings for the other. As you're going to see in the other passage, they did not. This one, I wanted to keep this separate because this goes into the next one really well. However, Ichinose's love for me was still strong. Then, what is Ichinose's current psychological state? Is it stubbornness, or was she on the verge of giving up? No matter which of the two I assumed, I could come to a conclusion that made any. What am I saying? I couldn't come to a conclusion that made sense in my head. Strangely enough, Ichinose's eyes seemed to have more sparkle in them after she heard about Kei. Oh my gosh, she's crazy, bro. Did you cause any unnecessary misunderstanding with Karizawa-san? It didn't go smoothly. I tried explaining to her, but I offended her a little bit. I see. If you want, then I can tell her what happened today, okay? It's not something you should worry about. It's my fault for not explaining it well enough in advance. But another moment of silence returned, and it lasted until the end. We eventually arrived at the lobby of the dormitory, and we both got into the elevator that came down. I had a great time today. Thanks, Ayanokoji. When we reached the 4th floor and I got off, she waved goodbye to me. See you later, Ichinose. Ichinose and I kept eye contact for a few seconds until the door closed. Eventually, Ichinose disappeared from sight. When I returned to my room, I contacted Kanzaki via a chat application and reported the incident. So he told Kanzaki that like there's no reason, like she's leaving the council for good reasons. That like she's not giving up all this stuff. And then he received a message from Kanzaki. At least, as far as I could see, there was no false impression. Above all, I wanted to catch a glimpse of the unusual aggressiveness that Ichinose had never shown before. Whether this would be a good thing or a bad thing remained to be seen. But I had a feeling that we would see a different side of Ichinose. I told Ichinose that I would watch over and support her, and that she would have more people with whom she can express her opinions. So yeah, this is getting into like her like obsession with Kei and Ayanokoji, and the next bit, you are gonna see how these two bleed into each other. Alright, so here's the passage. By the way, this is like Kei, so like for the entire time, Kei was really sad because Ayanokoji basically said he was going on a date with Ichinose when like he's dating her. So, you know, as you can imagine, probably not a good feeling for her. And then this is where it starts off. Like they're like, Sato and Kei are worried. Like Sato talked to Kei and Sato's like, yeah, he is definitely in the wrong here, by the way. Like this is not something a boyfriend should be doing. So Sato and Kei are talking about the possibility that Ichinose likes Ayanokoji and like what they would do. Hey, let's do a little digging, shall we? On the people in Ichinose's class. It's possible that they will see things that they are afraid of, but even if Karizawa can make peace with Ayanokoji after this, the worry and anxiety will resurface if something like this were to happen again. However, if Ichinose were found to have no intention of doing so, they're trying to figure out like if Kei if Ichinose actually likes Ayanokoji or not. Like, is this relevant? Like, maybe it's just them overthinking it. And then Kei is like, no, I don't think so. Still, Karizawa's anxiety got better of her, and she turned down Sato's offer. Then, as if to shake off her bad feelings, she stood up enthusiastic. What am I saying? As if to shake off her bad feelings, she stood up enthusiastically. I'll try not to think about it anymore. I'm going to have a lot of fun with Maya and go see Ayanokoji at night. We'll make up for sure. That's the spirit. I support you. Right after that, they laughed at each other, and the cell phone in Karizawa's hand vibrated. For a moment, Kei thought it was a call from Ayanokoji and opened her chat. What? What's wrong? Karizawa's expression froze as she stared at the phone screen. Sato instantly looked at her with concern. Kei-chan? Ooh, I think I have a better illustration of this. Let me see if I can dig it up. Let's see if I can get you the premium one. The premium version. Oh yeah, this one right here. Look at this. Oh my goodness. This was Kei's expression. And I'll get into why in a second, because it'll make a lot of sense of why she had this expression. It will make enough sense. She called her name again, but Kei kept staring at the screen as if time had stopped. Sato wondered what was going on and stole a glance at the screen from the side. ... Sato saw the picture on the screen and stiffened up. Who gave you that? From Nene-chan. It was because two people they were talking about were in the picture attached to the text sent by Mori Nene. It was Ayanokoji and Ichinose coming out of the gym while talking. Ooh, she got proof. She got proof. The photo showed the entrance to the gym where the two of them were walking in front of the bench. When was this taken? Ask her. She quickly asked Mori to confirm the date and found out that it was the evening the 2 days ago. It was when Karizawa and her group were studying with Horikita and the group for the final push. Why? Maybe they just happened to be together around here or something like that. Sato is playing defense, bro. She is playing defense. Sato replied in a desperate attempt to console her, but she had obviously just come out of the gym. Does Ayanokoji go to the gym? I don't know. Hello, Kei? And then explanation, as if to push her into an unstable state of mind, she was approached by Ichinose in front of the gym. Ichinose was in her casual clothes. Huh? Did you come to the gym by chance? Oh, so they ran into Ichinose. Oh no, it's just that we just happened to be here, right? Sato nodded repeatedly over and over again to back up Kei and said she was taking a rest on the bench. I see. I thought you and Ayanokoji had started going to the gym together. Ichinose replied with a nonchalant smile, as if it were a matter of course. What's wrong? Ichinose knew Kiyotaka went to the gym. Oh, so Ichinose said Kei and Ayanokoji were going to the gym together. Okay, that makes more sense. Turning off the screen, Karizawa put the phone away in her pocket. Yeah, you can't let her know, girl. I told Ayanokoji-kun about it and we tried the gym together. He liked it and decided to start. I see, Kei muttered in a muffled voice. Is Ichinose-san going to the gym now? We were going to celebrate with the whole class since we won the special exam. We were going to meet at the cafe, but I forgot something the other day when I came to the gym. So I thought I'd stop by and pick it up. Ichinose smiled. Hey, Ichinose-san, is it true that you and Ayanokoji met the other day? If Kei couldn't ask her, Sato had no choice but to make her own move. What? Nothing happened with Ichinose-san and Ayanokoji-kun, right? Oh no, there's nothing between me and... Oh my goodness, you harlot. Oh, this is so good. The drama is so good. She waved her hand lightly and denied it. Really? Even though Sato's suspicions were not confirmed and she showed a more aggressive attitude in her pursuit, she tried to stop Sato by pulling her cuffs, but Karizawa's resistance was not strong enough. Yes, I wouldn't lie about something like this. I was just asking Ayanokoji-kun for advice about my class. Was I perhaps misleading you? Oh my goodness. By touching his face. Ichinose was puzzled by Sato's glaring eyes and Karizawa's uneasy look. I'm thinking that maybe Karizawa-san is upset. Sorry. Ichinose looked to apologize and bowed her head. Seeing this, Kei also had the courage to express her unspoken thoughts. Was that Kanzaki-kun's doing? Karizawa's mention of Kanzaki allowed Ichinose to deduce the situation, even though she had no personal knowledge of it. Oh, so this gave Ichinose the hint that Kanzaki is maybe a defector of sorts. I had no idea about it, but I guess the situation I could guess the situation just by hearing it. Our class was down to class D and we couldn't afford to lose anymore. We didn't have the strength to rebuild ourselves and we were struggling. Ayanokoji saw that and said he would help us. I wonder if you've heard any other names like Mako-chan. Mako-chan, do you mean Amikura? I'm not sure, but Himeno-san did hear about it. As the suspicion around Ayanokoji and Ichinose faded slightly, yes, Himeno is going to help us rebuild the class. We were discussing it together. There are other people who know about it, so don't worry. So Ichinose is basically gathering names from Kei. This is devious. Ichinose, who did not seem to know much about it, said that to reassure Karizawa. But I don't understand why Kiyotaka is helping Ichinose's class. I know, there must be a strange reason. The two, still not fully satisfied with the information they received, looked at each other and voiced their concerns. Ichinose nodded and closed her eyes. It's a matter of mutual interest. Mutual interest? I would say they have a mutual interest. We've been struggling to win recently. We were in a pinch with the special exam. At the end of the second year term against Ruin, where if we lost, the gap between us and Class A would widen again. It's more inconvenient for Ayanokoji to have us, the bottom ranked class, win against Ruin-kun, who is aiming for the second place, rather than us losing. That's why he helped us. Oh, that's a good excuse from Ichinose. Damn, all right, I see you. This is the most plausible answer as to why Ayanokoji helped Ichinose, his rival. She emphasized that Ayanokoji was only a temporary helper to assist in defeating a strong rival. There's really nothing going on with you and Kiyotaka, right? I have nothing to do with them in that sense. With straight eyes, Ichinose clearly stated that she had nothing to do with Kyotaka. Karezawa and Sato could only nod their heads repeatedly at this attitude and could not be, what am I saying? Karezawa and Sato could only nod their heads repeatedly at this attitude that could not be considered a lie. I think Ayanokoji-kun is a bit of a jerk for not being able to communicate with his precious girlfriend. Oh my god, you girl, you're so devious. But if I am the one who caused the rift, then yes, I will take responsibility for making things right. That's okay, I know what's going on. I'm sure you can make up today. Thank you for clearing things up, Ichinose-san. No problem. If you have any more problems, please let me know. Ichinose told them kindly and watched their backs as they left the gym. I'm telling you the truth. Nothing happened with Ayanokoji. Yet. Oh my good. Yo, Ichinose is the drama merchant. She is bringing so much drama to this. She didn't let Kay hear, right? This is an illustration. Let me find the better one. I have a better one. With this illustration, this one, look at this red behind her. Look at these eyes, bro. These are the eyes of a liar. She is lying as naturally as she breathes. These are the eyes of lying. Oh my goodness, what was the rest of it? She said this as Kay was walking away. I'm telling you the truth. Nothing has happened with Ayanokoji-kun yet. As Karezawa and Sato walk away, there was a small voice that can't be heard behind their backs. Ichinose muttered something to herself. Not yet, you know. Leaving behind the scent of the perfume she wore, Ichinose walked away. So yeah, this is a very interesting turn of events, right? So this is like you're starting to see this, by the way, all of this, the conversation with Arisu, the date at the mall, him touching her face, the like declaration of love, like this misleading Kay and saying nothing happened yet, all of this happened in one single volume, and this is the drama, guys. This just grabs you back in. And I'm gonna find, like, let's bring up the master doc. This is when Ichinose goes out the deep end, and like in volume 9.5, which is after like the 0.5 volume, Kay gets sick. And she can't make up with Ayanokoji. So there's still that rift there, right? Kay gets sick. She can't meet up with her. Like, it's just not... She can't meet up with him. It's just not happening. And then Ichinose starts acting all sneaky, like being like, oh, like, if you need to make up with Kay, I can help you. I will be the guide. I will help you make up with this relationship. And then Ayanokoji would notice Ichinose, like, calling him all the time, like, Ayanokoji would notice Ichinose trying to call him all the time. Like, she would be all sneaky, like trying to make sure to call and make sure that Kay isn't around when she's calling, like all this stuff. And like, again, she goes on and on being like, if your relationship is in trouble, like, I'm gonna help you. I hope you guys work out. I am really like gunning for it. And then she asks Ayanokoji, hey, are you going to the mall? And he's like, are you going there too? She's like, no, I just wanted to know if you're going to the mall. You know, like, I like to know where you are at all times. Like, it's just part of my personality to just know where. Just send me your GPS location. Don't worry about it. It is part of my personality to just know where you are at all times. And then when Ayanokoji goes to the mall, Ichinose is taking a picture with every single person. And I want to just read you. Let me find. I'm just going to read you this passage, okay? All right, so yeah, this is the passage and this is devious because she was basically taking pictures with everybody, just hoping. Like, remember, she was like, Ayanokoji, where's your GPS? Where's your GPS location? She was hoping that he would show up so she would have an excuse to take a picture with her. So let's read through this thing. Ultimately, Ichinose was acting based on her own principles today. That is a lie, but sure. Hey, Ayanokoji, could you take a picture with me? With that, Ichinose shyly took out her phone. To make some memories, I took pictures with various people here today. To prove it was true, Ichinose opened up her phone album and showed the section with today's date. As expected, she had taken several photos with various students in front of the Christmas tree. Oh my god, she is willing to go so far for this, bro. You gotta give the girl credit. She is willing to go so far for this. Some of the shots included boys from her class. In addition, there were also photographs of the first-year students from earlier. Ichinose had mentioned that she was waiting here to make memories, but her real goal became apparent shortly after. However, I want to take a picture with you, Ayanokoji-kun. That's my main wish. That didn't last long. That act fell apart real quick. Ichinose didn't explain further, but it wasn't difficult to understand. If there was a photo of just the two of us on her phone, Kay and her close friends might not respond well if they found out. However, if she had photos with many others, both male and female, there would be no issue if someone happened to question her. Like, what is all this, like, shady, plausible deniability stuff, bro? What do you mean? In fact, there weren't many, but I could see two shots with boys from other classes. Those boys either looked pleased or awkwardly showed a peace sign from Ichinose calling them out. Regardless of their year, there was no uniformity in the sort of boys. It seemed like she was responding to the photo requests of all the students who had called out to her without discrimination. So, would you mind taking a picture with me? Of course, I have no reason to refuse. I'm glad. She had put in a tremendous amount of effort just to take a picture with me. I actually didn't plan on taking photos with so many people, but a lot of people started calling out to me after they heard about it. It was a bit difficult. It seemed that the rumors that Ichinose wanted to take photos with people had started to spread. How many people have you taken photos with so far? Let's see. I think the people from earlier were my 43rd. This girl literally sat here taking 43 pictures, waiting for Ayanokoji to show up. That is real, bro. That is real. That's quite a lot. It was evident that she was taking these photos at a high rate. I plan on continuing for a while. It wouldn't make sense if I stopped right now. According to Ichinose, this was so no trace was left even after the goal had been reached. Well, it's not that it doesn't look suspicious in a different way. Ichinose smiled as she looked back on her actions, those that could objectively be viewed as bizarre. If I had done the same thing, I would have undoubtedly been treated as a completely suspicious person. However, the same actions looked entirely different with Ichinose. Ichinose pulled my arm and guided me to adjust the angle. Then she leaned in and held her cell phone with the front camera on. Now's the time. No one else is looking. She seemed to be constantly observing her surroundings and decided that it was the perfect time. You know, like, she just is so self-aware of how wrong all of this stuff is. She's so self-aware of how wrong it is to like do this with someone who allegedly has a girlfriend. But like, I feel like she's getting off on this. Like, do you not get that feeling when you're reading this? I just feel like she's like, ooh, this is so bad. This is so bad. But she's like just so excited. Let's see, now is the time, no one else is looking. She seemed to be constantly observing the surroundings and decided it was the perfect timing. Ichinose put her hand around my arm and took a picture. Then she took another with a little gap between us, without her hand on my arm. Let me see if I can find the illustration for this. Should be somewhere here. There we go. This is it. This is the one. Ayanokoji looks good, by the way. Look at this uniform, bro. This is peak Koji uniform. peak fashion. Honestly, all of his drip looks really good. Like every single time I see him during winter break, I'm like, this is a good outfit idea. This is a great one. And there you go. Ichinose looks good as well. This is them taking pictures. Ayanokoji being as monotone as he can humanly be at all times. The first one won't be saved on my phone. It's okay, right? Is this asking for a post-fact approval? Yeah, if you don't want it, I'll delete it now. Let's see. No, you can keep it. I don't intend to blame anyone if someone else sees it. It's my responsibility for allowing the photo to be taken, no matter how it's used. You're seeing what's going on here, right? Like, Ayanokoji is allowing her to push and push and push and push, and Ichinose is looking at this like, I can push more, and he's not gonna say anything. Like, this is how like the corruption is happening. Like, he is like pushing on her, and then she's allowing her to push back, and she's like, oh, okay, and she's using that as a source of strength. Not sure why that needs to be a source of strength, but she's using that as a source of strength to fight in the class battles. It's a very, very circular thing that's going on here. Okay, no, you can, no matter how it's used. Are you sure if I misuse, it could cause a rift in your relationship with Karizawa-san? It's strange to complain after conveniently taking a picture, right? If you were going to be photographed, you wouldn't permit it without being prepared. Of course, it was different if you were forced. We closed the distance between us in about 10 seconds, and before we knew it, we were back to our usual distance. During that time, no one saw us being intimate. By the way, Ayanokoji, you met with Chihiro yesterday, right? Chihiro, I recalled the image of her wearing headphones and listening to music. It's if you remember in like the first arc where Ichinose receives the love letter, it's like the girl who confessed to her. Chihiro, I recall the image of her wearing headphones and listening to music. You know a lot. It's common for us to gather both on weekdays and holidays. So I felt like Chihiro's behavior was a bit different yesterday. We didn't talk about anything specific, but she reacted to your name. So I thought maybe you had met and spoken. Oh my god, she is keeping tabs. Any female in a 20-mile radius around Ayanokoji shall be dealt with. Anyone. That's so crazy, bro. Ichinose, who had always cared about her classmates' mental state, may easily notice. Yeah, sure, bro. It's sure about her classmates' mental state. That's definitely what this is about. Okay, going back to talk. So yeah, you have the picture, and then the next exam after that is the survival elimination. Again, I'm not gonna go into the rules. It's like it's really long, but like I think it was all the classes like took turns attacking each other in this exam, and you could nominate people to attack within different classes. I think that's all you really need to know. And there is a meeting that happens because even though like Ayanokoji is in class, like in a higher class now, like Horikita's class is way higher than Ichinose's at this point. So he's basically helping both Kanzaki and Ichinose, like I mentioned earlier, behind the scenes. And there is another devious scene that happens right after their meeting. Let me find it. Give me a sec. There we go. There it is. We have found it. The TV, which hadn't been intrusive until now, suddenly seemed too loud as I turned it off. As I was about to put away the leftover cups on the table, the doorbell rang with a ping-pong sound. As I had not yet contacted Kay, it was unlikely anyone would be visiting without permission. I wondered who it could be. Still wondering, I opened the door. On the other side stood Ichinose, who for some reason had returned alone. Sorry, Ayanokoji-kun, it seemed I left my phone here. I thought something was up, but the reason quickly became clear. It seemed she had simply forgotten her phone. Your phone? Where is it? I'll get it. I think it's under the table. Really sorry. Forgetting your phone wasn't something unique to Ichinose. As a daily necessity, and because we take our phones so often, it was easy to forget them. At the same time, Ayanokoji's descriptions of just everything, bro, this kills me. Just the most mundane things being described. At the same time was also something we quickly remember forgetting. Kay left her phone in my room and came back flustered to fetch it. Wait a moment. Leaving Ichinose at the entrance, I checked under the table. I quickly noticed her phone exactly where Ichinose had been sitting. I returned after about 10 seconds and gave the phone to Ichinose. Thank you. Sorry for the trouble again. See you around. Oh. Can we talk for a bit? Ooh, okay. We had already talked a fair bit, but girls always had more to say. I wonder, bro. I wonder. With more understanding than surprise, I nodded in approval. People might misunderstand if they see us together, so should I lock the door? After suggesting it to herself, she turned to lock the door but immediately hesitated. No, not a good idea. If the door was locked and someone came in, that would be even worse. The two people alone together was still an innocent occurrence. In fact, until recently, Ichinose's classmates had been here. But if the door, again, remember, they were having a strategy meeting and they were helping Class D and they were all together. It was like a weird scene. And if the door was locked with just the two of us, the situation would change drastically. It would suggest that we were doing something covert, something we didn't want others to see. Mako-chan and the others just left. I clearly told them I forgot my phone in your room, so even if someone sees us now, we have a good excuse. It didn't seem like she was talking to herself. She appeared to be explaining her intentions to me. She tried to lock the door but then stopped herself. She explained the situation out loud. Did you intentionally forget your phone to be alone with me? Ayanokoji. Getting right down to it, bro. There ain't no pretense. What do you think? Whether it was a response she had been trying to induce or not, Ichinose just smiled at my question. What do you think, Ayanokoji-kun? I didn't expect her to ask me about her true intentions. My suspicions are probably correct. Your forgetting was intentional. Upon listening to my response, Ichinose, unable to hold back, looked down and acknowledged it. I wanted to see you, Ayanokoji-kun. Just the two of us. In any way possible. Do you think I'm repulsive? Yo, I told you, bro. She is getting off on this fact that they're doing this stuff behind Kei's back. Like, it is so obvious, by the way. It is so obvious and so devious. Repulsive? Why would you say that? Why? Because I went out of my way to see a boy who was a girl. She is saying this with a grin on her face, by the way. I swear. Indeed, if the genders were reversed, it would be easy to understand. It wouldn't be surprising if someone who had immediately... Wouldn't be surprising if someone was immediately labeled as a stalker. But in the end, how such an action would be perceived depended entirely on the recipient's mindset. If the target was disliked, they were a stalker. If the target was liked, they weren't a stalker. This reminds me of the meme. Step 1, be attractive. Step 1, don't be not attractive. Oh my god, it's like that HR meme, right? Like if the ugly dude comes in and is like, hey, how's your day going? HR, help me. The attractive guy comes in, it's like, oh, hello. Koji's just spelling this stuff out in real time. It's weird for you to boldly meet a guy with a girlfriend. You're actually being considerate. If she had forced her way to visit, patching things up with Kei would be difficult and it would only get worse in our situation. If this situation was created, then even if the two of us meet, it could be explained as an unavoidable circumstance. So yeah, Koji's like, oh, you gave me plausible deniability, huh? Really? You don't think I'm repulsive? Yeah, if there was anything to think about when I looked at the current Ichinose, it was just one thing. She's becoming an increasingly interesting subject. Yes, she is very human. I definitely look at her like a human being. Oh my goodness, bro. That was all. Immediately after, she slowly approached and leaned against my chest. This was an accident. I lost my footing and you just happened to catch me, right? Yeah, there's no devious. Dastardly. Yeah, there's no evidence to deny. Let me pull up the illustration. Oh my goodness. This is a good one too, by the way, guys. This is a good one. There we go. There we go. This one's it. This one's it. Everyone was, when this first came out, everyone was speculating. This is not Ayanokoji, right? This can't be Ayanokoji, right? Guess what? It is Ayanokoji. It is the man, the myth, the legend. And look at it. She's so like, she's smiling. She's like so happy. It's like, yes, we're doing the sneaky shit behind Kei's back. This is what we're doing. I told you, the second year, like the second half of year 2, no class exams. The class exams barely even matter. But what does matter? The drama. The drama is like peak classroom delayed drama. Like I am a drama enjoyer and I have never seen a series ramp up the drama so successfully as this one. It is crazy, man. So bring back the thing. There's no evidence to deny. When I answered, I couldn't see, but I felt Ichinose smile. I love you, Ayanokoji-kun. I'm helplessly in love with you. I've never been in love before. Yet I have a strong suspicion that this may be my first and my last love. It's strange, isn't it? Damn, girl fell so hard, yo, bro. Chill. I guess she is a high schooler, so this is kind of like normal, but she was adopting strategies that were unimaginable unimaginable indeed from the Ichinose I met. There was an aspect of that which was attractive, even. I love how roundabout Ayanokoji is. He's like, he's not going to say it was attractive to me. He'll be like, there was an aspect of that which was attractive, even to the opposite sex. Okay, bro. Her love was her driving force. She used it to draw from and utilize the potential she didn't even realize she had, creating her desired situation. Ichinose's unchanging generosity. I had prepared different actors like Kanzaki and Himeno to cause a stir in that, but there were now more lines of oh my goodness, there were no more lines of development than expected. Of course, this wasn't a bad thing, but rather a good thing for me. It was because I could approach improving their class from two different directions. Originally, only one line was drawn straight with a high risk of failure. I drew a new line. Man is just out here playing geometry. Ichinose is like hugging him. And man is just thinking about stats and lines. It's like that meme. It's like, I wonder what he's thinking. And Ayanokoji said he's just like lines, graphs. Oh, this is way too funny, man. Where were we? Originally, one line was done with a high risk of failure. I drew a new line increasing the probability of the class survival. However, Ichinose added a variation to the line that had a high failure risk. It was different now. It was hard to judge if this linear line, which could be considered a new line, would succeed or fail at this point. A wonderfully attractive scent wafted from her hair that was hard to describe. Let me guess. Citrus. let me guess. It wasn't the fragrance of shampoo or other hair products. If we weren't in different classes, we could have spent more time together. Then it happened. Without warning, the door to my room was forcefully open. Sorry, Ayanokoji, could you give me some more personal advice? I saw Watanabe's face from Class B, who was sitting with us until a few minutes ago. Let me bring Watanabe up again, just to remind you guys who this person is. This guy right here. This guy likes this girl. Again, relevant in the scene. Very relevant. You will see. Very, very relevant. I saw Watanabe's face from who was sitting. Ichinose must have been on guard of this sort of situation. She must have taken into account that someone might drop by unexpectedly. But at the very least, a knock would have been expected. Yeah, bro, just knock. I myself had not factored in that someone would open the front door without permission. My body must have tensed up due to this unexpected... No, you're lying. Unable to break away from the clingy situation, Ichinose simply looked in surprise. What? Watanabe himself, who thoughtlessly opened... He's like, scandal. Watanabe himself, who thoughtlessly opened the door, gasped in surprise more than anyone else. A few seconds in reality felt like several tens of seconds. What is this sentence? A few seconds in reality felt like several tens of seconds. Okay. The warmth of Ichinose's body from the close contact with her casual wear instantly left. It would have been impossible to passively dismiss the physical contact as just an accident or coincidence. The excuse that she almost fell over wouldn't convince anyone. Although Watanabe was initially unable to grasp the situation, that most likely wouldn't last forever. Naturally, not only I, but Ichinose must have also understood the gravity of the situation. What kind of response would Watanabe have? That would determine our course of action. There was nothing I could do at the moment, so I had to leave the outcome to the two of them. Oh, sorry, I didn't knock, so I'll be going. This man's like, yo, let me dip set, bro. I see a dangerous situation. I know a dangerous situation when I see one. Faced with an impossible situation, Watanabe's decision was... While Watanabe is trying to escape. As Watanabe tried to close the door, Ichinose moved faster. Oh, she blocked the door completely from closing with her hand. Watanabe-kun, yes? This is what a helpless animal feels when it's cornered. Watanabe immediately stood straight after hearing her formally address him. Can you come in? but I'm intruding and my business isn't anything major. Can you can you come in, please? Yes. Yes, miss. Yandere no se. I couldn't see Ichinose's expression since she was facing Watanabe, but it was the usual smile that she showed. Yeah, bro, smile that she showed everyone when she turned around. There was no sign of her being flustered or upset. Without a doubt, she was taken aback when Watanabe saw us, but she quickly adjusted and decided what she would do next. She ushered Watanabe into the entrance area and locked the door to the Genkan after my approval. Genkan is like an extended entryway. Essentially, the room is for removing shoes. Yeah, I think you guys have seen this in anime like a billion times, right? It's like the place where you just like put your shoes down and stuff. Or if you're okay, I'm not gonna make the joke. While she couldn't lock the door before with Watanabe inside, the problem was solved. Being able to calmly manage the situation, even in this emergency when you'd usually lose your cool, was indeed commendable. Come in. With the three of us, the entrance area was a bit cramped. I decided to let Ichinose and Watanabe further into the main room. His intense expressions clearly conveyed his emotions. Neither of the parties involved seemed to be panic-stricken. It was only natural that he was terrified by her calm demeanor. So you don't say. The room was unusually quiet, partly because I had turned off the television. Ayanokoji using the silent treatment, bro. He's psychologically torturing Watanabe. Watanabe, who had sat down on his own volition, probably didn't feel... What? Probably didn't feel alive? About what happened earlier, I did that on my own. Ayanokoji isn't at fault. Yes, of course. I don't quite like your blatant use of formal speech in the... Sorry. I was just hugging him on my own. You saw the situation, so I assume you understand. Watanabe could only... This is like a gangster movie when you're about to kill somebody, bro. Do you have a last meal you want to have? Okay, Watanabe could only repetitively nod in agreement to Ichinose's composed reasoning. I did something bad. I know there is no obligation for you to keep this a secret, Watanabe-kun, but I believe you aren't someone who acts out of malice. I believe you won't spread the story to harm others. Ichinose was not just silencing him. She was trying to reach his guilty feelings and contain him using his remorse. Threatening him into silence would not nearly be as effective. That is true. That is true. It would not be as effective. Wait. Threatening him, I'm really sorry, Ayanokoji-kun. I acted on my own volition. I'm glad. It's fine. I'm glad you say so, but if Kairizawa-san learns of this, she'd get angry. No, she'd be deeply distressed. I'm prepared to take any punishment. That is a lie. Ichinose knew that I wouldn't punish her over something so trivial. She was filling in the final 1% after suppressing 99% of Watanabe's urges. Her words and her psychological analysis were spot on. Devious no se. But how far she was planning to take it was another matter. Her genuineness was mixed up in her calculated wisdom. The ratio was unclear, and therefore I couldn't possibly predict everything. After a while, silence filled the room again. I couldn't let the silence go on forever. Anyway, you two should go home for today. I suggested they leave. Ichinose seemed to have been waiting for these words as she immediately acknowledged. But surprisingly, Watanabe didn't move. He didn't seem to have any intention of standing up. Earlier, he seemed quite panicked, but now he looked a lot calmer. I wonder what Watanabe's thinking. Watanabe? As I called his name, he drew a deep sigh and looked between me and Ichinose. I was in the wrong. Not knocking before entering someone's room is a breach of manners. I don't think that something like this would serve as a guarantee for staying silent because of this incident. I came back because I had something to discuss with Ayanokoji. So along with that, would you mind hearing a story from my junior high days? Okay. This one I've read earlier. He's basically telling them like a story about a girl that really embarrassed him because like he was basically her rebound. Like I'm gonna skip to the part of the story. It's not really that relevant to the scene. Okay, there we go. So there you go. So there you have it. I never intended to share such an embarrassing story with anyone. Basically, the story about him like being like the rebound for a girl and him feeling really foolish about it. He was basically sharing a foolish story. That way, like they could trade secrets. Like he has this secret on them and they have this secret on him. So there you have it. I never intended to share such an embarrassing past with anyone. So I want you to believe me. I won't tell anyone about today. An exchange of secrets. That was the best Watanabe could offer. He played a card he didn't have to and reiterated that he surrendered unconditionally. Today's talk is going to be about, well, the girl I like. Not that anything has developed, but sometimes you want to talk to friends, right? What did Amikura look like today? Was she watching me? Was my story interesting? He seemed like he just wanted to confirm that. I was planning on turning back immediately. However, Ichinose forgot her phone, delayed my timing a bit. But I never thought she'd stay. Of course, it must have been chaos for Watanabe. Watanabe had heard from Amikura and Himeno that Ichinose might have a crush on me. Therefore, he wouldn't be surprised about that part, but that wasn't the focus here today. That wasn't the focus here. My unrequited love. Nothing more, nothing less. It's a fact that Mako-chan and Chihiro-chan also know that I'm in love with Ayanokoji. Okay, Ichinose just straight up admits it. She admitted it to herself that she could no longer hide it. However, as mentioned earlier, this fact was not well known. It was known by quite a few people, so it wasn't particularly a big revelation. I just went back to get something I forgot, and on a whim, I see, a whim. Watanabe appeared to understand, but he was certainly confused. It was no wonder. Before him was none other than Ichinose. The fact that she had been aggressively pursuing someone, whether it was unrequited love or otherwise, was heavy. Yep, that was heavy. Because you have to also remember, she's basically the class's leader and she has like unrivaled influence. Watanabe is like, oh my, I do not want to get on the side of this person, like not on the bad side of this person. Nah. Watanabe appeared to understand, but he was certainly confused. It was no wonder. Oh yeah, I think I understand you better after a conversation today, Watanabe-kun. You like Mako-chan, don't you? What? How did you? It's obvious if you look at it. Recently, you've been specially fixated on Mako-chan. It was Amikura, by the way. That girl with the purple ponytail. Anyone would have noticed it today in today's gathering, not just Ichinose. Watanabe's gaze and passion were intense and too obvious to hide. Mako-chan still seems to like her middle school classmate, but she also wants to embark on a new love. I don't know who Mako-chan's feelings will be for, but as her best friend, I can feel I can trust you. Oh, you see what's going on here. Sneaky. This was a loving proposition from Ichinose. Watanabe was trying to seek forgiveness by talking about his past secrets, but Ichinose was planning on implementing an insurance strategy. She offered information about Amikura's current state and hinted that she might act as a bridge between the two. Watanabe was timid when it came to love, but his feelings for Amikura were genuine. It was because they were genuine that he didn't have the courage to push forward. If he could only depend on Ichinose's help, it was like having an invaluable asset, a strong ally. The relationship of trust went from 100 to 120%. Watanabe's emotions completely controlled by Ichinose. Really? Are you sure? Of course. First of all, you'll need to slowly close the distance with Mako-chan. Right. Watanabe replied in excitement. It was likely he still felt guilty for having seen something he shouldn't have, but that would gradually be painted over. A love triangle, an illicit scandal. All these things were ultimately someone else's business. Something temporary and exciting. If you were to spread this topic spontaneously, Ichinose would become an enemy. If you were to keep this topic to himself, Ichinose would become an ally. If it was clearly advantageous for you, desiring it was only normal. In conclusion, whether Ichinose and I suffered through a tragic love triangle held no bearing as long as his own love succeeded. Oh my god, devious. Control a situation that could become perilous and steer it in a favorable direction. Ichinose noticed that Kanzaki and the others were acting suspiciously. Watanabe, who had been siding with the Kanzaki Reformation group, had completely joined Ichinose's side here. Ooh. It was a difficult decision for me to make. I had planned to instigate Kanzaki to change the class, but it could be said that Ichinose had already started changing it without my intent. Whether this action would lead to class unity or chaos was uncertain. Given this, perhaps it wouldn't be too late to wait and see until the end of the school year. So Ayanokoji's plan is coming along. Ichinose is a willing or unwilling participant in the way you might say. And you can see how I won't say evil, how manipulative Ichinose is now. It is crazy, bro. Let's pull up the master doc again. Let's see where we go from here. So yeah. there was this attack where the exam that they were like prepping for, like the one before which they had this meeting that I just ran through. It was about attacking different classes, and you could specifically choose individuals from the class. And here's the deal. In class, like Horikita's class, Ichinose kept choosing K over and over and over and over again. Like if you're chosen multiple times, there's a chance you could be expelled. So from K's perspective, it was almost like Ichinose was trying to like expel her. And let me show you like the illustration that accompanies this. I think in this case, a picture is worth 1,000 words. This is the picture. Look at how evil is this, bro? Look how evil this is. This is the picture that basically accompanies Ichinose trying to target K over and over and over and over again in the exam. So yeah, and after the exam, like Ichinose and Horikita apparently had some sort of deal where she would target K in order to like amass points or something. Like they gave an explanation for it and it's very convincing, but dude, with all the stuff I've been reading and this illustration right here, I just don't buy it. I'm sorry, I just don't buy it. It's just so big. Like, come on, man. Have you guys been reading what I've been reading for the past few volumes? This is so weird. Like, it seems like an innocent reasoning, but like, or like there's a plan between them, but like, all I have to ask, they were targeting students. It could have been any student. Why was it K? It could have been any student. Why was it K? Did it have to be her? Like, I don't get it. Like, that makes no sense whatsoever to me. So like, yeah. You have that. And then after the exam, there was like an interesting passage. Let me see if I can bring that up for you guys. Right over here. I think, was this the one? Yeah, given until... Okay, so it should be this passage. Did you return Homai-chan back to normal? I didn't do so. It was like after the exam, they had a gym session where, like, remember I shared that story about Ichinose, like, crashing out after the confession scene with Ayanokoji and sending, like, the wrong message to Ishizaki? This was the rest of the conversation, like, after with Mako and Ayanokoji about, like, Ichinose. And she's asking us, like, whatever changes we see in Ichinose of her pulling her back together, are you the one doing it? Like, did you return Honami back to normal? I didn't do anything special. Ichinose just recovered with her own strength. I see, but still thank you. Thanking someone for doing nothing? I just assumed you're being modest. That's why I'm being grateful. Whether I admit it or not, whether it was true seemed irrelevant. But why tell me this? Because you thought I was the one who helped? No, it's a different matter. Amikura had been calm throughout, but her expression stiffened slightly. You can tell if you look. Even now, Honami sees you as someone very special. You're the only one in the school who can have a strong influence on her. That's why. I realized that she wasn't standing idly by while being friends with Ichinose. She understood her nature. She knew Honami Ichinose well. I'm telling you this because I don't want you to make Honami-chan sad or hurt her. Oh, gonna be a little bit too late for that, girl. She said this with a bit of difficulty, but her words were clear. I don't intend to hurt her intentionally, but that's quite a difficult request. Right, Amikura agreed without denying it. Of course, I understand your position. It's not about whether you're dating or not. I just don't want her to be unnecessarily hurt. After answering, Amikura chuckled wryly and muttered, it's tough for Honami-chan to fall for a guy who has a girlfriend. They all know, bro. They all know. This is so devious. You're pretty straightforward, aren't you? I have a vague idea of you too. I figure you aren't flustered, right? Maybe. Even if it wasn't today, Amikura might have been planning to have this conversation with me sooner or later. As gym buddies, a chance to be alone together would have come at some point. I understand what you want to say. I'll deal with it well. I couldn't say anything for certain, so I asked her for her understanding. I'm sorry, it's not my place to tell you this as a third party. Amikura knew this, so she didn't press on the issue too hard. You can't just abandon her as a friend. It's not a bad thing. I showed my understanding and Ichinose returned. Sorry to keep you both waiting. Not at all. Considering it was a conversation that was embarrassing for the person involved, Amikura was momentarily flustered. Ichinose, who had returned, didn't change her expression at all, but it wouldn't be surprising if she had realized something with her keen eyes. But she didn't ask what we were talking about. Maybe it was just speculation, but perhaps Ichinose didn't want to make Amikura tell a clumsy lie. Well then, I'm gonna head home soon. See you later. I told Ichinose and Amikura and left the gym. I was unexpectedly told about a situation in Ichinose's class, but as soon as I stepped outside, I received a message. Were you having another private talk with Mako-chan about me? She only came to check with me to avoid negatively impacting Amikura. Yeah, I'm sure that's the reason. Moreover, she guessed that we were talking about an issue concerning her. She was probably curious about the content of the conversation, but I couldn't tell her because of the promise I made with Amikura. Looks like you've got a good best friend. So I decided to reply with that. There was nothing to worry about, and it certainly wouldn't lower Amikura's position. I think you guys are thinking on this on a different wavelengths, as I would say. These are definitely different wavelengths. I received a stamp with an illustration of the utmost happiness from Ichinose as a response to having a good best friend. Since the deserted island exam period, she has indeed changed a lot. It's not just about recovering, but about growing. And those close to her, like Amikura, have noticed that change. Ichinose honami, huh? A valuable existence that brings new insights into an analysis I thought was finished. So you can see Ayanokoji's intentions with Ichinose. Like look at these lines. A valuable existence that brings new insights to an analysis I thought was finished. Like this can't be good. Like this can't be good. So which leads then after all of this, oh yeah, this is where we get to the really, really, really interesting part, right? So after all of this is where we get to the final exam for year 2, which is similar to year 1 where you have like sort of a commander. Ayanokoji takes on that role. He has a long conversation about Horikita on taking on that role, and Ichinose is taking on that role for her class. But the conversations, like these are the decisions made behind the scenes, but as you will see, the conversations are very, very interesting surrounding them, okay? Let me bring that up. So before the exam, Ichinose and Ayanokoji set a meeting. Ayanokoji was basically talking to every single leader to, somewhat hatch some plans. So this is before the meeting. This is from Ichinose's point of view before that meeting, okay? And then we're going to look at the actual meeting that takes place. Morning, I arrived earlier than our meeting time and sat on a bench. Later today, I'll have a bit of time to talk with Ayanokoji-kun. Thinking about it fills my heart with happiness. Oh my god, you poor soul. But that wasn't really okay for me to do. Right now, Ayanokoji has a girlfriend, Karizawa-san. As a person, I need to accept that and maintain a calm judgment. So within my heart, I'll enjoy it as... One of these statements are so contradictory. On one hand, he has a girlfriend. I have to respect that. On the other hand, it's a date. I can savor the feeling of being a lover waiting for the one I love. Oh my goodness, the deviousness. Kiyotaka-kun, I whispered on the empty bench. If we were lovers, we'd become much closer and call each other by our first names. Ayanokoji-kun would probably call me Honami too. Just imagining it makes my heart flutter. I never thought I'd change so much when I wasn't even aware I was in love in the first place. The only problem is, how long can I suppress this one-sided love? I spot him in the distance. I took a moment to clear my mind, straightening my back so I don't lose myself. Good morning. Ayanokoji greets me as I respond. Good morning, Ayanokoji-kun. Is it okay calling me out in a place like this? What do you mean? It's a public place. If Karizawa-san or other people see us, won't they get the wrong idea? Truthfully, I want someone to see us. Such feelings interfere. But that's not right. Yo, she's so devious. Truthfully, I want someone to see us. No need to worry. I've told Kay about today. Unwarranted secret and clumsy lies would only become obstacles in relationships after all. Oh, does she want someone to see them because that would make Kay feel bad? I think that's what it is. Or interfere with the relationship. Ayanokoji-kun, what are you planning for the special exam? After this, I had a brief conversation with Ayanokoji-kun about the special exam. After all, we're in a position to compete. After all, we're shouldering a battle we can't afford to lose. After all, that fact must be sealed away during the exam. So at least for now, I want to feel happy. I wish quietly. So the next one should be their actual... Okay, so that was from Ichinose's point of view, right? So now I'm going to show you what the actual conversation looks like. Sunday morning. I arrived at the destination 10 minutes before the agreed time. This is from Ayanokoji's point of view. The person I was waiting for was already sitting on a bench. Good morning. When I called out, a beautiful profile turned towards me and smiled. Good morning, Ayanokoji-kun. Is this okay? Calling me out to a place like this? What do you mean? This is a public place. If Kairizawa-san or others see us, won't they get the wrong idea? No need to worry. I've already talked to Kei about today. Careless secrets and clumsy lies only become shackles in maintaining relationships. I answered that way, and she modestly agreed that lying indeed might not be good. You see how devious her POV is versus what's actually happening. If you didn't see that, you'd be like, oh, this is a normal conversation. But on the inside, it's like, oh my goodness. Oh, what will you do? What will you do about the special exam? Ichinose probably wanted to know which side I would take in the exam. I don't plan to participate as a representative in the special exam at the moment. So I decided to answer that way, which is a lie. Lies are shackles in relationships. A statement I made just before telling a lie. That is true. However, the lie I told Horikita to deceive Ichinose's class was unfortunately not necessary because the strategy I told Horikita itself was a lie, something trivial. I see, that might be good news for us then. Ichinose, who took my words at face value, seemed slightly relieved. There was nothing suspicious about her attitude. She almost certainly didn't know that I would participate as a representative at this point. For now, that is. Maybe Horikita will ask me later. If that happens, please go easy on me. That's my line if possible. I'd rather not compete against you, Ayanokoji-kun. After answering, Ichinose corrected her previous statement. I'd rather not compete against you, but it can't be helped. It's inevitable that our classes will clash. Ichinose quickly responded after that. We better not talk about the end of the year special exam more than this, right? I sensed her intention not to engage in unnecessarily probing each other's intentions. We are both set to face each other directly after all. I thought it was we both sat face to face. I was like, okay. We were both set to face each other directly after all. It's better not to delve too deeply into the good or bad things. Yeah, that's right. The reason I called you here today is because the time for our promise is approaching soon. Do you remember? Remember, year one promise, they promised. Now you see why we are saying the promised night. How could I forget? It was about our conversation last year in your room, right? I nodded and Ichinose nodded back in agreement. 1 year from now, I want to meet you again like this. Just the two of us, Ichinose and me. Go through the next year without hesitation and meet me. Can you promise that? Those were the words I conveyed to Ichinose last year. If neither of us get expelled in the special exam, let's make some time then. What kind of words would she hear? Ichinose probably didn't know either. Amidst mixed feelings of anticipation and anxiety, she clearly answered, definitely. I nodded and stood up from the bench. The conversation was very brief, but considering tomorrow, it was probably enough. I'm going to stop by the gym now. What about you, Ichinose? I have plans to meet the classmates after this, so I'll pass this time. With the end of the year exam just around the corner, it probably wasn't the time to be sweating in the gym. As she had said earlier, she seemed to have plans with her friends. Ichinose, still sitting on the bench, saw me off as I headed to Kyakimal first. That makes 3. After talking to Sakayanagi, all my tasks will be complete. So yeah, Ayanokoji was talking to all the leaders. He's slowly hatching this plot. And all of this leads up to the battle in the last year because straight up, it was a battle between Ayanokoji's class and Ichinose's class. That was the entire battle. So we are gonna read those showdowns because it's gonna be good. It's gonna be really good. Let me see, the showdown part 1. Okay, so this is gonna be a long read. Let's get right into it. But it's probably gonna be the most important thing we read leading up to the promised night. You are gonna see. This is gonna be Ayanokoji at his coldest. You have never, ever, ever seen anything close to this. I promise you. I promise you. Let me see if I missed some illustrations on the way there, though. I've been going through the passages. So I'm like, okay, there are probably some things. Oh no, wait, okay. This is Ayanokoji before the showdown with Ichinose. So, oh yeah, let me break it down. So it's Ichinose versus Ayanokoji's class. Ichinose dumpsters Horikita because this is Ichinose's element, and Horikita's weakness because it's more about like understanding your classmates. And realistically, there's nobody who understands their classmates better than Ichinose does. Like it just is what it is. So Horikita gets absolutely destroyed. Ayanokoji's the last boss, so you have him like prepping like this, showing up and getting right into the battle, okay? He's prepping and he's getting right into the battle. So yeah, let's pull this up. Right here, let me see. Yeah, he's walking right up to the battle. This is gonna be it. This is the final showdown. We're gonna do this and then boom. As I entered the classroom, Ichinose remained seated, gently waving her hand in a small gesture, welcoming me. So it was just Ichinose and Ayanokoji in the final room, because this is the final showdown of the year. I didn't expect you to completely defeat Horikita. It seems you handled it perfectly. I was just lucky. I did better than usual, for my own standards. As she humbly said this, I sat down in an empty seat. There's about 4 minutes remaining for the recess interval. Can we chat for a bit? Yes, of course. I also want to chat with you, Ayanokoji-kun. Of course she does. She always does. She showed no signs of nervousness for the upcoming battle. It didn't matter who the opponent was, she was ready to do what she could, an indication that she had prepared herself mentally. First, let me apologize for lying. I said I wouldn't participate in the exam, but in the end, I ended up taking part as the general. I wasn't worried about that from the start. We're opponents after all. We can't always speak our true feelings. Ichinose forgave me and showed understanding. By the way, no, Ayanokoji straight up lying. He deliberately chose this method because he knew it would most heavily psychologically impact Ichinose. He's going for the punch, and as you're gonna see, this is just gonna intensify more and more and more. I appreciate you saying that, but can I ask you one thing, Ayanokoji? What are you feeling right now? Nothing much, just scrambling to think how to face a formidable enemy. I talked briefly with Horikita on the way here, and she was completely exhausted. That was really an overperformance from me. I have no idea if it will go that well. I hope so. Ayanokoji, you don't seem to feel any pressure or nervousness. You seem calm too. It's the same thing. I'm very nervous, just being together. Yo, girl, you're in the middle of an exam. I'm very nervous. Just being together like this with you naturally makes me feel this way. If anyone were to hear such a statement, it would come as a shock to them. Indeed, the examiner standing watching with a stern face showed a puzzled look for a moment. But at the same time, I feel a strong sense of security. It's strange and contradictory to feel supported by someone who's supposed to be an opponent. Right now, my presence wasn't a hindrance. Rather, it seemed to be helping her. Yep. With less than 3 minutes left, wait one sec. Yeah, with less than 3 minutes left in the recess interval, it was an imperative to make good use of the limited time remaining. This is just my speculation, but you believe that you can win against anyone right now, right? I wonder, but it's not that I'm lacking in confidence, I guess. That's what I thought. However, at the same time, I can see that there is one thing you're anxious about. No matter how confidently you are about having an advantage, there's always the possibility that there will be a sudden comeback in the special exam. It was easy for her to understand what I was getting at. Yes, the existence of a traitor is the only unpredictable element. This is a part of the exam rules. I'm not going to explain it because, again, it's going to be like an hour explaining these rules. But basically, what you need to understand that it's a rule that could lead to you expelling someone from your own class. And this is why it makes Ichinose very uncomfortable, right? Because she doesn't want anybody to expel from her own class. She wants to protect her classmates at all costs. That was her modus operandi from the very beginning of the year all the way up till now. The system labeled as the traitor rule, but even though it leads to an expulsion, it also allows for a comeback. So also keep that in mind. The system labeled as the traitor role was ultimately introduced by the school as a way to maintain the possibility of turning the tables around with one move, and how to incorporate in a balanced way How to incorporate it in a balanced way was well thought out. There was a premise that if possible, traitors were supposed to lie for their own sake as well as their classes. However, while that may be true, this didn't necessarily increase the chance of expulsion. Even if someone with thick skin carried the risk of expulsion and stuck to their lies, could the representative have easily concluded that? No. Once the traitor who's caught lying is identified, that student would be expelled. In other words, that person would be forcibly removed from the class. Few leaders would welcome this. Remember, this is very important. Remember this part, okay? The reward for traitors was merely a facade and acted as a role of uncertainty in the battle between representatives. To give the disadvantaged side a defined chance. Ichinose, who likely had sharp observational skills, might easily be able to recognize a traitor's existence, but there was still no guarantee that it wouldn't lead to a student's expulsion. It was 99% safe, but not 100% safe. Such was the system of the traitor role. So caution would be taken. Before we get into our match, I have one suggestion that would benefit us both. A suggestion? What is it? It's about the traitor role that I was referring to. There's not much time left, so I want to clarify this. The student assigned as traitors in the special exam are the only ones who risk expulsion. Though, since the payoff is huge, it's not unreasonable. That's true. Given this, the traitor will be under a lot of pressure. Even if they intend to confess, they might end up trying their best to strive for the reward of class points. A troublesome rule indeed. And honestly, I think this rule is unnecessary in our current battle. So Ayanokoji is trying to convince Ichinose to give up the traitor rule. I agree, being misled by the traitor system is scary, and I'd like to avoid causing trouble for everyone if possible. However, since we both recognize that the role is a powerful weapon, we'll use it if we're at a disadvantage. If you don't mind agreeing, how about we both assign a traitor, tell each other who we assign, and then identify them through the interrogation system, eliminating the need to focus on such unnecessary things. So for our initial discussion, we won't fight. Instead, we'll drop nominations and use the rounds on the traitors. So basically, he's telling her, let's collude together. Let's get rid of the traitor system. It's best for both of us. I know you're not going to be able to compete with it hanging over your head. Let's get rid of it. Not a bad proposal, but the traitor rights are also important. Are you okay with giving that up, Ayanokoji-kun? It's essential for a comeback. For those who felt like they were at a disadvantage, it was an option meant for a last-ditch effort. It was natural for her to have doubts about me wanting to give it up. Also, are we even allowed to share information about traitors? Of course. There should be no problems with this exchange. Showing your opponent your tablet in front of them to inform them of their class's traitor doesn't violate any rules, right? I called out to the examiner watching us from the corner of the room. Yes, of course. I don't think it would violate any rules, but whether they had anticipated someone using this rule in such a way or they had expected to be questioned about it, the examiner nodded, albeit a bit perplexed. Please check just to be sure. There should be no problem, but still. When I urged him, the examiner began to confirm the details through the earpiece he was wearing. Yes, that's correct. Mutually giving up the traitor rights, huh? I didn't expect such a proposal. Normally, this development should be welcomed by Ichinose. There was only one reason I wanted to abandon the system. It's to ensure that no one from this class or from our class gets expelled. This is really important. This is really important. Read this again. There's only one reason why I wanted to abandon this system. It's to ensure that no one from this class or from your class gets expelled. That's true. Indeed, if there are no traitors, then I wouldn't have to worry about that. This is diabolical. Like for Ichinose's class and his class, both the expulsions, they both matter, by the way. What would Ichinose's answer be? There would be less than 30 seconds in the remaining countdown. What if I had a little condition? I agree that we won't need the traitor rights, but if we could end this discussion while both the traitors still in it, we would be able to secure the reward. So rather than abandoning the system. So the rest of it goes into like the rules, but I want to just get to the good part. This scene is going to be so good. Okay, however, with the traitors still remaining, the Class B students wouldn't be at ease. After 5 minutes of discussion and choosing to pass, we stood up. I'll go settle the matter of eliminating the traitor right now. Okay, I'll be waiting. In the third round, so like you have to go to your class and eliminate the traitors yourself. Like this is exactly what Ayanokoji's been waiting for. In the third round, I would determine the real traitor and see the discussion through to its end, and then it would get to the real deal. But before that, I had to finish what needed to be done. I exited this room for the third time and headed towards the classroom that was specialized for the interrogation. The traitor, Maizono, by the way, both classes, for example, Ichinose will set Ayanokoji's traitor, and Ayanokoji will set Ichinose's traitor, and then they'll go eliminate the traitor so there's no risk of expulsion. So Ayanokoji basically told Ichinose to designate Maizono as the traitor. Like, Maizono will be the traitor. I probably should show you an illustration of this girl to see what you guys, so you guys can know what she looks like, because like there's no other chance you guys would. She hasn't really shown up in the anime. So it's this girl right here. This girl's the one. She is she's the one Ayanokoji designated as the traitor, and you're gonna see why that is in a second. In a second, it will become very, very obvious why. The traitor Maizono showed up ahead of time. Is it my turn this time? Sorry, I'm completely lost in who the traitor is, and I'm just running around in circles. Maizono, looking somewhat uneasy, sat down in the seat prepared for her. There might be a lot you want to ask, but let's focus on the interrogation for now. That's our main role here. That's right, that's fine. But don't forget that we participants are anxious because we don't know anything about the situation at all. Also, I'm not the traitor, so don't mistakenly conclude that I am, okay? The traitors themselves didn't seem fully understand how much their presence was hindering the representatives. But when it came to the interrogation, lying while being determined as a traitor would carry the risk of expulsion. So if Maizono lies, but she's called the traitor and she is the traitor, she is screwed. She understood that much. I understand. I haven't suspected you from the start, and I won't conclude that either. It's just I haven't found any clues, and I'm just randomly calling different classmates. I hope you can forgive me for that part. During the interrogation with Hondo before, he said that you seem suspicious. What? Hondo said that? Ugh, that's super annoying. Is there anyone you can think of that might have led... Is there anything you can think of that might have led him to say that? Maybe, but no, sorry, I don't know. I see. 4 more students to go. Looks like I'll keep on patiently searching. That might be good. Well, if the traitor isn't found and the match ends like that, then we'll get class points. If we don't lose the game, it might be better to leave it just as is. Right. For the sake of progress, let me formally confirm things. Participants can't end the interrogation without confessing whether they're the traitor. Maizono, you're not the traitor, right? This is important. This is important. I repeated the same lines I had told Okitani and Hondo word for word. Hey, if I was the traitor and I was found lying, what would happen to you? You wouldn't lose, right? Hey, if I was the traitor and was found lying, what would happen to you? You wouldn't lose, right? It would be somewhat disadvantageous, but it wouldn't cause any major problems, and you wouldn't be responsible for it at all. No, rather, it might be convenient if the traitor lied. So Ayanokoji's coaxing her into lying. That's about the class, yeah. But it's better not to talk much about it. The interrogation rules forbid us from going too deeply into the details of the special exam, right? Right. Anyways, you're clear now. Feel free to speak your mind without hesitation. Having confirmed my intention, an announcement came from the school side. Maizono, please confess whether or not you're a traitor. I'm not the traitor. So Ayanokoji, do your best as the representative. Why can't I say this word, bro? Representative. I still feel like I said it wrong. With this, the participant's testimony was completed. Maizono took a deep breath and stood up, turning her back on me. At the same time, the examiner began preparing to leave the room. I sat and stared at the now empty chair, taking another short pause. I'm convinced and now want to declare that Maizono is the class's traitor. Remember, if you're the traitor and you're caught lying, and if the representative calls it out, you are expelled. You are gone. And Ayanokoji basically coaxed her into that situation, by saying it's oh, don't worry, it's not a big deal if you lie. Nothing's gonna happen. We're just gonna end this. I'm just gonna walk away. No big deal. So he basically orchestrated this entire thing to target Maizono. And that was my answer. A moment of silence followed. Huh? Expecting to be let go, Maizono, who seemed unable to understand, turned back with a puzzled look. What did you say? Didn't you hear me? I said that you are the traitor. Wait, huh? No, I mean, I told you that's not it. What? I haven't shown you any suspicious behavior. No, I mean, if you're declared a traitor, you get expelled, right? Huh? What? That's not right, is it? That's not what this is about, right? That was a hard sentence to read, by the way. How do I get that sentence right, but I got all the other ones wrong? There was no surprise as to why Maizono was flustered. If a traitor lied about their identity and was exposed by the representative, they would be severely punished and expelled from the school. Therefore, you wouldn't normally be able to lie so casually. Representatives couldn't simply declare suspicious students as the traitor in order to protect their classmates. But this was also a bit of contradiction. Traitors were offered lucrative rewards, and thus the desire to lie would continue to persist. If they knew that they would never be exposed, lying would be more beneficial. That rule, which was based on the presumption of good faith, had a major flaw. If you wanted to abuse it, you could exploit it for cruel and vicious purposes. You're seeing right here. It's okay. It makes no difference. You're confirmed for expulsion. Stopping in her tracks, Maizono turned back, her emotions intensely surging. Huh? That makes no sense. I only lied for the sake of the class because I thought you didn't suspect me. You said you wouldn't declare it. Participants confess whether they're a traitor at first. Then the representative decides to declare them a traitor or declare them innocent. These are the interrogation's rules. So Ayanokoji's turning cold more. She's like, who cares about emotions? Who cares about all this? I'm just gonna lay out the facts to you. What I said before Maizono confessed didn't matter. Oh my god, this guy. Huh? What? Okay, I'll come clean now. It's too late to confess now. Examiner, could you please have Maizono leave the room? I urged the stunned examiner, but an unexpected response came back. Are you really okay with this? Do you understand that your classmate will be expelled this way? To avoid something like that happening in the first place, the special exam was hastily... The examiner, who shouldn't have intervened, held back as if restraining himself from saying more. Like a child, he covered his mouth, desperately holding back the urge to continue. The examiner glanced at the camera and bowed his head as if to apologize for the rudeness. Seeing his panic, sure enough, it seemed that this was a way of utilizing this rule. Oh, wait, what am I saying? Seeing this panic, sure enough, it seemed that this way of utilizing this rule wasn't anticipated. Judging from his foolish slip of the tongue, there might have been some special circumstances involved in this end of the year special exam. The rules weren't disclosed to the students until the very last moment. Reps and participants were completely isolated from sharing information with one another. And above all, if tackled the proper way, no one would be expelled, a measure that stuck out was too lenient. Ayanokoji was like, this is too easy. What's life without the chance of expulsion? Well, let's shelve that issue on the side for now. I need to proceed with what's in front of me. I will confirm with you once again. Ayanokoji-kun, would you like to restart Maizono's confession? Surprisingly, it seemed like they were willing to give me another chance to redo it. How kind! Yo, this psychopath! I see. Then Maizono, could you please return to your seat? It seems I get to decide whether to grant the right to restart it, so I might consider a redo. Maizono, though angry, hurried back to the chair and sat down. What does she intend to do while looking at me with eyes full of rage as if she wants to kill me? Let me show you the eyes full of rage again. This right here, guys. This right here, eyes of rage. If she didn't seem like she was angry at herself for lying without first considering it deeply, if it had been Ruin or Sakayanagi instead in front of her, she would have confessed no matter what anyone said. Actually, there is a reason why I want to expel you. I was previously informed to our classmates that I would participate as the general in the special exam, and the class was asked not to tell to anyone outside. However, this information, which should have been kept secret, somehow managed to leak to Ichinose's class. How do you think it leaked? That is... because someone leaked the information, and that someone was you, right? There was no benefit in lying here. It was clear that if she upset me, she wouldn't be given another chance to confess. Indeed, I might have leaked it, but I didn't think it would reach Ichinose's class, really. Who did you leak it to? That is, should I name the person you leaked it to? Is it someone from class 2A? Realizing that the class had already been identified, Maizono shouted as if she resigned. Masayoshi. I told Masayoshi. How do you say his name? Masayoshi. That's right. Okay, it's Hashimoto, but like first name basis. It's fine for you to date whoever you want, but as long as you're in a different class, there are lines you shouldn't cross, even if your lover asks you to. Isn't that right? I understand, but this information wasn't even that important. I don't even know why Masayoshi leaked it. From Hashimoto's perspective, if she had to choose whether Horikita's class should win or lose, he would naturally prefer them to lose. If by chance I broke through to class A, and even if Sakayanagi gets taken out, a new obstacle would still remain. In such a case, it wouldn't be weird to think that the chances of me transferring classes would decrease. He probably contacted Class D students to let them know that I was going to be a representative, so they wouldn't be upset on the day of the exam. At least it wouldn't hurt him to do something like that. So Hashimoto is basically just playing every single side imaginable. That's literally what he's doing. There you have Maizono's illustration. He is very, 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 very mad here. Very angry indeed. Whether it's a big deal or not, you're not the one who decides the value of that information. At the very least, Horikita must have conveyed it as a very important piece of information. I'm sorry, I won't do it again. Just this one. I don't understand. Do you think that this was your first offense? What about the fact that you gathered only a few of our classmates to spread unsettling information about me and confuse them, and then pass that information on to Hashimoto? Did that not happen either? Oh my god, this is so good. Even though it occurred at the end of the year, there was no way she could forget that she'd done it at Hashimoto's request. How did you find out about that? How I find out about it is irrelevant right now. Okay, I get it. I absolutely won't do anything like that anymore. Down the road, if Hashimoto tells you to betray someone in order to be with them, would you do it without a hint of hesitation, wouldn't you? I wouldn't do that. There's no way I would. I'm afraid I don't believe you at all. That was how I answered, but you could say Maizono had learned her lesson the hard way. She would probably behave more quietly from now on, always thinking about her own class first. I said I wouldn't. I've already told you the truth, so please forgive me already. That's true. Any more would be a waste of time. I decided to wrap it up and turn my gaze towards the camera. My judgment remains unchanged. There's no need to redo the confession. Maizono is a traitor. I reiterated that there was no need to revise my decision. That's not fair. What are you? What right do you have to do something so unfair? The participants confess whether they're traitor, and the rep declares whether that is true or false. Nothing more, nothing less. Ooh, it's just cold logic. Maizono is to leave the room. The staff, having given her another chance, began to make their judgment as they could no longer take up any more time. It was the right decision to dispose of Maizono here. However, she naturally refused to budge. Ayanokoji has successfully determined the lying participant to be the traitor, so Maizono is to leave the room and be expelled. As the announcement was made, Maizono screamed, "No, I won't leave until you take it back. All you can do now in the special exam is hope Hashimoto gets expelled. Then maybe there's a path for you to be together after you leave here." Oh my. That is cold. Yo, all you can do in this special exam is hope that Hashimoto gets expelled. Then maybe there's a path left for you to be together after you leave here. Though in my personal experience, that future was very unlikely. Whether Hashimoto got expelled or not, he probably didn't see Maizono as a romantic interest. He only approached her to gain an advantage for his graduation from Class A. Once he could no longer extract information from her, she would become worthless and there wouldn't be any reason to keep her. Bro, this guy's monologues and his speech go so hard here. A person who had lost their value would be discarded. Take it back right now. Whether Maizono needed to be expelled was something many would question. Explaining that to her that she was being used by Hashimoto and lifting his brainwashing wouldn't be too difficult. The act of leaking information should be condemned, but it certainly wasn't worth expulsion. However, for me, it was just convenient in many ways. It was merely making effective use of Maizono, a tool that happened to be at hand. Oh, here we go again. The tools owner strikes back. That was all it was. I will never forgive you. Ignoring Maizono's continued screaming, I decided to finish everything off and head back first. Maizono, who chased after me, was stopped by the examiners just before the door closed. As it happened before me, the result of the interrogation would have reached Ichinose's ears through the announcement. The answer was clear from her expression. The gentle expression she had always shown was now subdued, like that of a different person. Ayanokoji? So Ichinose is now realizing what Ayanokoji did. So he basically just tricked her. Ichinose was like, oh, we're going to get rid of the traitor rules so like we don't get screwed over, right? Like we don't want to expel someone. I don't want to expel someone. It's good business, good business. And then Ayanokoji goes into that room and uses the traitor rule to expel his own classmate. And Ichinose is like, huh? Huh? What? Huh? Ayanokoji-kun, why is Maizono being expelled? As a rep, she should have understood what happened. However, she couldn't possibly imagine the process that went into it. She didn't confess. That's why I concluded she was guilty. As a result, she was dealt with. But why do you? But you already knew, right? Then why did you do such a thing? Why? I said I would remove the traitor system. My purpose in doing so was to expel Maizono. That's all there was to it. If we hadn't cooperated, the chances of Ichinose choosing Maizono as the traitor would be extremely low. So Ayanokoji's thought process is, I'm going to expel the traitor that was going after me, and I'm going to shake Ichinose in the process. Win, win, win. That's why I propose that we align our interests and give up our rights. If I even let her decide who the traitor would be, then Ichinose would have no choice but to do the same. Since the first party did so, the same action was required from the other party to maintain fairness. Oh, this is so devious. So Ayanokoji's like, you can choose who the traitor is. And Ichinose's like, okay. And then Ayanokoji's like, since I let you do it, you should let me choose who the traitor is as well. But Ichinose had no way of knowing that this is what he was going to do. We both fulfilled our promise to eliminate the traitors, right? You've also gained 50 class points without having to point out a traitor, so there shouldn't be any problems between us. Naturally, this won't hinder the serious match that follows. Naturally. What are emotions? Get that out of here. While I had explained everything, I hadn't done anything that would have caused a disadvantage to Ichinose's class. Rather, it could be said that I've given them an advantage instead. But the outcome of the match between me and Ichinose was greatly shifting. Ichinose should be happy that another class had an expulsion, but she wasn't. She would regret having unwittingly contributed to Maizono's expulsion. However, she even gained class points. Moreover, she even gained class points. However, this traitor matter is just the beginning of my strategy. The strategy I would use to win here from there. The strategy I would use to win started from here. What am I saying? The strategy I would use to win started from there. Why did I say this like 3 times? Thank you for cooperating, Ichinose. Thanks to you, it was easy for me to dispose of the defective tool. Oh, we getting good. We getting good. Wait, that's terrible. She wanted to say such words, but she couldn't. Because she genuinely harbored affection towards me. She couldn't bring herself to utter such harsh words. While our conversation continued elsewhere, the discussion resumed. However, since we discarded the whole discussion this time, this was now time we could freely spend. It seems we have... Okay, so between the discussions, they have time to talk. Like, discussion periods are basically like this. Like, you like question people, you get stuff out. Like, you don't need to know the rules, but you just have time between discussions, okay? It seems we have time until the next discussion. Shall we talk for a bit? Talk. Ichinose couldn't get Maizono out of her head, but she had no choice but to move forward. She wouldn't be broken by something of this magnitude. Ichinose had become such a formidable presence. In the special exam, only having one necessary ability isn't enough to win. It wasn't hard to imagine how Horikita and Ichinose's class representatives had been fighting up to this point. They must have been keenly observing their allies and enemies' every word and action through the monitors. The subtle changes in classmates' expressions could be an especially big hint for the rep. Of course, it wouldn't be possible to start without it. That's why Horikita perceived Ichinose's overwhelming ability to observe her classmates as truly formidable. They competed and Horikita was subsequently defeated. That was basically the same for Sakayanagi and Ruin's classes. However, fighting with that respect alone wasn't everything when it came to winning. The rules weren't just about appointing honor students and executive roles. It was also possible to make the other it was also possible to make the other nominate unrelated students or lure them into self-destruction. So some rep might have tried to mentally shake their opponents up a bit. Are you sure you should nominate that student? Isn't that student over there suspicious? So I'm saying like you can use like, like some mind games here and there. Like it'll be effective. Such words were meant to cause confusion. If you increase the choices from 2 to 3, the chances of making a mistake increased. For students not accustomed to the big stage, such words might have a confounding effect. However, for people like Ruen, Sakayanagi, and Ichinose, it hardly worked. Rather, they might become more cautious and see through things they couldn't before. So how could you confuse the minds of such leading figures and take away their ability to make sound judgments? If their minds are occupied with the special exam, the answer lies outside of it. Oh, my deviousness. Oh, my diabolicalness. It was crucial to chip away at their sharp thinking with something completely unrelated. If you knew your body was getting targeted, anyone in this case would prioritize guarding it. But if their legs were unexpectedly targeted instead, naturally it would be difficult to immediately respond. Do you remember last year? A minor incident occurred in our year. It was exposed that a female class leader had shoplifted in the past, and it came to light. It's about me, isn't it? Without pause, I dragged Ichinose, who still hadn't taken in the current situation into the darkness. Ayanokoji just dragging Ichinose down. It's like, you thought this was my only psychological attack? Nah. The incident was partly caused by your trusting nature, as you confided in Sakayanagi. But was it really Arisu's doing that it got exposed to the entire school? What do you mean? The accusatory letter found in the dormitory mailbox. Did you ever doubt whether it was really Arisu who planted it? Ichinose fell silent, perhaps recalling that time. Before it was revealed, some nasty rumors about you had already started circulating. They were about violence, compensated dating, and a history of theft. You thought that it was probably Arisu who spread those rumors, but at that point, they were rumors mixed with lies. That's why you could bear it. Ichinose's eyes were downcast, but I didn't hesitate to continue. What if I was working behind the scenes to give it one final push? What if it was me who planted that letter in the mailbox to mentally corner you and prompt a confession? What are you saying? Even when I explained it clearly, Ichinose seemed unable to understand the implications. It wasn't surprising. Not just Ichinose, but other students believed that it was Arisu's doing too, using Kiriyama to valiantly spread rumors about classes other than Class A, including Horikita's class, also played a part. Ayanokoji did do this. We covered it in the Hidden Plot in the Volume 9 video. Ayanokoji did do this. You might think it's a bad joke, but can you say for sure that isn't true? I crossed my legs and questioned Ichinose, who had built up such a strong protective barrier over time. In the past few months, Ichinose had undergone a unique mental change. It gave her some kind of composure, allowing Ichinose to progress through the exam on a strong path. So Ayanokoji is basically raising thoughts in her mind. It's like, oh, I'm a bad person. You don't know if I'm a bad person or not. Woo! He's basically ripping apart the image she has of like the savior who saved her multiple times in real time. He's basically taking it down. It gave her some sort of composure, allowing Ichinose to progress through the exam on a strong path. However, one of the underlying reasons for that was because of my presence. What if that presence turned out to be someone much more unforgiving than she imagined? What if she knew I was a person who I could betray without hesitation and push Maizono to expulsion? This was the first reason he pushed Maizono to expulsion, because it would basically shatter Ichinose's image, that the one she had built in her head, right in front of her. That's not true. At that stage, but Ayanokoji, there was no benefit in you for doing something like that. That's not true. At that stage, Arisu might have only intended to warn you and use it as a blackmail material. However, by forcibly getting involved at that time, I could take that material away. By helping you, my credibility inevitably increased. No matter how you look at it, I have sufficiently benefited. I can't believe it. I understand that you don't want to believe it, but it's the truth. If you want to ask Arisu, was it you who put that letter in the mailbox after the exam ends? If you tell her what I said, she might have given you the honest answer. All that was left was to carefully finish everything up. Everything I've been involved in regarding you had an ulterior motive. Even during the deserted island exam and the night of the school trip, I acted solely for my own sake. You were just being used by me. And the promise from a year ago? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Ichinose no longer knew what was right. Even the words that were confirmed on the bench just before the exam. The promise certainly existed, but now there was nothing left to believe in. The promise was the thing she had in her mind, is the thing she was clutching on to all this time. The first discussion had ended, and the recess interval for the next discussion began. Reps, please select a new group. Following the modest announcement, I chose a suitable group. Ichinose also used her tablet, albeit belatedly, but her expression was empty. It couldn't be helped. The special exam had already been pushed to the back of her mind. The darkness she was dragged into was deep. Even the matter of Maizono's expulsion now seemed like a distant past, almost obscured. The man before her was not her ally. He was not an understanding person. The more rational a person was, the more they were drawn into the darkness. I pulled the chair back to its original place. The light and vitality that had been in Ichinose's eyes while looking at the monitor were gone. Even while looking at the monitor, the conversation from earlier was heavily entrenched in her mind. Truth and falsehood, lies and reality. Even if she didn't want to think about it, she couldn't help it. Even when putting their thoughts into words, humans were creatures that couldn't easily empty their mind. The more she tried to focus on the exam, the more her stray thoughts grew. You need some meditation, girl. You need some zen. Occasionally, a sensation of her mind going blank must have assaulted her. Her vision definitely captured the monitor, and her hearing was still functioning, yet that information wasn't reaching her brain properly. This was not magic. It was the structure, the mechanism of the human body. Her heart rate and blood pressure rose, and her peripheral blood vessels constricted. Yo, that is a sentence, bro. Her pupils dilated, narrowing her field of vision, and consequently, the functioning of her prefrontal cortex, oh, I have that too, which is responsible for a relatively rational process, declined. Yo, man is like analyzing her in real time. Like the look on her face. Recovering from this state wasn't easy under the current circumstance. After that, it was simple. I leisurely observed the discussion, deduced, and identified the honor students. My opponent no longer had the trump card of sending a traitor. That's why Ayanokoji eliminated. He's like, I'm gonna take the traitor out. I'm gonna use it to completely mess with your mental. Then I'm gonna mess with your mental more, and then you're gonna have no way to recover because the traitor system is gone. The discussion could continue without any issues. Even without spending much time, that moment would eventually arrive. Ayanokoji-kun has successfully identified the honor student, so Ichinose-san will lose 3 lives. And as this brings her lives to 0, Ichinose is defeated. Please leave the room. Ayanokoji crushes her. He uses everything he did to Ichinose, string her along to absolutely crush her in this exam, and crush her in such a way that her class can never reach Class A. This is the exam that will put them to the point, they're already in Class D, but this is the exam that will push them to the point where they can no longer recover. Like, it is impossible to recover. Without facing any significant difficulties, Horikita's class secured a major victory. How diabolical was this, bro? Oh my. Like I said, you have never seen Ayanokoji this cold in your life. This was like him. This was peak. This end of the year exam, it made up for all the boring parts I had to do during the middle. So I think I have a few illustrations. Do we? Yeah, we have the Maizono one. And yeah, we have the Ichinose being very, very confident while defeating like Horikita, but then, you know, it wasn't good. It wasn't a good showing later. So yeah, after this point, Ichinose basically like ended up holding, like, remember how she ran and hold herself up like after like the shoplifting incident in like middle school? She basically did the same thing. She like apologized to her class, being like, hey, it was my fault. Everyone's trying to cheer her on, and then Chie absolutely crashes out, being like, you guys are wrong, like you're never gonna win this way, like you're delusional, yada yada yada. And after that, Ichinose just locks herself away. 100% locks herself away. No one's hearing from her. And all of this situation leads into the promise night. And yeah, this is what we came for, boys. What you saw in the trailer, the promise night. This is what we came for. Now, the passages for the promise night are kind of like split apart in the entire volume, so I just got them one next to each other and just put them by. The reason for this is because Ichinose hold herself up, and Ayanokoji wasn't sure whether or not she's actually gonna meet him on this night because, you know, he kind of just psychologically destroyed her. He kind of demolished her. So he's not really sure whether or not she's gonna show up. So this is one of the first passages. Going back briefly in time, from the beginning of April to the end of March, that day I had been active since 7 a.m. There were time-consuming matters that required my attention. This is from Ayanokoji's point of view, by the way. As 8 a.m. approached, the news program started on the TV that I turned on earlier. While using it as background noise in my room, I sent a message to Ichinose. I'll be out until 3 p.m. today, but come to my room at any time you like after that. I'll be out until 3 p.m. today, but come to my room at any time you like after that. The message didn't contain anything detailed. There was a promise that had been reiterated repeatedly from last year until recently. There wasn't a need to explain in depth now. Of course, it was true that the situation had changed substantially when comparing to how things were like before. You said that. And after the end of the year special exam, yeah, the change is a little bit different now. Ichinose had apparently developed a fever after it, missed the closing ceremony, and hadn't shown herself outside at all during spring break. The damage I inflicted was significant. Instead of being recovered, she was deeply wounded. The message I sent remained unread. Whether she was sleeping, pretending not to notice despite being awake, or something else, I decided to try to call her, but there was no ring. Only her standard voicemail played, indicating that the phone was either turned off or out of signal range. Contact me when you notice. I sent a brief message with that addition. Ichinose undoubtedly understood that today was the day. With that in mind, if I didn't hear from Ichinose on this day, I would have to decide on this matter's conclusion on my own. The TV, again, Ayanokoji has a purpose. Ayanokoji has a purpose with this. That's why he's trying so hard. And he's also curious. He wants to see what are the changes that are happening within Ichinose after all the stuff he did to her. The TV I was watching was broadcasting the weather forecast, announcing that it'd be clear during the day. However, we were expected heavy rain from night until dawn. As I was busy cleaning my room for a moment, the phone rang. For a moment, I thought it might have been Ichinose calling back, but it was someone else. This was, again, like I said, Ishizaki calling him. Lots of shenanigans happening, so let's go to the next passage for it. Early risers might have been going to bed soon. However, the possibility that Ichinose was already asleep was extremely close to zero. She must have been awake, pondering her thoughts. The night deepened, and time passed without stopping still. The night deepened, and time passed without stopping. By the time it was 9:30 p.m., you could hear the sound of the raindrops hitting the window. When I cracked them open, heavy rain began to fall instantly. I remembered that the forecast had mentioned heavy rain, lasting from tonight until dawn. Even after I closed the window, the sound of the rain was quite loud inside the room. It seemed the rain would only get harder, and it was almost 10 p.m. Today, everything I needed to do in my room was complete. Only 2 hours were left until today ended. I opened my phone to check the status of the message I had sent to Ichinose. There was no reply. However, there had been a significant change since earlier. It was regarding the message I had sent. I'll be out until 3 p.m. today, but come to my room at any time after that. Contact me when you notice. The consecutive messages I had sent until now had been read. So he basically got the read receipt. He's like, okay, she's not ignoring me. She's reading these. Indeed, Ichinose was awake and she had definitely seen my messages. Another 10, then 20 minutes passed as I waited for a reply. However, there was no contact. Ichinose was free to miss the promised day, and her answer is silence. Both possibilities existed, but honestly, I'd expected some kind of reaction. Maybe I expected too much. If she had chosen silence, then the decision I'd make was already clear. I should consider that I've given Ichinose enough time to think. However, I slowly raised myself when I was sitting on the bed. I still wanted to check directly. For the past year, I continued to influence Ichinose Honami for my own sake. So it was natural to want to see the result. Man is like in a chemistry lab. He's got some beakers. He's got some like chemicals. He's just mixing and matching. Like what comes out here? So it was only natural to want to see the result. It's fine being rejected, but I want to know what the state she's in. Such a desire naturally arose within me. So next is going to be Ayanokoji going to her room to check, but I want to show you a passage from Ichinose's point of view first, okay? This is going to give you a lot more understanding into what's going on. It's called The Other Side of the Promise. In a dark world where only rain could be heard, the chime rang. Still hugging, this is Ichinose's point of view. Still hugging my knees and hanging my head, I closed my eyes and exhaled slowly. The time has come. Though I felt this, I deliberately didn't move to respond to the chime. Soon the cell phone rang on my bed lit up. The phone vibrated faintly, 3 times, 4 times. I listened to the sound, but still didn't move. And then came a gentle knock on my door. It's me. The day of our promise is about to end. I'm here because of that. Ayanokoji on the other end. Ayanokoji's voice. I knew I would hear it today. I knew that this moment would come when the day of our promise is about to end, because I'd been ignoring his messages all day since morning. So she was deliberately ignoring his messages so he would show up. He came to tell me his conclusion before midnight. I'll wait 3 more minutes. If there's no answer, I'll leave, so don't worry. This was his final notice. If I didn't answer now, he'll leave from beyond that door. But if I respond, he will surely answer. I reached for my phone, placed just within arm's reach, and typed a message. Why did you come? I told you, today is the day of our promise. It's late already, past curfew. I hint that he should leave. Testing his reaction. I don't have the courage to go to your room right now. I'm sorry. I know, that's why I came here. As I thought, he won't leave. Ichinose is like, he wants to check up on me. He knows. Like he's into it, bro. He knows. As I thought, he won't leave. I knew that too. I'll wait 1 more minute. If the door doesn't open by then, let's pretend that promise never existed. I won't run away. Meeting Ayanokoji today, that's a promise I must keep. However, not in his room. The door is unlocked. You can come in. So she deliberately didn't want to meet in his room. In my room, I'll fulfill the promise made a year ago. Not because I lack the courage to go to him, but because I thought meeting here would be best. So she is. Girl is theory crafting. Girl is strategizing. Okay. But I thought it would be best. I thought meeting here would be best for me. My premonition has turned into certainty. What Ayanokoji wants to tell me? What I must tell Ayanokoji? I understand it all now. Oh my God, next is the meeting, boys. I hope you're ready. All right, the promise night. This is hands down the craziest chapter in Classroom of the Elite ever written, bro. Like, I read this and I sat back for a second and I'm like, was this real? Did what I read? Is this in existence? Like, I can't understand how we got here. What happened? What is going on? I had to reread it just to make sure I wasn't hallucinating. And I can't believe I'm going to be reading it to you guys. It's just going to be public of me reading this. Whatever, man. We're too deep in. No going back. If you like this video, leave a like, subscribe, comment. No other YouTuber is doing this, by the way. I am the only one crazy enough to do this. Okay. It was hard to determine. If this had been a phone call or face-to-face conversation, I could have fished for answers, but unfortunately, it was difficult to discern intentions through impersonal messages. So Ichinose's plan is working. Like her, stonewalling Ayanokoji, that worked. The unexpected message surprised me a bit, but I decided to move forward. I cautiously reached for the doorknob. Indeed, the door was unlocked and opened smoothly. However, no light awaited beyond the open door. The room was enveloped in silence and darkness. "Ichinose, are you there?" I muttered, but no voice returned. I quietly closed the door I had opened. The light were off inside the room, making it nearly impossible to see anything. And sound was similarly absent. The only audible noise was a faint hum from the refrigerator's compressor. "Ichinose?" I called out again, but still no reply came back. Since I couldn't take off my shoes and enter, I decided to take my time. As I couldn't grasp the situation any further, I quietly waited for my eyes to adjust to the darkness. As my eyes gradually adapted to the dark, I was able to spot Ichinose in the corner of the room, hugging her knees with her face down. "Even though curfew passed, you don't care?" That's my line as well. Since you invited me in, Ichinose, you also bear some responsibility. That's true. I want to show you guys the illustration for this because it's pretty cool. There we go. Look at what Ayanokoji's face looks like, by the way. Look at this look, bro. This is pure evil. And Ichinose is just hugging her knees there. This is cinema, guys. This is cinema. When we first saw this illustration and we had no idea what the promised night was, we were like, what? Huh? What is going on here? Oh my god, this was cinema, man. I heard Ichinose's voice for the first time in a while. She seemed more energetic than I expected, and she didn't appear to be in poor health. "Ayanokoji-kun, you value this day more than I imagined," Ichinose murmured, referencing to how I had gone out of my way to risk visiting. "But that isn't for my sake. It's for my own. It's for your own, right, Ayanokoji-kun?" Ichinose must have understood that by now. Yes, so Ichinose is like, this. You don't value this day because you care about me. You value it because you care about you. Which is, yeah, obvious, girl. So I nodded without hesitation and continued speaking. So I decided a year ago, today is the day to enact the student Ichinose Honami's kaishaku. Kaishaku is a term historically associated with ritual. I'm not going to say the word because it's a very bad word. Where a second person would deliver the final blow. It's in Japan, you know, when you've caused dishonor, like samurai culture, I think it was, you've caused dishonor, you like choose to delete yourself. And then a kaishaku is the person that helps press the delete button. That's the person. If someone heard this, they might angrily question what I meant by kaishaku. Kaishaku, in which sense do you mean? Ichinose murmured briefly, neither angry nor flustered. Generally, when people heard kaishaku, most people would imagine the negative meaning. This was because they'd interpret it as delivering the final blow to cause instant death. However, kaishaku had another meaning. It could mean the opposite, to attend to someone and take care of them. That's what you'll soon come to understand. Is that so? If it's okay with you, may I come in? Please do. Make sure you lock the door. Ooh, okay. It was unlikely that anyone else would visit at this hour, but it was better to be cautious. Following her request, I locked the door and removed my shoe before stepping inside. The room was dark, making it hard to see where I was stepping, but it was neatly arranged and seemed free of any tripping hazards. Ichinose did her stuff right, bro. She got everything ready. Despite the darkness, I stopped walking once I reached a position where I could clearly see Ichinose's state. You might not want to see me. Maybe you never want to see my face again. However, I want to talk today. This might be the last chance we have to talk at leisure. Cutting off all ties, we won't even be able to remain as friends. Is that what this means, I wonder? I won't deny it. If we both decide that's best, it's necessary. Ichinose could have dismissed me from the start, saying she didn't even want to be friends. If that was the worst case scenario for Ichinose, it was because she regretted her lack of judgment. What I was about to tell her was nothing short of cruel. But the other stuff wasn't cruel? Damn, bro. Is there anything you want to tell me first? If not, I'm ready to give you my answer. If necessary, chatter was unwelcome. If unnecessary chatter was unwelcome, it was best to get to the point. Yes, tell me. Without turning her face, Ichinose gave an affirmation. Perhaps prepared. The results of the end of the year exam was a crossroad of fates. If your class lost, it would nearly be impossible to recover from the current situation. You could say that was a battle you absolutely couldn't lose to. However, the result was Horikita class's victory. In other words, the path to class A was cut off. That's right. I think there are still many people in the class who haven't given up. But it's impossible because I couldn't beat you, Ayanokoji-kun. Because of that, I crushed everyone's dream. That's right. The class was defeated because you, its leader, you was weak. The responsibility you hold is significant. But anyone can blame that part on you. There would be no need for me to come here and enact the kaishaku if that was all. Ichinose didn't move. Whether she was prepared or not, she kept her head down, looking at the ground. However, surprisingly, there was still a chance to put your class back on its feet. That's a strange thing to say. Isn't the path to class A cut off? Only for as long as you remain the leader of the class, that is. For the first time, Ichinose's shoulders jolted. So, are you telling me to step down as the leader? If you want to win for the sake of the class, then do it as soon as possible. I see. But if that's the case, it won't be long before it happens. I no longer have the qualification or confidence to be the leader. I could feel the strength being poured into the hands that clutched her knees. I'm sorry, but that alone isn't enough. While stepping down as a leader is a given, beyond that, someone who can lead the class to victory needs to take that empty role. Only then can your class regain the potential to be Class A. A leader who can guide us. Who are you thinking of? Kanzaki? Nobody in particular. Currently, there is no one in your class capable of making a comeback. If that's the case, it's an impossible tale from the start. If there's no one in your class, then we should bring someone in from another class. What do you mean? I will transfer to your class and become the new leader. Oh ho ho ho! The Koji planning. This was one of the strategies I had been developing. Here, I confessed the strategy to Ichinose. Ayanokoji, you should understand my abilities by now. Whether for better or for worse, the 500 gap with Horikita's class isn't an easy fight, but I can easily overtake. Oh my god, easily overtake it. Koenjin na, Hirata na, Horikita na. I can easily overtake them within a year. After finally moving up to Class A, you would throw that away to come to a lower class. It might be an idea that's hard to understand normally, but rest assured, if this is achieved, I can graduate your current class from Class A, just as you wish. For the first time, Ichinose, who had continued hugging her knees, looked up. I thought she might have been crying, but it doesn't seem like it. Ah, I see. That's what it is. She seemed to have realized something, showing a deep understanding. Then Ichinose slowly looked at me. Perhaps in her eyes, I appeared as an executioner who had come to end her life. The predetermined plan was for you to defeat me in the end of the year special exam, Ayanokoji. If I had won, this proposal wouldn't have been made. That's why Ayanokoji reached out to Horikita and was like, let me be the general. Let me be the general. Let me defeat her. Let me defeat this harlot. Oh my goodness. If that was the case, there would be no need for me to transfer classes. Wait, if Ichinose won, the class point would have remained nearly balanced. If that was the case, there would be no need for me to transfer classes. That way of thinking was half correct. I won't deny that was one of the options. Still, if you had defeated me and showed me the strength that made me unnecessary, I would have welcomed that too. So even if Ayanokoji was defeated, he'd be like, all right, I see you. I meant that I had honestly intended to go with the Kaishaku's helping definition. I see, but that's a bad deal for our class, right? If you fight in my place and aim for Class A, Ayanokoji, we should be happy about it. Oh, that's not a bad deal. Yeah, that's right. But you might have guessed, right? Yes, there has to be a condition, correct? Just having Ichinose step down as the leader and taking that position myself wouldn't constitute Kaishaku. I'll transfer to your class and graduate from Class A, but I require you, Ichinose Honami, get expelled from this school. That was the only requirement I sought. If she agreed to this, the deal would be done. Diabolical, by the way. He was like, I will defeat you, then I will make you drop out. Considering that condition, what would Ichinose think? How would she act? Since this morning, I'd been intrigued by her answers, so he is interested in seeing how she'd respond to this dilemma. We were at a crossroads of many strategies I had set up. Regardless of where we would end up, I predicted the pattern of answers. But which path we take was up to Ichinose for herself to decide. Sorry, I don't have enough private points. Don't worry, the transfer itself isn't difficult. We'll gather all the private points you have. Of course, we'll gather from all the classmates as well. If that's still not enough, we can borrow from the first years. If we promise to repay with interest, there will be students willing to lend. With the trust you possess, it won't be difficult to gather the missing points when promising to return it with interest. Even if we can't gather 20 million points, it isn't hard to come up with how we'll acquire the remainder. So he already had a plan in place. He's like, I will gather it, 20 million, easy peasy. And with that, the simple class transfer would be completed. Just 20 million private points guaranteed for Class A. Even if this can't be realized, what's your purpose in doing all this, Ayanokoji? A certain graduate once told me to become a memorable student. At least each class's leader are now strongly aware of my presence. Not just the leaders, but other class members are gradually becoming aware as well. Whether that awareness was right or wrong didn't matter. If Manabu was looking at it, he's like, oh no, I shouldn't have told him that. That was the wrong thing to say. I didn't know it would lead to this. It's like a time traveler stepping over a rock and everything goes wrong. That was crazy, bro. Right, do you remember what I told you a year ago? To stay true to yourself. During that year, you'll push forward with your classmates. As far as you can go, there'll be happy times and sad times along the way. And I think there will be times when you feel crushed and disheartened. But even so, don't ever stop. That message I conveyed to you a year ago, this is the true meaning. Oh, like you're going to see now. It was to avoid damaging the class's value. By doing so, we could maintain the initial 40 student count given by the school. So even if you leave, someone else would enter the class, allowing us to start with the third year with 40 students. He did not care about Ichinose at all. He was like, just keep the class nice and tidy for me, will you? Just keep it nice and tidy because when I come in, there ain't gonna be no need for you. So we need to make that space. You go out, I come in, 40 students, easy peasy. This was the reason why he made that promise. This was the manipulation he was doing from the very beginning when he made the promise with Ichinose a year ago. It wasn't for her sake. It wasn't to put tell her to fight in her own way. Like it's all admirable. It was to make sure that she keeps the class nice and tidy for his arrival. I was controlling and managing the initial state of the class with my own hands. This is because I consider starting from the base to be ideal. If I stay here, there will be 41 people. It would be Ichinose is saying, if I stay here, there will be 41 people. It will be distorted. Of course, that's not the only reason. Your existence is an obstacle for the class. It's your character. You have a power that I cannot control. If Ichinose were to show resistance to me, those who follow her wouldn't be able to stop at just one or two students. This would hinder the normal operation of the class. So Ayanokoji can't lead if Ichinose is gone. I see. Amazing, Ayanokoji-kun. You really think of every single possible scenario. However, this divergence slightly differed from the future I originally envisioned. So we're going to get into it. Major spoilers. Since Arisu left, things didn't go as pleased, resulting in the current course. If I voluntarily withdraw, the class points will drop even further. Can you still win? Normally, it would be a tough fight. Whether we can accumulate 800 class points purely depending on the rewards offered by the school, but the words you just said are the key to the strategy. If we can force other classes students to drop out through unofficial means, not only can we close the gap with the points we receive, but we can also do so by taking points from others. Again, he's going to do everything Ichinose doesn't want. He's going to expel people like Maizono. He's going to do whatever it takes. She couldn't get her friends to Class A with her own abilities. If she took responsibility and voluntarily withdrew, she could make sure her friends graduate from Class A. Ichinose, feeling a great responsibility for the loss, had two options. This was indeed the last crossroad. If I really withdraw, will you take them to Class A? I promise. This was the truth. I was negotiating with the intent of leading Ichinose's class to Class A. But Ichinose, let me tell you something important first. I will definitely lead your class to Class A, but I can't guarantee the graduation of all 39 classmates, excluding me. Of course, we can't afford to carry any dead weight for the Oh my, this is all so devious, bro. First, he's like, okay, you're gonna feel bad because I'm gonna destroy you so hard that you're gonna stop your classmates from reaching Class A, and then I'm gonna offer you the help, but I'm gonna make you sure you're expelled. And I'm gonna make sure you also know that there isn't like anything that's gonna stop me from expelling like the dead weight in your class. Like, there was no reason for him to say this, by the way. He could have just gone through the deal and been like, no, we'll try to make sure they graduate, yada, because he has no problem with lying, right? He has no issues whatsoever with lying. So why couldn't he just lie here? I think he wants to see her reaction as well. I really think so. He is just messing with her on all psychological levels. If there's a chance to force someone throughout special exams, I'll use it without hesitation. Whether it's Amikura, Norihito, or someone else close to you, I won't make any distinction. It's the same as what I did with Maizono in Horikita's class. In fact, I had already set a precedent with Maizono. I had used her and forced her to withdraw. Ichinose was experiencing firsthand a reality that didn't allow for dreaming. However, it won't be 10 or 20 people withdrawing. At most, a few will disappear. The answer narrowed down to two choices. One is to accept my current proposal, bring me into her class, and then voluntarily withdraw. The other was to reject my proposal, continue as the class leader, fueled by hatred. No, in reality, there was only one option left. Ichinose Honami did not abandon her classmates. It was a 99% chance Ichinose would rise again as the class leader and start fighting. From there, I would have no choice but to forcibly arrange the battle between the four classes. However, it was unlikely that the balance among the four classes would be correctly maintained. This was Ayanokoji's main goal, by the way, throughout this entire thing, is to maintain the balance between the four classes. He has some reasoning for it. He hasn't really gone into it in the books. I think I have like inklings into what it is, but I'm not going to jump the gun. Like, I'm going to wait for the volumes to come out and I'm going to see where we land. From there, I would have no choice but to arrange the battle between the classes. However, it was unlikely that the balance among the four classes would be correctly maintained. That couldn't be helped. But neither of those answers are what I wanted. I was actually seeking a third answer. I found myself hoping for a third answer, one that I even didn't have. That's cruel, isn't it? So he's looking for an answer even he doesn't have. Let's see if Ichinose can find that answer. That's cruel, isn't it? Indeed, it was a futile wish. Ichinose would soon stand up in anger and reach the conclusion to fight. He's trying to make her hate him as much as he can. Even so, I still desired it. It was something I had instilled in her a year ago. On the day I had decided to enact the Kaishaku on Ichinose Honami, the seeds of controlling both the positive and negative romantic emotions within a human. The seeds to controlling both the positive and negative romantic emotions from within a human. That's an important one. No, it wasn't limited to love. Being helped and betrayed, receiving goodwill and hostility. I had interacted with her with the purpose of mixing these contradictory emotions. In a short period, a multitude of positive and negatives tumultuously stirred inside Ichinose. It had reached its peak. Undoubtedly, Ichinose's goodwill had flipped due to my betrayal. In psychological terms, the state was called ambivalence. Ambivalence particularly amplified the influence of the less desirable feeling. When I was in the White Room, I learned of its existence during my studies. Therefore, it was highly likely that Ichinose, fueled by hatred, would oppose me afterwards. I just wanted to closely observe what kind of changes she'd undergo as a new experiment. Oh my goodness, bro. This experimentation. And Ichinose indeed was the perfect test subject for this. And now she harbored hatred for me that surpassed her feelings of affection. The deeper the love, the stronger the hatred would become. Sometimes this could lead to a psychological state significant enough to cause neurosis, one that couldn't be taken lightly. However, you couldn't call this a new experiment. Increasing hatred and breaking the spirit. This had been done in past experiments with results that were already known. What I truly wanted to see was a different outcome. The 1% unknown. Is that too much to hope for? I definitely don't want to hurt my friends. Then you have no choice but to keep fighting on your own. But that surely won't get us to Class A. What awaited was just a futile year. Then I will choose to drop out and entrust it to you, whether I drop out or not. Okay, then will you choose to drop out and entrust it to me? Whether I drop out or not, maybe that's the answer you're waiting for, Ayanokoji. That's right. I didn't deny anything, but I feel like neither of those is the right answer. Words I hadn't expected to hear so soon came out of her mouth. I couldn't hide the strong stimulation flowing through my brain. What is this? The strong stimulation. A jolt. Ooh. Both are wrong? Then what do you think is the right choice? I don't want to lose any of my friends. I can't afford to lose them. That's just an ideal. It's selfish. Yes, it's probably impossible with my abilities alone. But with you, Ayanokoji, it can be realized. You're not dropping out, yet you still want me to transfer to your class? Is that what you mean to say? When I asked, Ichinose smiled for the first time today, shaking her head from side to side in denial. Then she articulated the path she had imagined. A path without a path. She presented a method to achieve a balance among the 4 classes, conceived through her own thoughts. She reached the 1% I had hoped for. So that's the solution you've thought of. Could it be that I'm wrong? No. I lost my words and couldn't immediately continue. Ichinose's classmates admired her and aimed for class 8 together with her. It was the only possibility that they didn't picture anyone missing upon graduation. So by the way, this plan was for Ayanokoji to take over another class, for Ichinose and Ayanokoji to ally together and fight against Horikata and Ruin. That is the balance of classes. She had now grasped the elements she lacked as a leader. If we were only talking about Ichinose's potential, she might have surpassed Horikata and Ruin. If she was able to completely overcome her mental weakness and discard her naivete, it was really uncertain how next year would turn out. I approached Ichinose and offered my hand. In order to make that choice a reality, we need to keep each other at a proper distance. Nothing can start without communication. Of course, the driving force can be hatred. There is no reason for you to like me. That's not right, Ayanokoji. We're about to get into the deviousness. Ichinose, who stood up while taking my hand, immediately denied it. This whole time I was shut away, I tried many times to dislike you, but I couldn't do it. Even though I know it's stupid, I couldn't change my affectionate feelings. And even today, no matter how cruel the words you showered onto me, that still hasn't changed. A citrus scent wafted through the air. I told you, boys, citrus. I told you. This is Ichinose's signature move. From Ichinose, who had been shut away, such a smell reached me. In the darkness, I noticed her glossy hair color. Perhaps I've made a big misunderstanding. I thought that I led and guided everything today. But actually, did you know I'd come here? I showed you like the short story, right? Yes, I knew. You would definitely come to check what state I'm in, what feelings I have. You wouldn't be able to suppress that impulse. Ichinose was certain that I would visit her today, no matter how late it got. The emotionless message on the phone, the door that wasn't locked, the room that was clean, and the fact that she was dressed as if expecting someone. It meant she prepared everything. I didn't think she could predict my proposal, but then again, I wasn't sure. It wasn't unlikely for Ichinose to have sensed everything, even if she didn't know it all. It was already past curfew. If you leave the room right now, someone might find you. That might interfere with our plans. That's true. So I'll have to make you an accomplice today, okay? She exceeded my imagination, not just once, but twice. Indeed, Ichinose was excellent. Oh my goodness. How do you plan to make me an accomplice? I won't allow any more unnecessary secrets between us. Wait, sorry. I won't allow any more unnecessary secrets between me and you, Ayanokoji-kun. I don't want to. Oh no. Ichinose grabbed my hand. She didn't say anything, yet she pulled forcefully. Then, as if drawing me closer to her, she then pushed me strongly against my chest. She then pushed strongly against my chest. Sit on the bed. I felt such an intention from her and sat down. No, I was made to sit. Remember how I told you on the promise, like the year before, and like when they made the promise, he was made to sit? Like, sitting is an important theme, guys. Ichinose, standing in front of me, looked down at me. I think I understand Karizawa better now. What do you mean? She probably touched your darkness, was saved, and then saw hell again. And you think that's necessary for her? Maybe. That's quite one-sided, isn't it? Even if it ends up being salvation, no one can say that the method is right. You hurt and break the other person on your own, then fix them. Ichinose didn't know that I had broken up with Karizawa. However, she understood from the course of events that I was intending to break up with her. Spoiler alert! Spoiler alert, by the way. Anyone who's reading up to this point already knows all this stuff, bro. Like, you knew there were going to be spoilers in this video. Okay, Ichinose didn't know that I had broken up with her, events I was intending to break up with her. I'm the same, right? Just like Karizawa-san. No, like the other students, we're all being made to dance in the palm of your hands. Ichinose's eyes were beautiful, clear yet somehow dark, strong, weak, and sharp. Her eyes, showing various changes, were now shining even more intensely. They were a color that exceeded my calculations, indeterminate, neither light nor dark. Both my shoulders were grabbed, and with weight applied, I was pushed backwards. Ayanokoji-kun, you're using me, so I have the right to use you too, don't I? Yo. At the very least, I have no right to deny that. My feelings for you cannot be changed. I cannot forget them. Rather, I want to see you so badly. More than any of my classmates, more than any of my family. I can only think about you. But Ayanokoji, you are different. You don't look at me. You think more broadly and only about yourself. Girl is manipulated once and just forgets her family exists. What was that entire arc for in Volume 8? What did we have that shoplifting thing for? Your family means nothing? Alright, fair enough. I think that's okay, but I won't forgive you. Just as you've deeply engraved your existence into my heart without permission, I also want to deeply engrave my existence into your heart by my own will. I'm not gonna lie, this is one of my favorite lines in the entire series. This was so good. I was like, whoa! Weight was placed onto my hands atop Ichinose's bed, and it faintly creaked. Her hands grabbed mine and moved them. Ichinose's heartbeat, which shouldn't have been able to hear directly, was transmitted through my hands. It was clear that she was in an extremely tense state. It was very fast, far from calm. Outside the window, the rain struck the glass and danced wildly. You're doing something terrible to Karizawa-san. If she find out, she'd definitely be troubled, right? Sorry, but I broke up with Kei before coming here. I'm visiting a girl's room at night, so I've already taken care of the risk management. Yeah, this is the illustration. I got a better one for you guys. I got a better one. Nah. I got a better one. There we go, boys. What do you do? These eyes are looking right at you. What do you do? What is your course of action? What are your calculations? She is ambivalently looking at you. All right, let's get to the best part, boys. I can't believe I'm going to be reading this. However, it originally stemmed from the consideration that she might have trapped me out of hatred. I see. I've been shut in my room lately, so I don't know. It wasn't surprising. This didn't pop up last week or yesterday. It happened today, March 30th. So even doing this won't make it a tool for threats. So Ichinose's presence completely blocked my field of vision. It was shrouded into darkness. I don't intend to threaten you. Whispering in my ear, Ichinose blushed, but she didn't change her assertive stance. Oh my goodness. She pressed her lips against mine. The momentum was fast, and our teeth slightly collided, causing Ichinose to flinch a bit. Sorry, I'm not good at this. It's my first kiss. Saying that, she then laid her lips on mine, slowly and carefully. Is this right? Is this the way to do it? Yeah. Aren't you going to run away? There's no option for that. Escaping by force here would be riskier. Ichinose had decided with firm conviction to ensure I wouldn't escape. If I tried to forcibly pull away, it would lead to a scuffle at worst. The fate of a boy who entered the Forbidden Girls' floor late at night. A mere warning wouldn't suffice. Such was Ichinose's resolve. Then I too must reciprocate that resolve. I reached for Ichinose's clothes and began to take them off. Hesitating for a moment, her body stiffened, but soon relaxed as she removed her top herself. This was beyond the realm of reason. You're telling me. I had been entangled. From the moment I stepped into that room, my retreat had already been cut off. Yet at the same time, I was being drawn in by her unknown charm. I thought I had finished needing to learn, but perhaps it had just been the beginning. In that room, the two of us, the night continued to darken. Oh my goodness. It wasn't a ritual to become lovers. If it were, it wouldn't have worked from the start. It was an absolute contract to be needed and to need the other. And so, we were both bound together with that contract, sinking deeper and deeper as we devoured each other endlessly. I'm just going to read that one more time. And so, we were bound together with that contract, sinking deeper and deeper as we devoured each other endlessly. The promised night, ladies and gentlemen, the thing that got me back into Classroom Delete, I was like, I need to know what happens next. I can't leave on this note. This is a dumpster fire, but I am staring right at this dumpster. This is crazy, bro. This is crazy. This was like if you told me this is how year 2 would have ended, I would have never, ever in a million years believed you. I was just reading this, I was like, huh? But you saw the entire thread, right? In the beginning, they were ideologically opposed. Then Ayanokoji realized she had the same ideology as Manabu. And then he basically in the second year, he started to doubt this ideology, especially when she started choosing him over her class. And then once the confession failed, she started failing more and more and more and more. So Ayanokoji was like, there's no way this girl can ever win against me. There's no way this girl can ever do anything. So instead of helping her out, win in her own way, he pivoted the entire thing to him basically making her a substitute for her class. It's like, keep your people, keep everything. And then when the time is right, I will defeat you badly, knock you out, and then take your place. That was the entire plan from the beginning. It was devious. It was diabolical. An entire half a year in the making, culminating to this one passage. And I'm going to say it, worth it. It was worth reading this entire thing. And I think that's where I'm going to end this video. I've done enough analysis. I've taken you guys through a journey. If you like this video, I don't know how long it's going to be. Leave a like, subscribe. I might make more of this if you guys like it enough. And yeah, let me know what you think about this new format. I was like, I want to tackle this topic, but dude, I don't really have the time to make another 4-hour-long video and edit it. That would take until the end of the season for me to do. So I'm like, I'm just going to scrape this together, make my poor man's presentation, and just go through it. So leave a comment. Let me know if you guys like this. If you like this, I will make more of it, by the way. And also, if you want to see me react to anime, go to my Patreon. Lots of good stuff, lots of fun stuff. See me react to anime. It's a great time. I do these unhinged rants and all this stuff that you saw in the video just as much on Patreon, reacting to Classroom Delete. And yeah, I'll see you guys on the next one.